Welcome to Sleepy Love Tales, soothing romance for a restful night. If these stories help you unwind, be sure to subscribe. For now, close your eyes and let's begin tonight's story. Lanterns on the Lake. The town had no name worth remembering. It sat at the edge of a lake so still in autumn that the water seemed less like water than a held breath. Dark, patient, waiting to be told what to do next. The pines crowding the shore leaned inward like listeners. By 4 in the afternoon the light was already failing, and by 5 the lake had swallowed it entirely, and the world reduced itself to the sound of cold air moving through needles and the occasional, careful creak of ice forming at the margins. Helen Marsh had driven 3 hours to get here. She told herself it was for the story. That was true, as far as it went. The Lantern Festival was genuine, the kind of small ritual that made editors lean forward in their chairs and say, "This is what we need more of." A piece about impermanence, about grief made portable, about a town that understood, without being told, that some things could not be kept. But she had also come because she needed to be somewhere that did not know her, somewhere that would not ask. She checked into a pension at the edge of the lake road, a narrow place, clean and austere, run by a woman who handed over the key without a word and pointed toward the stairs with a chin that said up there, "Second door, don't ask questions." The room was small, a single bed, a window facing the water, a writing desk beneath it with nothing on it but a square of folded paper and a pencil. Helen set her bag down and stood at the window for a long time, watching the lake go dark. She was 42. She had been writing other people's stories for 18 years. She was very good at it. Good enough that people sometimes called her work luminous, which she understood was a word editors used when they meant the writer had disappeared so completely into the subject that the prose itself seemed to glow with borrowed life. She had profiled a widow in coastal Maine who spoke of her dead husband in the present tense. She had written about a boy in Guatemala who carried his younger sister 11 miles to school each morning without complaint. She had made readers weep, laugh, feel the texture of lives they would never live. She had never once written about her own. There was a grief inside her that she carried the way one carries a stone in a coat pocket, always aware of its weight, always adjusting her posture around it, never setting it down. It had been there for 4 years. She did not name it. She did not write about it. She had decided, in the way one decides such things, that language would cheapen it, that to put it into sentences would be to admit it was something that could be contained, and it could not. It was not a thing with edges. It was a condition of the air. She unpacked her notebook, her recorder, her good pen. She told herself, observe, listen, leave before it touches you. She saw him the next morning at the paper folding station. It was set up in the town's single gathering hall, a room that smelled of pine resin and old wood, with long tables laid with stacks of thin, translucent paper, in colours so pale they were almost white. Volunteers moved quietly among them, showing newcomers how to fold, how to press, how to write. There was no music, no banners, just the sound of paper turning and beneath it the occasional murmur of a voice explaining something with care. He was standing at the end of one of the tables, waiting. Not for paper, there was paper in front of him, still folded. He was waiting for something else, or perhaps for nothing at all. He had the posture of a man who had learned to occupy space without demanding it. Shoulders slightly forward, hands at his sides, eyes moving over the room with a quietness that was not indifference but something more deliberate, as though he had made a decision long ago to stop expecting anything from the world, and the world had rewarded him for it with a kind of stillness. He had the quality of certain old buildings, solid, rooted, quietly significant. The kind of presence that doesn't announce itself but changes the weight of a room simply by being there. Helen felt it before she consciously registered him. A steadiness, a a centered quality that made the nervous energy of the volunteers around him seem suddenly louder by contrast. He was broad-shouldered, with dark hair, and seemed to have a casual quality about him. Helen noticed him the way one notices a particular tree in a forest. Not because it is the tallest, but because it is the one the light falls on in a way that makes you stop. She did not approach him. She went to her own place at the table, took a sheet of paper, and began to watch the room, the way she always watched, with her journalist's attentiveness, cataloguing details she might use later, the way the volunteers' hands moved, the way the light came through the high windows in long, thin bars, the way the paper, when held up to that light, became almost luminous. You could see the shadow of your own fingers through it. A child appeared at the man's side. A girl, perhaps 7 or 8, with dark hair pulled back in a braid that was already coming undone. She tugged his sleeve and said something Helen could not hear. The man looked down at her with an expression so unguarded, so quietly devastated by tenderness, that Helen looked away, the way one looks away from something private, something not meant to be seen. She did not speak to him that day. They met properly on the second evening at the dock. It was an accident, or it seemed like one. Helen had come down to the water at dusk, notebook in hand, intending to write. The festival's main event was still 2 days away, and she wanted to capture the town's atmosphere before it changed, the way it held itself in these preparatory days, taut and quiet, like a breath being drawn in before speech. He was already there, standing at the end of the wooden dock with his hands in his pockets, looking out at the water. The girl was not with him. He did not turn when she approached, but he shifted slightly, an acknowledgement without words, and she understood that he was making room for her on the narrow platform without being asked. They stood in silence for several minutes. The lake was black now, absolutely black, and the sky above it was the deep violet blue of high-altitude winter dusk. A single star had appeared, faint and uncertain, as though it were not yet sure it wanted to be seen. "You were at the paper station today," he said, without turning his head. His voice was low, unhurried. It was the voice of someone who had spent a long time alone and had stopped rushing his sentences to fill the space. "I was," she said, "writing or watching." She almost smiled. "Both." "For what?" "A story about the festival." He nodded, as though this confirmed something he had already suspected. "And is it interesting? The festival?" "It's very quiet," she said. "Quieter than I expected." "Did you expect noise?" "I didn't know what to expect. I was told it was a ritual. I imagined something more elaborate." "It used to be," he said. "There were lanterns hung from the trees, music, a bonfire. My wife—" He stopped. The word landed between them like a stone dropped into still water. He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. The silence that followed was not awkward. It was simply full. Helen did not say, "I'm sorry." She'd been interviewing grieving people long enough to know that the phrase, however well-intentioned, was a door closing, a way of marking the conversation as finished, of telling the other person that their loss had been acknowledged and could now be set aside. Instead, she said nothing, and let the silence remain open, like a window left unlatched. After a moment, he said, "They stripped it back, years ago. Someone decided the simplicity was the point. Just the paper, the water, the letting go." He paused. "I think they were right. Do you come every year?" "No." A long pause. "This is the first time in a while. Why now?" He looked at her for the first time. His eyes were light blue, and there was something in them that she recognised. Not sadness exactly, but the particular wariness of someone who had been sad for so long that it had become a kind of intelligence, a way of reading the world. "My daughter asked me to," he said, simply, as though that were the only explanation that mattered, and it was. His name was Thomas. He told her this the next afternoon, when they happened to find themselves sitting near each other during one of the volunteer explanations. A quiet woman in a grey cardigan describing, in a voice barely above a whisper, how the lanterns were meant to be released. "You write what you need to release," she said, "not what you want to keep. The lake does not return what you give it. That is the point." Thomas listened with his head slightly tilted, the way one listens to something one already knows but wants to hear again anyway. Afterward they walked together along the shore, not quite side by side. There was a foot of space between them, enough to maintain the fiction that this was not a companionable walk, but merely two people moving in the same direction. The air was bitterly cold. Their breath came out in small white clouds that vanished almost instantly. "Her name is Maren," he said, without preamble, as though continuing a conversation they had already begun. "She's 8. She has her mother's stubbornness and my terrible sense of direction." Helen smiled. A real smile, not the careful one she wore in interviews. "Is that why you got lost?" "I'm not lost," he said, with a faint, dry humour that surprised her. "I simply don't know where I am." They walked in silence for a while. The lake moved beside them, dark and slow, making small sounds against the rocks. Not waves exactly, but a kind of breathing, a rhythm that had nothing to do with wind. "What do you do?" she asked. "When you're not being lost?" "I teach," he said. "History, adolescent history specifically, which is mostly about convincing 16-year-olds that the past is not boring." He paused. "I am not always successful." "What kind of history?" "The kind that doesn't make it into textbooks. The private kind. Letters, diaries, the record of what people actually felt, as opposed to what they were supposed to feel." Helen looked at him. There was something in his voice when he said this, a quiet passion, a conviction, that she had not heard before. It was the first time he had spoken about something other than grief, and the difference was striking, as though a light had been switched on in a room she'd assumed was dark. "That sounds like what I do," she said, from the other side. "How do you mean?" "I find the private record, the thing no one else saw, and I put it into a story that other people can read." She hesitated. "I'm not sure whether that's a gift or a theft." He considered this. "It depends," he said, "on whether the person knows you're there." Maren found Helen on the third morning. She appeared at Helen's elbow while Helen was sitting alone at one of the folding tables, staring at a blank sheet of paper and trying to write down her observations. The girl simply materialized, the way children do, without announcement or preamble, and sat down beside her, close enough that their shoulders almost touched. "What are you writing?" she asked. "Notes," Helen said, "for a story." "What kind of story?" "About this place, about the lanterns." Maren considered this with the gravity that children bring to questions adults have long since stopped taking seriously. "What do people usually write on them?" she asked. "On the lanterns?" Helen thought about it. She had read the volunteer's explanation, had heard the older residents talk about it in careful ritualistic language. Release, surrender, letting go. But the girl was asking something different. She was asking what actually happened, what people actually wrote, when they were alone with a piece of paper and the knowledge that no one would ever read it. "Anything," Helen said, "whatever they need to say." "But where do they go after you put them in the water?" "They sink," Helen said. "Eventually, the paper dissolves." "So nobody ever reads them?" "No." Maren was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "I'm afraid mine won't reach anyone." Helen looked at her. The girl's face was very serious. Not sad exactly, but holding something that was too large for her small frame. Something she'd been carrying without complaint, the way children carry things that adults have failed to take from them. "It doesn't have to reach anyone," Helen said. And then, because this felt insufficient, because the girl deserved more than a platitude, "The writing is the reaching." The act of putting it down, that's the part that matters. The water just carries it away. Maren nodded slowly, as though this were a piece of information she'd been waiting for someone to give her. Thomas appeared at the edge of the table a few minutes later, looking slightly breathless, slightly embarrassed. "She escaped," he said, with a half smile that was also an apology. "I turned around for 30 seconds. "She's good company," Helen said. "We were talking about lanterns." "Were you?" He looked at his daughter with an expression of such naked tenderness that Helen had to look away again, not from embarrassment this time, but from something else, something that felt dangerously close to recognition. That evening, after Maren had been put to bed in their shared room at the pension, Thomas came down to the common area where Helen was sitting by the wood stove, her notebook open on her knee. He did not sit beside her. He sat across from her, in the other armchair, with the fire between them, a deliberate distance that acknowledged what was happening without naming it. "She told me what you said," he said, "about the writing being the reaching." "Did she?" She seemed relieved by it. He paused. "She's been very quiet about all of this, about her mother. I didn't know how much she was holding until tonight." Helen said nothing. She knew from years of interviewing grieving people that this was a moment that required stillness, that the wrong word, even a kind one, could seal something shut. "Can I ask you something?" he said after a long silence. "Of course." "You write about other people's grief, professionally, skillfully." He chose his words carefully, the way a man chooses his footing on uneven ground. "But you don't write about your own." It was not a question. Helen looked at him across the fire. The flames moved between them, casting shadows that shifted and reformed, and for a moment she could not see his face clearly, only his eyes, as blue as the sky, watching her with an attention that was not intrusive but simply present. He was not pushing. He was simply seeing her and letting her know that he had. "No," she said, "I don't." "Why not?" The question was so direct, so without ceremony, that it bypassed all her defences, the journalist's deflections, the careful reframing she used in interviews when someone turned the questions back on her. She sat with it for a moment, feeling its weight, and then she said the truest thing she knew how to say, "Because I'm afraid that if I put it into words it will become a story, and stories have endings, and this doesn't have an ending, it just continues." Thomas was quiet for a long time after that. The fire crackled. Outside the lake was invisible, but she could hear it, that slow, patient breathing against the shore. "I know what you mean," he said finally, and she believed him. The lantern release was scheduled for the evening of the 4th day, the last evening of the festival, after which the town would fold back into itself, and the visitors would drive away along the mountain roads, and the lake would return to its ordinary silence. Helen had spent the afternoon alone, sitting at the dock with her notebook, trying to write the piece her editor was expecting. She had pages of observations, beautiful ones, she thought, the kind of precise, luminous description that had made her reputation, the way the light fell on the paper, the way the volunteers' hands moved, the way the town itself seemed to hold its breath in the days before the release, as though it were bracing for something it could not quite name. But when she tried to write the emotional centre of the piece, the thing that would make it more than a portrait, the thing that would make it matter, the words would not come. She kept circling it, approaching from different angles, and each time she found herself writing around it rather than into it. There was a wall inside her, and she had built it carefully over years, and she did not know how to get to the other side without demolishing something she was not sure she could rebuild. She closed her notebook and watched the water go dark. The release began at dusk. There were perhaps 40 people gathered at the shore, not a crowd, but a congregation. They stood in small groups or alone, each holding a folded lantern of paper in which a single tea light had been placed. The flames flickered in the cold air, casting each person's face in a warm, unsteady glow that made them all look younger, softer, more vulnerable than they had in daylight. There was no ceremony, no speeches, no music. A volunteer simply walked along the shore and nodded to each person in turn, and one by one they knelt at the water's edge and set their lanterns on the surface of the lake. The paper boats held for a moment, catching the light, trembling slightly in the current, and then they drifted slowly away from shore. The flames burned steadily as they moved, tiny, points of gold spreading across the black water like a slow, silent detonation. Helen stood at the edge of the group watching. She had her own lantern. She had folded it that morning carefully, following the volunteers' instructions. The paper inside it was blank. She had not written anything on it. She told herself she was still deciding what to write. She told herself she was observing. Thomas was 20 feet away, standing with Maren at his side. The girl held her own lantern in both hands, cradling it the way one cradles something precious and fragile. She was looking down at it with an intensity that Helen recognised. The look of someone about to do something that matters enormously, something that cannot be undone. Helen watched Thomas's face as his daughter knelt at the water's edge. The expression there was one she'd seen many times in her career, in the faces of people watching their children do something brave, something hard, something that reminded them of their own helplessness. But there was something else in it too, something that looked almost like fear. Maren set her lantern on the water. It caught the current and drifted outward, the flame steady and bright. The girl watched it go, her face lit from below by the reflected light, and then she turned and pressed herself against her father's side, and he put his arm around her, and they stood together watching the small flame move away from them across the dark water. Helen did not release her lantern. She stood holding it, the tea light flickering against her palms, and watched the other lights drift and scatter across the lake. They were beautiful, genuinely, achingly beautiful, and for a moment she allowed herself to simply look at them, without analysis, without the journalist's habit of turning experience into material. Just the light, and the water, and the cold air, and the silence. Then she looked at Thomas. He was looking at her. They did not speak. There was no need. The distance between them, 20 feet, 30, it was hard to tell in the dark, contracted not because either of them moved, but because the crowd thinned, drifted away, and suddenly they were simply two people standing on a shore in the dark, each holding a light that had not yet been released. Helen looked down at her lantern. The paper was still blank. She'd carried it all evening like a prop, like evidence that she belonged here, and she had not written a single word on it. The tea light burned steadily, indifferent to her hesitation. She looked up at Thomas. His lantern was also unlit. No, not unlit. She could see now that he held it in both hands, the way Maren had held hers, but his hands were shaking. Not from the cold. His face, in the reflected light of the lantern still drifting on the water, was very still. The stillness of someone holding something back, holding it in, the way one holds breath before diving under. "You didn't release yours either," she said. "No. Why not?" He looked at her for a long moment. The lake moved behind him, dark and patient, and the lanterns drifted past like small burning prayers. When he spoke, his voice was very quiet, not because he was afraid of being heard, but because the words were heavy, and he was setting them down carefully one at a time, the way one sets stones into water. "Because I'm afraid," he said, "that letting go of it, even symbolically, means letting go of her, and I'm not ready. I thought I was. I thought that's why I came here, but I'm not." Helen nodded. She understood this perfectly. It was the same wall she'd built inside herself, the same fear, dressed in different clothes, the fear that grief, once released, could not be taken back, that it was the last thread connecting you to the person you had lost, and that cutting it would not set you free, but would simply leave you alone in a world that had already moved on without you. I have never written about my loss, she said. The words came out before she decided to say them, surprising her with their ease, as though they had been waiting at the surface for a long time and had simply been waiting for the right moment to be spoken. 4 years, I have written about everyone else's grief. I have made people feel what other people felt, and I have never once put my own into a sentence. Why are you telling me this? He asked, not unkindly, with genuine curiosity. Because you told me yours, she said, and because I think we're afraid of the same thing. The silence that followed was not empty. It was full of the sound of the lake and the distant murmur of the last festival goers making their way back to the pension, and the small, steady hiss of the tea lights burning on the water, full of everything they had not said to each other over the past 4 days, all the conversations that had circled and approached and retreated, all the silences that had been held open like doors. Thomas set his lantern down on the dock carefully on its base so that the flame did not gutter. Then he stood up and looked at Helen, and his face in the dim light was open in a way she had not seen before. All the careful composure gone, all the disciplined privacy lifted, and underneath it something raw and real and frightened and alive. "Come inside," he said. "It's freezing." They sat in the common room of the pension, side by side on the bench nearest the wood stove. Not across from each other this time. The distance between them was inches, close enough that Helen could feel the warmth radiating from his body, close enough that when he shifted, his shoulder pressed against hers, and neither of them moved away. The fire was low, the room was empty. Outside, the last of the lanterns were dissolving on the lake, their flames going out one by one as the paper softened and the water took them. Thomas told her about his wife. Her name had been Ruth. She had been a painter, landscapes mostly, though in the last year she had turned to abstraction, painting in long sweeping gestures that Helen, from the way Thomas described them, could almost see. Colours bleeding into one another, edges dissolving, the boundary between one thing and another becoming uncertain and then disappearing entirely. She had died of an illness that progressed quickly, that gave them very little time to prepare, and Thomas had spent the months afterward in a state of such bewildered grief that he could not remember, afterward, how he had gotten through them. He had simply done what needed doing, fed Maren, kept the house standing, gone to work, and the grief had moved through him like weather, unpredictable and uncontrollable, and he had let it, because there was nothing else to do. He spoke about her the way Helen had learned, in 18 years of interviewing, that people speak about the dead when they are finally ready to, not with the careful reverence of the recently bereaved, but with a kind of aching specificity. The way Ruth laughed, too loudly, always in movie theatres. The way she left paint under her fingernails and never noticed. The way she had looked at Maren in the first months of her life, with an expression of such stunned, delighted wonder that Thomas had felt watching her, that he was witnessing something sacred. "I loved her," he said, simply, as though this were the most important fact he had ever stated, and the simplest. Helen listened. She did not take notes. She did not shape what he was saying into a narrative, didn't look for the arc or the turning point or the moment of resolution. She simply listened, the way she had listened to him on the dock, on the first night, with the full weight of her attention, without trying to fix or redirect or contain. When he finished, the fire had burned down to embers. The room was very warm and very quiet, and Helen felt something shifting inside her, something that had been locked for a long time, something she had built walls around so carefully that she had almost forgotten it was there. She told him about hers, not everything, not in one breath, but enough. The shape of it, the weight, the way it had settled into her life like sediment settling to the bottom of a glass, invisible but changing everything above it, the way she'd learned to work around it, to build her career on the grief of others, because it was the only grief she could bear to touch, the way she'd convinced herself that this was not avoidance but discipline, that it was a choice, not a flight. It wasn't, though, she said when she'd finished. It was flight. I know that now. Thomas looked at her. The firelight moved across his face, and in it she could see, clearly, without the protective distance of darkness or the mediating presence of other people, what she'd been seeing for days without letting herself name it. Not desire exactly, or not only desire, something deeper, a recognition, the quiet, stunned awareness of finding in another person the precise shape of something you had believed was uniquely yours. He reached out and took her hand. The touch was not romantic, or not yet. It was the way one takes someone's hand when they have just said something true and difficult, and you want them to know that you heard it, and that it did not frighten you. His fingers closed around hers, warm and steady, and Helen felt the wall inside her, the one she'd built so carefully, the one that had kept her safe for 4 years. Crack, not shatter. Crack. A single fracture running through it like a line of light. She did not pull away. They stayed in the common room for a long time after that, talking, quietly, easily, the way two people talk when the hardest things have already been said, and what remains is simply the pleasure of each other's company. They talked about books, about teaching, about the particular loneliness of doing work that required you to pay close attention to other people's inner lives while keeping your own hidden. They talked about Maren, about the way she had inherited Ruth's stubbornness and Thomas's habit of asking questions that no one else thought to ask. They talked about the lanterns and what it meant to release something into water, and whether the act of letting go was really as simple as it seemed, or whether it was the hardest thing a person could do. At some point, Helen could not have said exactly when, Thomas's hand moved from hers to her shoulder, and then, as the conversation wound down and the silences between sentences grew longer and warmer, his arms settled around her and she leaned into him, and the contact was so natural, so unforced, that it felt less like something beginning than like something that had already been in progress for a long time, quietly, beneath the surface of all their careful conversations. They did not kiss, not yet, but when Helen finally stood to go to her room, the fire was out, the room was dark, and the cold was beginning to seep through the walls. Thomas stood with her, and they faced each other in the darkness, and the space between them was so small that she could feel his breath on her face, and for a moment neither of them moved. "Tomorrow," he said, "I want to show you something." "What?" "The lake at dawn, before anyone else is awake. It's different." "Different how?" He smiled. She could hear it in his voice, even though she could not see his face. "You'll have to come and see." She did. She woke before dawn and dressed in the dark and went down the stairs and out into the cold. The air was so sharp it hurt to breathe. The sky was the colour of iron and the lake was invisible, a darkness so complete that it seemed to have no edges, no boundary, no end. She stood at the shore and waited, and after a few minutes she heard his footsteps on the dock behind her, and then he was beside her, and they stood together in the silence and watched the light come. It came slowly, not all at once the way it does in summer, but gradually, a lightening at the horizon, a softening of the darkness, a slow and patient revelation. The lake emerged from the black like a painting being uncovered. First the nearest shore, then the water itself, then the far bank, indistinct and grey, and finally the sky above it, turning from iron to pewter, to a pale, fragile blue that looked as though it might shatter if you touched it. And then The lanterns. They were still there. Not all of them. Most had dissolved in the night, the paper softening and sinking, the flames going out. But some, the ones made from thicker paper or placed in the stillest part of the water, had survived. They floated scattered across the lake's surface, their flames long extinguished but the paper still intact, catching the first light of morning and holding it. They glowed, faintly, almost, imperceptibly, like something remembered, like a record of something that had happened here in the dark, that the water had not yet finished dissolving. They stay until the sun is fully up, Thomas said. Then they go. Helen watched them. She thought about what the volunteer had said. The lake does not return what you give it. She thought about the blank piece of paper she'd carried all evening the night before, the one she'd never written on, the one she'd set down on the dock beside Thomas's unlit lantern. She thought about the wall inside her, and the crack running through it, and the light coming through. "I want to write it," she said, quietly, not looking at him, looking at the lanterns on the water. "My story, the one I've been afraid to write. Now? Not now, but I want to. I think I'm ready." He didn't say anything. He didn't need to. He simply stood beside her, close enough that their shoulders touched, and watched the lanterns dissolve in the morning, light, slowly, quietly, without drama, the way all true endings happen. Later, an hour later, or two, it was hard to tell. Time moved differently here, at the edge of this lake, in this cold and silent place. They walked back along the shore toward the pension. The morning was fully bright now, and the lake was empty. No lanterns, no trace. The water had taken everything and given nothing back, and the surface was smooth and dark and still, as though nothing had ever floated on it at all. They walked close together, their breath making small clouds in the air. Maren would be waking soon. The festival was over. In a day or two Helen would drive back to the city, and Thomas would drive back to his school and his house and his ordinary life, and the careful distance that the world required of them, the distance of strangers, of two people who had met by accident at the edge of a lake, would reassert itself. But not yet. Thomas stopped walking. Helen stopped too, and turned to look at him, and found him looking at her with an expression she had not seen on his face before. Not the wariness, not the careful composure, not even the quiet tenderness he wore when he looked at Maren. Something else. Something that was frightened and hopeful and very, very still, the way a person is still when they're about to say something they cannot take back. "I haven't felt this way," he said, "in a long time. I wasn't sure I could anymore." Helen looked at him. The lake stretched behind him, vast and dark and patient. The pines stood silent on the shore. The morning light fell on his face, at his temples, on the lines around his eyes, on the mouth that was trying very hard not to shake. And she thought, this is what it looks like. Not rescue, not salvation, not the end of grief, just this. Two people, standing in the cold, choosing each other with full knowledge of what it costs. She stepped forward and closed the distance between them. She put her hand against his chest, feeling his heart beneath her palm steady and warm and alive. And she looked up at him, and she said, "Then let's not waste it." He kissed her. It was not the kind of kiss that happens in stories, not dramatic, not breathless, not the culmination of some long, agonized wait. It was slow. It was careful. It was the kiss of two people who had spent years learning to hold themselves together, and who were now, for the first time in a long time, allowing themselves to be held. His hand came up to the side of her face, his fingers cold against her cheek, his touch so gentle it was almost a question, and she leaned into it, and the kiss deepened, and the world contracted to the small warm space between them, and for a moment, just a moment, The grief was not gone. It was still there, in both of them, heavy and permanent and real. But it was no longer the only thing. It shared the space with something else now, something that had no name yet, and did not need one, something that simply was. When they pulled apart, the lake was still. The lanterns were gone. The morning light moved slowly across the water, turning it from black to grey to a deep, quiet blue. "Come back inside," Helen said. "Marin will be wondering where you are." "Yes," he said. And then, because he was a man who understood that some things did not need to be said but needed nonetheless to be acknowledged. "Thank you." She didn't ask what for. She understood. They walked back along the shore side by side, close enough that their hands brushed with every step. The lake breathed beside them, slow, patient, holding nothing, returning nothing, simply there. And the morning continued, as mornings do, indifferent to the small, enormous thing that had happened at its edge. Two people choosing, in the cold and the quiet, to begin again. Ink and Illusions. The rhythmic tap of Harper Lennox's fingers on her keyboard paused as she heard the telltale sound of a motorcycle pulling into the driveway next door. She glanced at the clock, 6:15 p.m, right on schedule. Her fingers hovered over the keys, waiting for the engine to cut off, for the heavy footsteps to cross the gravel drive, for the door to shut with a definitive click. Only then did she exhale and resume typing. His hands moved deliberately, each touch calculated yet somehow instinctive, as if his body remembered a map his mind had forgotten. Harper pushed her glasses up her nose and squinted at the screen. Too cliché. She deleted the sentence and tried again. The image of her neighbour, broad-shouldered, perpetually frowning Jack Maddox, floating unbidden into her mind. His touch was careful, almost cautious, like a man who had spent years learning the exact force needed to disarm explosives rather than ignite them. Better. Harper saved the file, a small smile playing at her lips. 2 more chapters and Midnight Reconnaissance, the 5th instalment in her best-selling Covert Hearts series, would be complete. Her editor at Pinnacle Publishing would be thrilled. The readers of L.L. Moon's steamy military romance novels would be ecstatic, and Harper Lennox, head librarian of Windmere Cove's small public library, would remain exactly what she had always been, invisible. The duality of her existence had never bothered her before. In fact, she'd cultivated it deliberately. By day, she was the quiet, bookish woman who recommended gentle mysteries to elderly patrons and organised children's reading hours. By night, she transformed into L.L. Moon, whose novels featured strong-willed heroines and damaged heroes finding redemption through love, and spectacularly detailed intimate encounters. Her phone chirped with a text notification. "Brilliant news, darling. Covert Hearts series just hit 2 million in sales. NYT list. Confirmed for Midnight Reconnaissance pre-orders alone. We need to talk publicity. Call me." Margot Harper groaned, dropping her head into her hands. Publicity. The word alone made her stomach clench. L.L. Moon had never done interviews, never attended book signings. Her author photo was an artfully shadowed silhouette, her bio purposefully vague. A former literature professor who now lives in a coastal town, L.L. Moon spent her days surrounded by books and her nights writing about passion. The deception had been easy at first, when her debut novel had been a modest success. 5 years and 14 books later, the mystique surrounding L.L. Moon had only intensified her popularity. Harper shut her laptop and walked to the window, peering through the curtains at the cottage next door. A single light burned in what she knew was the kitchen. Jack would be making dinner now, something simple and nutritious. In the 3 years since he'd inherited his grandfather's house, she'd learned his routines as intimately as if they were characters in one of her books. Monday was grilled chicken night, Tuesday was fish, Wednesday, like today, was pasta, whole grain, with a sauce he made from scratch. He'd eat at the counter, standing, reading something on his tablet. Afterward, he'd wash his dishes immediately, then spend an hour or two working on renovations before showering and reading until precisely 10 p.m, when his light would go out. Harper knew all of this not because she was a stalker, but because the rhythm of his life had become the metronome that kept time for her own. She structured her writing sessions around the comings and goings of the man who, without knowing it, had become the template for every brooding hero she'd created since he arrived. She'd spoken to him exactly 47 times. 47 brief, awkward exchanges that consisted primarily of good morning, nice weather, and have a good day. Once, during a power outage, he'd come to check if she had candles. Once, she'd gather the courage to bring him cookies as a welcome gift when he first moved in. Beyond that, their relationship existed entirely in her imagination, and on the pages of books that had sold millions of copies. Her phone rang, startling her from her thoughts. Margot wasn't one to be ignored. "Harper, darling, did you get my text? This is tremendous news." "I did, yes. It's wonderful," Harper replied, moving away from the window and back to her desk. "So, publicity. We need to strike while the iron is hot. I've been thinking." Harper tensed. Margot's thinking usually led to suggestions involving public appearances. What if we arrange a small, exclusive fan event? Nothing huge or intimidating. Just 20 or so devoted readers, an intimate setting. They'd love to meet the mysterious LL Moon. "Margot, we've discussed this. I can't. Not in New York, not at a big bookstore. Somewhere that feels safe for you." Margot paused, dramatically. "What about that charming little independent bookshop in your own town? Sea Pages, is it?" Harper nearly dropped the phone. "Windmere Cove? You want to host an LL Moon event in my town? It's perfect. Small, controlled environment. People who've never connected Harper Lennox with LL Moon. We keep it exclusive, mysterious even. Fans get to meet you, but we maintain your public anonymity. They sign NDAs if it makes you feel better." Harper's mind raced through all the ways this could go catastrophically wrong. Everyone in town knew her. They'd recognise her voice, her mannerisms. "I can't," she said firmly. Then, more softly, "But maybe if it were truly anonymous, if they could meet the author without knowing it's me." "Go on," Margot encouraged. What if it's a masked event? Everyone, including the author, wears masks. Make it thematic. Covert identities, like my books." There was silence on the other end, then a delighted laugh. "Harper, Lennox, you brilliant woman. It's perfect. Mysterious, on brand, and just the right amount of dramatic. Unmask your passion with LL Moon, but no one actually unmasks. I love it." As Margot rattled off logistics and dates, Harper found herself agreeing to something she'd spent years avoiding. Her gaze drifted back to the window, to the light in Jack's kitchen. What would the quiet intensity of Jack Maddox think if he knew his awkward, barely speaking neighbour was the author of books that had helped thousands of women discover their own desires? What would he say if he knew that his hands, his scars, his rare but devastating half-smile had inspired countless fictional moments of passion? It was a question she would never have to answer, she assured herself. Their worlds would never collide. The next morning, Harper arrived at the library 15 minutes early, as she always did. The small stone building had been a church in the 1800s before being converted to Windmere Cove's public library in the 1950s. She loved the arched windows, the worn wooden floors that creaked in specific places, the smell of old paper and lemon polish. This was her domain, where she felt competent and calm. Not like the jittery, anxious person she became whenever she spotted Jack Maddox approaching. As if her thoughts had conjured him, the library door opened precisely at 10:15 a.m. Thursday, which meant Jack would return last week's book and check out exactly one new one. Always fiction, often classics, occasionally contemporary literary works, never romance. "Good morning," she said, proud of how steady her voice sounded. Jack nodded, placing the Old Man and the Sea on the counter. His dark hair was damp from a recent shower, and a fresh cut on his forearm suggested he'd been working on another renovation project. "Hemingway," she said, scanning the book. "Did you enjoy it?" He seemed surprised by the question, as if their script didn't usually include this line. It was. He cleared his throat. "Good. Bit sparse." Harper smiled despite herself. Sparse is generous. Hemingway never used 2 words when one would do. The corner of Jack's mouth twitched. Not quite a smile, but nearly. "Any recommendations?" This too was off script. Harper blinked, then gestured toward the new releases section. "Depends what you're in the mood for." Jack followed her to the display, his steps nearly silent despite his size, a habit Harper had incorporated into Commander Riker Stone, the hero of her 3rd novel. Military training so ingrained that even in civilian life he moved like a shadow. "Something with more words than Hemingway," he said, and this time there was definitely a hint of humour in his voice. Harper reached for a book without thinking. "This just came in. It's supposed to be excellent." She froze as she realised what she was holding. Midnight Reconnaissance by L.L. Moon. It wasn't supposed to be on shelves yet. The official release was still 2 weeks away. C Pages must have put their advance copy in the library's new release section. Jack took the book from her hands, their fingers brushing momentarily. Harper hoped he couldn't feel her pulse racing. "Military romance?" he asked, eyebrow raised as he examined the cover, which featured a silhouetted couple against a night sky filled with stars. Harper's face burned. I mean, it's popular and—" "I'll take it," he said, cutting off her stammering. "Never tried this genre before." As Harper walked back to the counter to check out her own book to her neighbour, she felt as though she might spontaneously combust from embarrassment. Jack Maddox was going to read her words that had been inspired in no small part by him. "Enjoy," she managed to say as she handed him the book. He nodded, that almost smile appearing again. "See you next Thursday." As the door closed behind him, Harper sank into her chair, a mixture of horror and inexplicable excitement churning in her stomach. For the first time since she began writing as L.L. Moon, her 2 worlds felt dangerously close to colliding. Jack Maddox sat on his back deck, the library book open on his lap, his coffee cooling beside him. The morning sun filtered through the oak trees, casting dappled shadows across the pages. He'd been reading for 3 hours straight, unable to put the damn thing down. It wasn't what he had expected. Yes, there were intimate scenes that made him shift uncomfortably in his chair. But beyond that, there was something about the writing that felt personal. The way the author described the protagonist's hypervigilance, his difficulty sleeping, the way certain sounds triggered memories he'd rather forget. It was unnervingly accurate. He flipped to the author bio on the back flap. L.L. Moon. The photo was artfully obscured, just a silhouette against a window. A former literature professor who now lives in a coastal town, Jack frowned. Could be any coastal town, anywhere. But something nagged at him, a sense of familiarity in the prose that he couldn't quite place. His phone buzzed with a text from his former squad mate, Mike. "You coming to Derek's wedding next month?" Jack sighed. The thought of a large social gathering made his skin crawl, but Derek had been there for him during the worst days of his recovery. He owed him this much. "Yes, but I'm not dancing." Mike's response was immediate. "We'll see about that after a few beers, Captain No Fun." Jack pocketed his phone and returned to the book, losing himself once again in the story of a Special Forces commander and the war correspondent who saw through his defences. By the time he finished the final chapter, the sun was high overhead, and he felt strangely exposed, as if the author had somehow peered into his soul. On impulse, he walked to his laptop and searched for information about LL Moon. There wasn't much. No interviews, no public appearances, just a website with book information and a contact form for fan mail that probably went straight to a publicist. A new link caught his eye. Unmask Your Passion, an exclusive event with LL Moon at C. Page's bookstore, Windermere Cove. Jack stared at the screen. LL Moon was coming here, to this tiny coastal town that barely registered on most maps. The event was described as intimate and exclusive, limited to 20 attendees. A masquerade theme meant everyone, including the author, would remain anonymous. Before he could talk himself out of it, Jack clicked register and filled out the form. What was the worst that could happen? He'd spend an evening in a room full of romance readers, most likely women, all of them strangers. The thought made him wince, but his curiosity about the author overrode his discomfort. He wanted to know how she had written so accurately about things he'd never discussed with anyone outside his unit. How she understood the weight of command, the burden of responsibility for other people's lives. How she knew exactly what it felt like to wake up screaming from dreams filled with sand and blood and failure. The confirmation email arrived instantly. Congratulations, you're invited to an exclusive evening with LL Moon. Thursday 7 p.m, C. Page's bookstore. Masks required. Identities optional. Passion guaranteed. Jack closed his laptop, oddly unsettled. He picked up the novel again, rereading a passage that had struck him earlier. The hardest thing about coming home, he told her, isn't adjusting to comfort or routine. It's realizing that while you were living in a world where every decision might be your last, everyone else was just living, buying groceries, watching TV, falling in love. And you don't know how to do those simple things anymore without scanning for threats, without waiting for the other shoe to drop. How did she know? How did this mysterious LL Moon, whoever she was, understand exactly what it felt like to be in his head? For the first time since moving to Windermere Cove 3 years ago, Jack felt a flicker of something like hope. Hope that maybe there was someone who might understand the parts of himself he'd never been able to explain. Harper's hands trembled as she applied mascara, careful not to smudge it onto her glasses. No, not her glasses. Tonight she'd wear contacts, another layer of disguise. Her hair, usually pulled back in a practical bun, fell in loose waves past her shoulders. The dress she'd chosen, a deep blue wrap style that emphasized her waist and showed more cleavage than anything in her normal wardrobe, had been ordered online specifically for this event. "You can do this," she whispered to her reflection. "It's just one evening. No one will know it's you." Her phone chimed with a text from Margot. "Car will pick you up at 6:30. Remember, you're just another guest until the revealed moment. You've got this, superstar." The plan was simple. Harper would arrive with the other attendees, mingle anonymously, and only at a predetermined moment would the bookstore owner, who was the only person in town who knew her secret, indicate that LL Moon was ready to take questions. Even then, she would remain masked, her identity protected. At exactly 6:30, a sleek black car pulled up outside her cottage. Harper grabbed her purse and the ornate masquerade mask she'd purchased online, casting one last glance at Jack's house. His motorcycle was gone, which meant he was out for the evening. One less worry, at least. C. Page's bookstore had been transformed for the evening. Fairy lights twinkled from the ceiling. Candles, flameless, Harper noted with librarian approval, flickered on tables scattered with rose petals, and soft jazz played in the background. Champagne flutes were being filled as masked attendees, mostly women, but a few men, chatted excitedly. Harper slipped in, securing her mask over her eyes. The elaborate design covered most of her upper face, with delicate silver filigree, extending to her hairline. Between that, the contacts, and her unusual styling, she doubted even her regular library patrons would recognise her. "Welcome," said Abby, the bookstore owner, with a wink that only Harper could see. "Please, enjoy some champagne. LL Moon will be circulating among you before the formal Q&A. Harper accepted a glass gratefully, taking a larger sip than she intended. The bubbles went straight to her head, but the alcohol helped calm her nerves. She could do this. She was just playing a role, like her characters did. She turned, intent on finding a quiet corner to observe from, when she collided with a solid chest. "Sorry," a deep voice said, steadying her with hands that were warm and firm on her bare arms. Harper looked up and nearly dropped her champagne. Through the simple black mask that covered the upper half of his face, she would recognise those eyes anywhere. Grey-blue, like the ocean during a storm. Jack Maddox was at her book event. Jack Maddox, her neighbour, her unwitting muse, the man whose silent intensity had inspired an entire series of romantic heroes, was standing in front of her, apologising for bumping into her, completely unaware that she was both the woman who lived next door and the author whose event he was attending. "It's fine," she said, pitching her voice slightly lower than normal. "No harm done." He nodded, and she waited for him to move on, but instead he remained standing there, studying her with an intensity that made her pulse quicken. "Are you a fan of LL Moon?" she asked, desperate to break the silence. A faint flush appeared above his mask. "I've only read one of her books, actually. Just finished it today." "And?" Harper couldn't help herself. "What did you think?" Jack took a sip of his drink. "Whiskey, not champagne," she noted, before answering. "It wasn't what I expected. There was a lot more understanding than I anticipated." "Understanding? Of what it's like to come back from war." His voice had dropped, becoming almost confessional. "Most people who write about it get it wrong. They focus on the dramatic parts, the firefights, the explosions. They don't understand that the hardest battles happen in the quiet moments afterward." Harper's breath caught. This was more than Jack had ever said to her in their 3 years as neighbours. "You served?" she asked, even though she knew the answer. He nodded once. "Special Forces. 8 years. Just like Commander Riker Stone from Midnight Reconnaissance." Harper felt a wave of guilt. Had she been too specific in her characterization? Had she somehow invaded his privacy without realizing it? "And the book captured that experience for you?" she asked carefully. "Parts of it." He swirled the amber liquid in his glass. "I'd like to ask the author how she knew, how she could describe so accurately what it feels like to..." He trailed off, seeming embarrassed by his own openness. "To what?" Harper encouraged gently. Jack's eyes met hers, and for a moment she forgot they were in a room full of people. "To feel broken in ways that can't be seen or fixed." The rawness in his voice made her heart ache. Without thinking, she placed her hand on his arm. Maybe she knows that even broken things can be beautiful. That's what her books are about, right? Finding wholeness even with the broken pieces. He looked at her with surprise, then something like recognition. "You sound like you know her work well." Harper withdrew her hand quickly. "I'm a big fan," she said lightly. "Have you read her other books?" "Not yet, but I might now." There was a warmth in his gaze that made her stomach flutter. "I'm Jack, by the way." "L." Harper caught herself just in time. "Carly," she improvised. "Nice to meet you, Jack." Before they could continue their conversation, Abby clinked a glass for attention. "Ladies and gentlemen, LL Moon has been among you all evening, and now she's ready to take your questions. However, in keeping with the spirit of mystery, she'll remain masked, and we ask that you respect her privacy." All eyes turned expectantly to Harper, who took a deep breath and stepped forward, feeling Jack's gaze on her back as she moved to the front of the room. "Good evening, everyone," she said, still using the slightly lower register she had adopted with Jack. "Thank you for coming tonight. I'm honoured that my words have meant something to you." For the next 45 minutes, Harper fielded questions about her writing process, her inspiration, her characters. She grew more confident with each answer, especially when her responses elicited appreciative nods from Jack, who stood at the back of the room, watching her intently. "One final question," Abby announced, pointing to a woman near the front. "Your male characters are so authentic," the woman said. "Do you base them on real men in your life?" Harper froze, acutely aware of Jack's attention. "I observe," she said carefully. "I believe that the best fiction comes from emotional truth, even if the specific details are invented. So while none of my characters are exactly based on real people, they all contain elements of humanity that I've witnessed or experienced." It wasn't a lie, but it wasn't the complete truth either. She didn't mention that Commander Riker Stone's habit of running his thumb along his jaw when thinking was something she'd seen Jack do countless times from her kitchen window, or that the scar on Lieutenant Drake Mason's left shoulder in Covert Seduction was inspired by the glimpse she'd caught of Jack's own scar one summer day when he was working shirtless in his yard. As the event wound down, Harper felt both exhilarated and exhausted. She'd done it. She'd appeared publicly as LL Moon without compromising her identity. Guests were leaving, thanking Abby, and casting curious glances back at Harper, who remained by the refreshment table sipping a glass of water. That was illuminating. She turned to find Jack beside her again, his expression thoughtful behind his mask. "I'm glad you enjoyed it," she said, fighting to maintain her composure. "You never answered that last question fully," he said quietly. "About your inspiration." Harper's pulse jumped. Some things a writer has to keep to herself. "Fair enough." He hesitated, then added, "I'd like to write to you. To LL Moon, I mean. There are things I want to say about your book, about what it meant to me, that I couldn't express here." "The website has a contact form," Harper said, her mouth suddenly dry. Jack shook his head. "Those go to publicists, editors. I'd like to know my words would reach you directly." Abby appeared at Harper's side, a lifeline. "We actually have a special arrangement with LL Moon," she said smoothly. "Letters can be left here at the bookstore. We forward them directly to the author, no intermediaries." "Thank you," Jack said, his eyes still on Harper. "It was nice meeting you, Carly." As he walked away, Harper let out a shaky breath. "That was too close," she whispered to Abby. "But exciting, right?" Abby grinned. "Who was that masked man, anyway? He couldn't take his eyes off you." "That," Harper said, watching Jack's broad shoulders disappear through the door, "was my next-door neighbour." Jack sat at his kitchen counter, staring at the blank page before him. He'd started and discarded 5 versions of this letter already. How did you write to someone whose words had reached inside your chest and found all the broken pieces you'd been hiding? He took another sip of coffee and began again. "Dear LL Moon, I'm not good with words. That's your territory. But I wanted to thank you for Midnight Reconnaissance. It's the first time I've read something that captured what it feels like to come home from war and find that home isn't home anymore. I served 8 years in Special Forces, 4 deployments. I've been back in civilian life for 3 years now, and most days I still feel like I'm operating undercover in a foreign country, trying to remember how normal people behave. Your character, Commander Stone, thinks at one point that the hardest part of peace is that there's no mission objective, no clear measure of success or failure. That's exactly right. Some days getting out of bed and talking to the grocery store cashier feels like a successful operation. Other days, it feels like failure when I can't manage a simple conversation with... Jack paused, thinking of Harper Lennox's shy smile when she'd recommended LL Moon's book to him. The way she'd blushed when he'd taken it, as if embarrassed by the suggestion. With someone I'd like to know better. I don't know how you understand these things. At the event I wanted to ask you, but it seemed too personal a question for a public setting. Maybe you have someone in your life who served. Maybe you're just extraordinarily observant. Either way, thank you for seeing us, those of us who came back, different than we left. I'll be reading the rest of your books now, all of them. Respectfully, Jay. He read it over once, folded it, and sealed it in an envelope before he could second-guess himself. Tomorrow he'd drop it off at Sea Pages, as Abby had suggested. The next morning, as Jack was leaving to deliver the letter, he spotted Harper coming out of her cottage, arms full of books and papers, struggling to lock her door. Without thinking, he jogged over to help. "Let me," he said, taking the stack from her arm so she could find her keys. "Oh, thank you." She seemed flustered, pushing her glasses up her nose with one finger. "Just bringing some work home for the weekend." "Research?" he asked, nodding at what appeared to be historical reference books. She blinked in surprise. "Yes, actually. For the, summer reading program. We're doing a historical theme." As she successfully locked her door, Jack returned the stack to her arms, their fingers brushing briefly in the exchange. Strange sense of familiarity washed over him. Something about her eyes. "I read that book," he said suddenly. "The one you recommended. L.L. Moon." Harper's cheeks flushed pink. "Oh, did you... was it..." "It was excellent," he said. "I'm going to read more of her work." A smile transformed Harper's face, making her look younger, less reserved. "I'm glad. Her writing is... special. There was an event last night at Sea Pages, a masked meet and greet with the author. It was interesting." "Oh? I didn't know," Harper said, not quite meeting his eyes. "How was it?" Jack studied her for a moment. Revealing in some ways. She seems thoughtful, smart. Harper nodded, shifting the books in her arms. "Well, I should get these inside. Thanks for your help." "Any time," Jack said, watching her hurry back to her door. There was something about her voice just then that had niggled at the back of his mind, a cadence that seemed familiar. Shaking off the thought, he headed to Sea Pages to deliver his letter. Harper closed her door and leaned against it, heart racing. Jack had been at her event. He'd liked her book. He thought L.L. Moon was thoughtful and smart. The strange double life she'd been leading suddenly felt more complicated than ever. As Harper Lennox, she could barely string together a coherent sentence around Jack Maddox. As L.L. Moon, or as Carly at the masquerade, she'd had a real conversation with him, had connected with him in a way she'd only dreamed about. Her phone rang, Margot's name flashing on the screen. "The event was a triumph," Margot crowed without preamble. "Abby says everyone loved you, and we've already seen a spike in pre-orders. We should do more of these. Small, exclusive, mysterious. It's perfect branding." "It was intense," Harper admitted, sinking onto her couch. "But yes, I think it went well." "Tell me everything," Margot demanded. "Any standout moments? Interesting questions?" Harper hesitated. "There was a man there, a veteran. He said my portrayal of military experience was accurate. It was validating. That's what I've been telling you. Your work resonates because it feels authentic, even when you're writing about experiences you haven't had personally. You have that rare gift of emotional insight." But it wasn't just emotional insight, Harper thought as she ended the call. It was 3 years of watching Jack Maddox, of cataloguing his expressions, his movements, his rare smiles. It was imagining his life before Windmere Cove, creating scenarios that explained the shadows in his eyes. She'd built her most successful characters on the scaffold of a man she barely knew. Was that creative genius, as Margot suggested? Or was it a strange, one-sided intimacy that bordered on invasion of privacy? The question haunted her as she tried to focus on her historical research. By mid-afternoon, she gave up and decided to walk to Sea Pages to see if Abby had any insights from the event that might help her make sense of her conflicted feelings. The small bookstore was busy with Saturday shoppers. Abby spotted her and waved her over to the counter. "Harper, just the person I wanted to see." Abby reached under the counter and pulled out an envelope. "This came for LL Moon this morning. I thought you might want it right away." Harper stared at the envelope labelled simply LL Moon. The handwriting was bold and angular, masculine. "It's from him, isn't it?" Abby whispered, leaning forward. "Your hot neighbour who couldn't take his eyes off Carly last night." "We don't know that," Harper protested, but her racing pulse suggested otherwise. "Did he say anything when he dropped it off?" "Just that he hoped it would reach you. He seemed earnest." Abby studied Harper's face. "You're really into him, aren't you? This isn't just a crush on the guy next door." Harper sighed, tucking the letter into her bag. "It's complicated. I hardly know him in real life, but I feel like I understand parts of him that maybe no one else does. It's why my characters work. They're pieces of him, filtered through my imagination." "Well, now you have a way to know the real him," Abby said, nodding at Harper's bag where the letter lay hidden. "This could be the start of something, Harper. A real connection, not just one in your head." Harper wasn't so sure, but she thanked Abby and left, the letter burning a hole in her bag all the way home. Once inside, she made tea, arranged herself on the window seat, and carefully opened the envelope. By the time she finished reading Jack's letter, tears were streaming down her face. The raw honesty of his words, the vulnerability he'd shown to a person he believed was a stranger. It moved her in ways she hadn't expected. She hadn't been wrong about him. The man she'd imagined, the one who inspired Commander Stone and her other heroes, was real. But he was also so much more complicated, more genuine, more wounded and hopeful than any character she could create. Without allowing herself to overthink it, Harper took out a sheet of her personal stationery, cream-coloured with a small lighthouse embossed in the corner, a gift from a library patron, and began to write. "Dear Jay, your letter touched me deeply. Thank you for your service, but more importantly, thank you for trusting me with your thoughts about coming home, about the challenges of returning to a world that seems to operate on different rules than the one you left. I don't have direct experience with military service. My understanding comes from research, from listening, and perhaps from a kind of emotional empathy that has always allowed me to imagine my way into others' experiences. But nothing I write has the legitimacy of lived experience, so your confirmation that I got some of it right means more than you know. You mentioned struggling with simple conversations with someone you'd like to know better. I understand that feeling, though from a different angle. I'm a naturally reserved person. In my daily life, I often find myself tongue-tied around others, especially people I admire or am drawn to. It's ironic that I can write thousands of words about the most intimate human connections, yet sometimes fail to make small talk in real life. Perhaps that's why writing is so freeing. On the page, we can be our best, most articulate selves. We can say the things we wish we could say out loud, like this. Thank you for seeing me. Not just LL Moon, the author with a mysterious persona, but the person behind the words who is trying, just like you, to make sense of human connection in all its beautiful complexity. Warmly, L. Harper sealed the letter before she could reconsider. Tomorrow she'd take it to Abby for delivery back to Jack. It was a risk, revealing even this much of herself, but something about Jack's honesty demanded honesty in return. And thus began a correspondence that would change everything. Over the next 3 weeks, Harper lived in 2 parallel worlds that were increasingly difficult to keep separate. In one world, she was Harper Lennox, librarian, who now exchanged slightly longer but still awkward greetings with Jack Maddox when they crossed paths. She'd progressed from good morning to actual questions like, did you enjoy the Steinbeck? And comments such as, the garden looks nice. Baby steps, but progress nonetheless. In the other world, she was LL Moon, who exchanged increasingly intimate letters with Jay, sharing thoughts, fears, and hopes that she'd never expressed to anyone else. Their correspondence had quickly evolved from discussion of her books to deeper reflections on life, purpose, and connection. Jack wrote about nightmares that still plagued him, missions he couldn't discuss but whose weight he still carried. She wrote about her fear of being truly seen, the contradiction of craving connection but fearing exposure. Neither mentioned identifying details. She was careful never to reference her work as librarian, and he never mentioned Windmere Cove by name, but with each exchange they revealed more of their true selves. Meanwhile, Harper was halfway through writing the next book in her series, and for the first time she felt a twinge of guilt using Jack as inspiration. The man in her imagination was being replaced by the real person she was coming to know through his letters, more complex, more vulnerable, more human than any character she could create. On a rainy Thursday afternoon, Harper was shelving books in the reference section when she heard the library door open. A quick glance at her watch confirmed it was 10:15, Jack's regular time. She smoothed her cardigan and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear before emerging from between the shelves. "Good morning," she said, smiling more naturally than she once had. Jack returned the smile, a real one that reached his eyes, not the guarded half-smile she was used to. "Morning, I finished these," he said, placing 2 L.L. Moon books on the counter. They were illuminating. Harper's pulse quickened. "You're working your way through her catalogue, I see." "I am." Jack ran a hand through his hair, slightly damp from the rain. "I had some correspondence with her, actually, through the bookstore." "Oh?" Harper hoped her surprise sounded genuine. "She's not what I expected." He seemed to be choosing his words carefully. "More genuine, less steamy romance novelist," Harper supplied with a small laugh. Jack's eyes crinkled at the corners. "Exactly. There's a depth there that surprised me." He hesitated. "Have you read her new one, Midnight Reconnaissance?" Harper nodded, her mouth suddenly dry. "Of course. I ordered it for the library." "The main character stone. Did you notice anything familiar about him?" Harper froze, alarm bells clanging in her head. "Familiar how?" Jack shook his head, as if dismissing a thought. "Nothing. Just something that struck me." He glanced at the new releases section. "Anything good coming this week?" Crisis temporarily averted, Harper led him to the display, recommending a few titles she thought he might enjoy. As they talked, more easily than ever before, she couldn't help but notice the way his expression softened when he looked at her. How he seemed more present, less guarded. Was it possible that their letter exchange was affecting how he saw her, even though he had no idea that Harper and L.L. Moon were one and the same? "I was wondering," Jack said as she checked out his new selections, "if you'd like to get coffee sometime. There's a new place on the pier that's supposed to be good." Harper nearly dropped his book. "Coffee? With me?" A flash of uncertainty crossed his face. "If you're interested, no pressure." "Yes," she said quickly. "I'd like that. Very much." His smile then, warm, genuine, a little relieved, sent a flutter through her chest. "Great, Saturday morning around 10. "Perfect, Harper." Agreed, handing him his books. As Jack left, Harper sank into her chair, conflicting emotions washing over her. Joy at the prospect of spending time with him, guilt at the deception that was growing more complicated by the day, and a gnawing fear that when the truth inevitably came out, she would lose both the real connection they were forming and the fantasy one she'd created through their letters. That evening, another letter from Jack arrived via Abby. Harper made herself wait until after dinner to open it, savouring the anticipation. These letters had become the highlight of her weeks, a space where she could be completely herself without fear of judgment. "Dear Elle, I did something impulsive today. I asked out my neighbour, the shy librarian I mentioned before. We're getting coffee Saturday. I'm both looking forward to it and terrified I'll say the wrong thing and ruin whatever small progress we've made toward actual conversation. Is it strange that I feel I can talk to you more easily than to someone standing right in front of me? With you, the words flow. With her, I fumble and forget basic English. Yet there's something about her that draws me. A quietness that feels like it's full of thoughts she doesn't share. A sense that there's so much more beneath the surface than she lets people see. In your last letter, you asked what I hope for now that I'm back in civilian life. I've been thinking about it for days. The honest answer is that for a long time, I didn't hope for anything. I came back, inherited my grandfather's house, and existed. I renovated rooms. I read books. I went through the motions. But lately I've started to want more. Connection. Purpose. Maybe even a future that feels like more than just surviving each day. Your books, your words, helped with that. They reminded me that broken people can still find wholeness, that the past doesn't have to define everything that comes after, so thank you for that gift, and wish me luck on Saturday. I'll try not to be completely awkward. Yours, J. Harper set the letter down, her hands trembling slightly. Jack was developing feelings for both versions of her. The author he corresponded with and the librarian he was getting to know. It was both wonderful and terrible, a dream and a nightmare colliding. She couldn't write back tonight. How could she respond to a letter about himself asking her out? The layers of deception were becoming too complex, the moral ground too shaky. For the first time since their correspondence began, Harper didn't immediately reply. Instead, she opened her laptop and stared at the manuscript of her new novel, the words blurring before her eyes. How had a simple pen name, a private way to express herself without judgment, turned into this elaborate double life? And more importantly, how could she find her way back to honesty without losing Jack in the process? Saturday morning dawned clear and bright, as if the universe were offering perfect weather as compensation for Harper's internal turmoil. She changed outfits 3 times before settling on a simple blue dress that Abby had once told her brought out her eyes. Contacts instead of glasses, hair down instead of up, small changes that made her look more like Carly from The Masquerade without being obviously different from her everyday self. The coffee shop on the pier was a charming converted boathouse with large windows overlooking the water. Harper arrived 5 minutes early but found Jack already there, securing a table by the window. He stood when he saw her, that warm smile appearing again. "You look nice," he said as she sat down. "Thank you," Harper replied, hoping the blush she felt wasn't too obvious. "So do you." It wasn't just politeness. The blue Henley he wore matched his eyes, and he seemed more relaxed than she'd ever seen him. Conversation flowed more easily than she'd expected. They discussed books. He was making his way through the classics he'd missed while enlisted. Music. They discovered a shared appreciation for jazz and local history. Harper knew all about the town's past as a smuggler's haven, which fascinated Jack. "I've lived next door to you for 3 years, Jack said as they finished their second coffees, "and I feel like I'm just now meeting you." "I'm not very good at people," Harper admitted. "Books are easier. They don't judge if you say the wrong thing." Jack nodded, understanding in his eyes. "I get that. When I first got back, crowds were impossible. Conversations felt like tactical operations. Too many variables, too much that could go wrong." He paused. "It's better now. Some days are still hard, but overall better." "What helped?" Harper asked, genuinely curious, despite already knowing parts of the answer from his letters. "Time. Routine." He looked out at the water. "And recently, finding connections that matter. Remembering how to be human again." The way he looked at her then made Harper's heart ache with both joy and guilt. There was interest there, warmth, the beginning of something that could be wonderful, if it weren't built on a foundation of half-truths and omissions. "Can I ask you something?" Jack said suddenly. It might seem strange. Harper nodded, a flutter of anxiety in her stomach. "Have you ever heard Met L.L. Moon?" For a moment Harper couldn't breathe. Yes, of course. I order her books for the library. They're quite popular." Jack studied her face. "There's something familiar about her writing, something I can't quite place." He shook his head. "Sorry, that probably sounds crazy." "Not crazy," Harper managed. "Many readers feel a personal connection to writers they enjoy. It's the magic of good writing. It feels like it's speaking directly to you." "It's more than that," Jack insisted. "There are phrases, insights. It's as if she knows things she couldn't possibly know." He ran a hand through his hair, a gesture Harper described in her most recent novel. "Anyway, I'm probably reading too much into it." Harper knew she should let it drop, but something pushed her to ask, "Have you read all her books now?" "Almost, and I've been writing to her through the bookstore. We've been corresponding for a few weeks." "Oh? What do you write about?" Harper held her breath, waiting for his answer. Jack's expression softened. "Everything. Nothing. Life. It's the strangest thing. Writing to someone I've never properly met, yet feeling like she understands me better than people I've known for years." The guilt Harper had been carrying crystallized into resolution. This had gone too far. She couldn't continue deceiving him, not when he was opening up to her, to both versions of her, with such honesty. "Jack, Sorry," he interrupted, looking embarrassed. "I didn't mean to go on about it. It's just been unexpected, finding that connection through letters." Harper swallowed the confession that had been on the tip of her tongue. Not here, not now. This needed to be done carefully, thoughtfully. "I understand," she said instead. "Sometimes the written word allows for a kind of honesty that's harder face to face." "Exactly." The smile he gave her then was so full of warmth that Harper knew, whatever came next, she had to find a way to tell him the truth, even if it meant losing him. As their coffee date ended and Jack walked her home, their hands occasionally brushing, Harper made a decision. She would write one more letter as L.L. Moon, a letter that would begin the process of revealing the truth, whatever the consequences. "Dear Jay, I've started this letter a dozen times, and each attempt feels inadequate. How do you tell someone that you've been less than honest, that what began as a small omission has grown into something that keeps you awake at night? You asked in your first letter how I could understand so well what it feels like to come home from war. The truth is, I don't, not from personal experience, but I do, understand what it means to live a divided life, to present one face to the world while keeping another hidden. My pen name wasn't meant to become a deception. It was protection, a way to express parts of myself I couldn't share as the person I am in daily life. But as L.L. Moon became successful, the division grew. Now I find myself in an impossible situation, connected to someone in two separate ways, neither of them fully honest. I need to tell you something important, something that may change how you see me in these letters we've shared. I'm not asking for forgiveness, only the chance to explain in person. If you're willing to hear me out, come to See Pages this Friday at 7 p.m. No masks this time, just truth." With hope, L. Harper read the letter one last time before sealing it, her hands trembling slightly. She'd chosen her words carefully, revealing enough to be honest without giving away everything in writing. Some truths needed to be spoken face to face. Abby had agreed to close the bookstore early on Friday to give Harper and Jack privacy for what promised to be a difficult conversation. Now all Harper could do was deliver the letter and wait, the knot in her stomach growing tighter with each passing day. On Thursday morning, Harper was shelving new arrivals when she heard the library door open. Jack's distinctive footsteps approached, and she steeled herself to face him, unsure what his reaction to her letter had been. "Good morning," she said, turning with a smile she hoped didn't betray her nerves. "Morning." His expression was unreadable. "Got a minute to talk?" Harper nodded, her mouth suddenly dry. "Of course. Let me just..." She finished shelving the book in her hand and led him to the small reading nook at the back of the library, away from the few morning patrons browsing the shelves. "Is everything okay?" she asked as they sat in adjacent armchairs. Jack studied her face for a long moment. "I got a strange letter from L.L. Moon yesterday. She wants to meet in person, says she hasn't been honest with me." Harper's pulse hammered in her ears. "Are you going to go?" "I don't know." He ran a hand through his hair. "It's complicated." "Because of the pen name? The anonymity?" Harper asked carefully. "Partly." Jack leaned forward, elbows on his knees. "But also because of you." "Me?" Her voice came out higher than she intended. "This thing between us. Coffee, conversations, getting to know each other. It matters to me. A lot." His eyes held hers, sincere and direct. "And these letters with L.L. Moon. They've meant something too. It's confusing to feel connected to two different people at the same time." Harper's heart ached with the irony of his words. Maybe they're not as different as you think," Jack frowned. "What do you mean?" It was now or never. Harper took a deep breath. "Jack, I need to tell you something important. The library door chimed, and Martha, Harper's elderly assistant, appeared at the end of the aisle. "Harper, dear, the school group is here for the reading hour. 33rd graders waiting in the children's section." Harper closed her eyes briefly, frustration washing over her. "I'll be right there, Martha." She turned back to Jack. "I'm sorry. I have to..." "It's okay," he said, standing. "We can talk later." "Friday," Harper said impulsively. "Are you free Friday evening?" Jack's expression shifted, something like suspicion crossing his features. "Friday at 7? Harper nodded, her heart racing. "Please come. It's important." He studied her face for a long moment. "Harper, are you..." "I have to go," she said, rising quickly. "But please, Jack, Friday at 7, see Page's bookstore. I'll explain everything." Before he could respond, she hurried away, leaving him standing alone in the reading nook, confusion evident in his expression. The next day and a half were among the longest of Harper's life. She checked her phone obsessively, half expecting a message from Jack, though they'd never actually exchanged numbers. She jumped every time the library door opened, but Jack didn't return. By Friday evening, Harper was a bundle of nerves as she walked to see Page's. Abby had arranged the store much as she had for the masquerade event, but more simply. Just 2 comfortable chairs facing each other in a quiet corner, a bottle of wine and 2 glasses on a small table between them. "He'll come," Abby reassured her, squeezing her shoulder before leaving. "And it'll work out. He cares about you. Both versions of you." Harper smiled weakly. "Thanks. For everything." As Abby's car pulled away, Harper poured herself a glass of wine with shaking hands. It was 6:55 p.m. She sat in one of the chairs, smoothing her dress, the same deep blue one she'd worn to the masquerade, a deliberate choice to help Jack make the connection. At 7:10, there was still no sign of him. Harper's hope began to fade. He wasn't coming. He'd figured it out and was too angry, too hurt to face her. At 7:22, just as she was about to give up, the bookstore door opened. Jack stood there, his expression guarded as he took in the scene. The empty store, the wine, Harper in her blue dress. "You came," she said softly, standing. "You knew I would," he replied, closing the door behind him. "You're her, aren't you? L.L. Moon." Harper nodded, her heart in her throat. "Yes." Jack moved closer, his eyes never leaving her face. "I suspected, after I got your letter. Things started falling into place. The way you both use certain phrases, the timing of the masked event, how much L.L. Moon seemed to know about me in her books." "When did you know for sure?" Harper asked. "I didn't. Not until just now. He stopped a few feet away from her. Were you ever going to tell me if I hadn't started to figure it out? Yes, Harper said firmly. That's why I wrote the letter, why I asked you to come tonight. I couldn't keep lying to you, not when you were being so honest with me, both as Harper and as LL Moon. Jack was quiet for a long moment. Why the deception? Why not just tell me from the beginning? Harper gestured to the chairs. It's a long story. Will you sit? Please? After a moment's hesitation, Jack nodded, taking the seat across from her. Harper poured him a glass of wine, which he accepted but didn't drink. I never meant to deceive you specifically, she began. The pen name came first, years before you moved to Windermere Cove. I was teaching literature at a small college then, shy, insecure about my writing. LL Moon was protection, a way to separate my professional life from what I thought would be a small, private, creative outlet. But it wasn't small for long, Jack said. Harper shook her head. No, the books took off, and suddenly maintaining my anonymity became crucial. I moved here for the privacy, for a fresh start where no one knew me as either person. Then you moved in next door and what? Jack prompted when she paused. Harper met his eyes. And you became my muse, the quiet, guarded neighbour with ghosts in his eyes. I started writing characters inspired by what I imagined your story might be. A flicker of discomfort crossed Jack's face. You wrote about me without knowing me. Yes, Harper admitted, and I'm sorry for that. It was presumptuous and unfair. But then I got to know you, through our letters, through our conversations at the library and over coffee, and I realised how much more complex, how much more human you are than any character I could create. Jack was quiet, processing her words. At the masquerade event when we talked, you knew exactly who I was. Yes, and I was terrified you'd recognise me, but also thrilled to finally have a real conversation with you, without my usual shyness getting in the way. So Carly was what? A performance? There was a hint of hurt in his voice. No, Harper said quickly. That was me, a version of me without the barriers I usually put up. Just like LL Moon in our letters was me, being more honest and open than I've ever been with anyone. Jack took a sip of his wine, his expression thoughtful. You've been living a double life all this time? Triple, actually, Harper said with a sad smile. Harper the shy librarian, Carly the confident woman at the masquerade, and LL Moon the successful author who writes the words I can't say out loud. But they're all me, Jack, different facets of the same person. And which one was falling for me? The directness of his question took her breath away. All of them, she whispered. That's why I had to tell you the truth. Because I couldn't bear to keep lying to someone She trailed off, unable to say the words. Someone you what? Jack pressed, leaning forward. Someone I'm falling in love with, Harper finished, her voice barely audible. Jack was silent for what felt like an eternity. Then, slowly, he reached across the table and took her hand in his. I have one more question. Harper nodded, her heart pounding. Anything. The letter you wrote me after the masquerade, was that real? Were those your true feelings, or just part of the act? Every word was real, Harper said without hesitation. I've never been more honest than in those letters, Jack. That's the irony of all this. I had to hide behind a pen name to show you who I really am. Jack's thumb traced small circles on the back of her hand. I understand that better than you might think. It's sometimes easier to be brave on paper or behind a mask. Are you angry? Harper asked softly. I was, he admitted. When I first suspected, I felt betrayed, used even. But then I reread our letters and realised that whatever name you were using, the connection between us was real. He paused. I'm still processing all this, Harper. It's a lot to take in. I know, and I'll understand if you need time, or if you can't forgive the deception. Jack studied their joined hands. I've spent years building walls, keeping people at a distance. Through your books, your letters, You somehow found a way past those defences. That matters more to me than the name you used to do it." Hope bloomed in Harper's chest. "So where do we go from here?" Jack finally smiled. That rare, genuine smile that had always made her heart skip. "I think we start over. No masks, no pen names. Just Jack and Harper, getting to know each other for real this time." He stood, still holding her hand, and pulled her gently to her feet. "Harper Lennox, would you like to have dinner with me tomorrow night? I'd like to properly meet the woman behind the words that helped me find my way home." Harper felt tears of relief sting her eyes. "I'd love that, Jack Maddox." As he drew her into his arms, Harper felt the walls between her separate selves beginning to dissolve. She wasn't Harper or Carly or LL Moon. She was all of them, and more. A whole person finally brave enough to be seen. Jack's lips met hers, in a kiss that felt like both a beginning and a homecoming. When they parted, his forehead resting against hers, he whispered, "I think our story might be even better than the ones you write." Harper smiled up at him, no longer hiding. "Then let's write it together, one page at a time." Outside C. Page's bookstore, the first stars appeared in the darkening sky, while inside, two people who had spent years living in shadows finally stepped into the light, ready to discover what happened after Happily Ever After, when the real story was just beginning. The end. The Hollow of Whispers. The air in the Hollow of Whispers did not merely sit, it clung. There was a thick, syrupy suspension of humid Kentucky heat and the heavy, narcotic scent of curing tobacco from the nearby barns. To Abigail Thorne, this humidity felt like a physical weight against her ribs, a reminder of the gravity of her station. She stood at the edge of the limestone-rimmed creek, her grey cotton dress a stark, unadorned line against the riotous green of the overgrowth. To any observer, she was the very image of Quaker composure, a woman whose life was governed by the inner light and the profound stillness of her faith. Yet, beneath the starched linen of her bodice, Abigail's heart was a frozen thing. It had been cold since the morning they brought her brother Thomas home on a shutter, his chest torn open by a lead ball from an honour duel. She had looked at the blood on the floor and seen the vanity of all human aggression. To her, every raised hand, every glint of a bayonet was a stain upon the soul. She had committed herself to the quiet, believing that if she could simply move through the world without friction, she might remain unscarred. She knelt by the water, her fingers reaching for a patch of wild mint that grew in the shade of a jagged rock. As her hand closed around the stems, the sharp, cool, bruised scent rose up, a sudden, bracing clarity in the oppressive heat. "The water is higher than it looks, Miss Thorne." The voice was like a low vibration in the earth. Abigail did not start. She was too well schooled for that. But the mint stems snapped in her hand. She stood slowly, turning to find a man in a tunic of new, coarse grey wool. Silas Vance did not belong in the hollow. He was a creature of motion and iron, his frame hardened by a life of tethers he had tried to outrun. His father had been a man of the cavalry, returning from Mexico as little more than a ghost who eventually vanished into the woods, leaving Silas with the bitter knowledge that to love was to be abandoned. Silas had enlisted for the Confederacy not because he believed in the sovereignty of the states, but because the regiment offered a rhythm he understood. The bit, the saddle, the charge. He feared the stillness Abigail inhabited. He feared that if he stopped moving, the silence would swallow him whole. "The storm upstream has swollen the bed," Silas said, stepping closer. He looked at the bruised mint in her hand. "You have a fondness for things that require crushing to show their worth." Abigail met his gaze. His eyes were the colour of the river after a flood, turbid and deep. "I have a fondness for things that remain where they are planted, Mr. Vance. unlike some who find it necessary to dress for destruction. Silas's jaw tightened. The uniform felt heavy, the wool scratching at his neck. He stepped into the shallows, the water swirling around his leather boots. I am here to ensure the safety of this border. Even a pacifist needs a bridge on occasion. He reached out a hand. It was a massive thing, calloused and stained with the oil of his carbine. Abigail hesitated. To touch him was to acknowledge the war, but the creek was indeed a churning froth of mud and debris. She placed her hand in his. The contact was not a mere touch. It was an intrusion. Through the thin cotton of her sleeve, the heat of his palm seared her skin. It was a visceral, thrumming electricity that defied every vow of restraint she had ever made. Her breath caught, not in her throat, but in the very centre of her chest. For a moment, the world narrowed to the point of contact, the solid, unyielding weight of him against her own fragile poise. "Steady," he whispered. The word was a ghost of a sound, lost to the rush of the water. As he pulled her toward the bank, his thumb grazed the underside of her wrist, where the pulse hammered like a trapped bird. Abigail felt the frost in her heart crack. It was a terrifying sensation, a sudden thaw that promised only the chaos of the flood. When she finally stepped onto the dry silt, she pulled her hand away as if burned. "I am obliged to thee," she said, her voice trembling despite her best efforts to use the formal, plain speech of her people. "Don't be," Silas replied, his gaze lingering on the mint leaves scattered at her feet. "Some things are better left uncrossed." 2 weeks later, the heat had broken into a series of fitful electric drizzles. Abigail found Silas in the shade of the old smokehouse, his large hands moving with unexpected delicacy over a bundle of feathers. "He hit the telegraph wire," Silas said without looking up. In his lap lay a kestrel, its wing hanging at a sickening angle. The bird's eyes were wide, golden orbs of terror. Abigail knelt beside him, the hem of her skirt soaking up the damp earth. "Thou art trying to mend what thy kind usually breaks." "I am not a destroyer by nature, Abigail, only by circumstance." Together they worked to bind the wing. It required a terrible, intimate proximity. Silas held the bird's body against his thigh, his muscular legs framing the small creature. Abigail wound the linen strips. Her knuckles repeatedly brushed against the rough wool of his trousers, and the scent of him, salt, horse, and wood smoke, began to overwhelm the smell of the damp earth. "I fear the silence," Silas confessed suddenly. His voice was raw, stripped of its military bark. Not the dark, but the silence after the cannons stop, when you realize everyone is waiting for a sound that will never come. Abigail looked up. For the first time she did not see a soldier. She saw a man who was profoundly, fundamentally lonely. A laugh bubbled up in her, not of mockery, but of pure, unguarded recognition. It was a rich, melodic sound that seemed to startle even the kestrel. "Then we are two of a kind, Silas Vance," she said, "for I am terrified of the noise. I thought if I stayed quiet enough I would be safe from the world's clamour." The air between them changed. It became thick, charged with the same tension that precedes a lightning strike. A few days later, the tension found its home in the tobacco dry house. The room was a cathedral of hanging leaf, the air so dense with the musk of curing tobacco that it felt like breathing gold. Abigail was checking the racks when Silas entered. He didn't speak. He simply stood in the doorway, the backlighting of the afternoon sun throwing his broad shoulders into sharp relief. He moved toward her, his footsteps silent on the packed earth floor. The heat in the barn was oppressive, causing beads of moisture to form on Abigail's upper lip. Silas stopped inches from her. He didn't touch her, but the radiant heat of his body was a physical presence. He raised his hand, his thumb tracing the line of her jaw, never quite making contact with her skin, but tracking the frantic pulse in her throat. Abigail felt an ache begin in the pit of her stomach, a hollow, demanding hunger she had no name for. She wanted him to close the distance. She wanted the rough wool of his tunic to rasp against her sensitized skin. She looked at his mouth, and the world seemed to dissolve into the scent of tobacco and the sound of their synchronized shallow breaths. "You are mending my soul, Quaker," he whispered. She reached out, her fingers trembling as she took a needle and thread to a small tear in his tunic, right over the heart. She didn't ask him to remove it. She mended it while he wore it, her knuckles grazing the hard, rhythmic rise and fall of his chest. The proximity was a slow torture. Every time her hand moved, she felt the vibration of his life force. He stood perfectly still, a predator-turned statue, his eyes fixed on her lowered lashes. The air was a liquid fire, and for a moment the war outside, the politics, the blood, the honour seemed like a fiction. Only the weight of his gaze and the scent of the mint she had tucked into her waistband were real. The breaking point came with the dawn. The aching silence was shattered by the rhythmic thud of the hooves and the jangle of the iron. Silas's regiment had been ordered to seize all able-bodied livestock for the spring campaign. Abigail stood in the centre of the paddock, her arms wrapped around the neck of her lead mare, a gentle beast that was the literal lifeblood of the Thorn farm. Silas sat atop his own mount, his face a mask of cold military indifference. "Step aside, Abigail," he said. His voice was a flat, dead thing. "Thou wouldst take the bread from our mouths," she cried, her voice cracking. "Thou wouldst use these animals to carry men to their graves. It is an order. If I do not take them, the next man will be less gentle." He refused to look at her. He looked instead at the horizon, at the grey clouds gathering over the hills. When he signalled his men to move forward, Abigail did not move. She stood like a stone until Silas himself dismounted. He took the lead rope from her hands, his fingers brushing hers. But there was no thrum of electricity now, only a cold, hollow void. "This is your duty," she whispered, her eyes burning with a rage she hadn't known she possessed. "To weaponize your presence against those who fed you." Silas didn't answer. He led the horses away, the dust from their departure coating Abigail's tongue with the taste of ash. That night the distance between the plantation and the cavalry encampment felt like a literal wound. Silas sat by a small sputtering fire in the rain. He didn't seek cover. He let the cold water soak through his wool tunic, feeling the corrosive rot of duty eating at his insides. He looked toward the distant glow of a single candle in Abigail's window. He felt like a man watching a star from the bottom of a well. Every instinct told him to go to her, to throw down the iron and the wool and simply be. But the legacy of his father, the fear of being the one who leaves, kept him pinned to the mud. In the house, Abigail sat in the dark. The silence she had once cherished was now a predatory thing. She felt the absence of his heat as if she had lost a limb. She realized then that her frozen heart hadn't been protected. It had merely been waiting to be shattered. The pining was a physical ache, a rhythmic throb in her temples that matched the rain against the glass. On the eve of the regiment's departure for the front, Abigail found him. She did not come with the inner light or the plain speech. She came through the woods, her dress torn by briars, her hair escaping its pins. She found him near the limestone cave at the edge of the hollow. "Silas!" she screamed, the sound echoing off the rock. He turned, his face haggard in the moonlight. "Go back, Abigail. There's nothing left here but the dying." "I will not let thee go into the dark, thinking I hate thee for thy duty," she cried, closing the distance. She struck his chest with her fists, not with the strength of a fighter, but with the desperation of a woman trying to wake a sleeper. "It is a waste. Thy life, this war, this pride. It is all a waste if thou dost not understand that I am alive, "And thou art alive, and we are here," Silas snapped. The restraint he had cultivated for years disintegrated. He caught her wrists, pulling her flush against him. The collision was violent, a battle of breaths. He dragged her into the shadows of the limestone cave, the air inside cool and smelling of ancient earth and damp stone. He pressed her back against the jagged wall, his mouth finding hers with a hunger that was primal and absolute. There was no gentleness in this first encounter. It was an urgent, desperate possession. Silas's hands, rough and impatient, moved over the cotton of her bodice, the sound of tearing fabric loud in the small space. Abigail didn't shrink away. She met his intensity with a fervour that shocked them both. She wanted the weight of him. She wanted the reality of his skin against hers to drown out the memory of the horses and the guns. When his hands found the bare skin of her waist, she let out a low, guttural sound, a surrender that was also a victory. The texture of the cold stone against her back contrasted sharply with the molten heat of his body. Silas's movements were rhythmic and urgent, a defiance of the mortality that awaited him on the battlefield. He buried his face in the crook of her neck, his breath hot and ragged. "You are the only thing that is real," he groaned, his voice breaking against her skin. Their union was an earthy, visceral thing. Every touch was a declaration of sovereignty over their own bodies, a refusal to let the war dictate the terms of their existence. Abigail felt the frost within her entirely consumed by the fire he brought. She realized that fighting for this, for the heat of a living man, for the connection that transcended ideology, was the only righteous war she would ever know. Later, as the moon climbed higher, a second encounter unfolded. This one slower, more rhythmic, and filled with a devastating tenderness. The desperation had been replaced by a deep, resonant awareness. Silas moved with a deliberate grace, his eyes never leaving hers. He traced the lines of her body as if memorizing a map that would lead him home. The molten heat of their connection was no longer a fire that burned, but a tide that carried them both. In the quiet of the cave, the power dynamic shifted. Silas, the soldier, surrendered his strength to her vulnerability, and Abigail, the pacifist, found the courage to claim him as her own. "Come back," she whispered into the silence. "Do not let the silence be the end." "I will find my way to the mint," he promised, his forehead pressed against hers. 1865. The war had ended not with a flourish, but with a long, exhausting exhale. The Kentucky hills were scarred, the tobacco barns empty, and the air held the metallic tang of old blood and new iron. Abigail was in the hollow, kneeling among the herbs. She was older, the lines around her eyes speaking of a woman who had survived the smoke of the past. She was gathering sage and thyme when the sound of a limping footstep on the limestone reached her. She didn't look up immediately. She couldn't. Her heart, once frozen, then melted, was now a fragile thing held together by hope. Then the scent rose. A foot stepped on a patch of wild mint. The aroma wasn't the bruised, sharp scent of their first meeting. It was bright, revitalizing, and incredibly strong. It was the scent of a thing that had been crushed and had returned with twice the vigor. Abigail stood. Silas Vance stood at the edge of the creek. He was thinner, a jagged scar running from his temple to his jaw, and he leaned heavily on a hickory cane. The grey wool tunic was gone, replaced by a threadbare linen shirt that hung loose on his frame. But his eyes, those turbid, river-coloured eyes, were clear. He wasn't a soldier anymore. He was a man who had walked through the fire and found his way to the water. "I heard the silence," he said, his voice a ghost of its former self, "and I followed the scent of the mint." Abigail didn't speak. She crossed the creek, her feet splashing in the clear water. She met him in the centre of the bed, the water rushing around their ankles. She didn't offer a formal greeting. She simply reached out and took his hand, her fingers interlacing with his calloused ones. Behind them, the tobacco fields, once the source of their conflict and the scent of their longing, were being cleared. They weren't being replanted with the narcotic leaf of the past. Men were tilling the soil for corn. It was a shift from the smoke of the past to the sustenance of the future. Silas pulled her close, his cane clicking against the limestone. They pressed their foreheads together, the humid Kentucky air finally feeling like a blessing rather than a burden. "The war is over, Abigail," he whispered. "The war is over," she agreed. The final tableau was one of profound, lingering peace. The cinematic focus narrowed to their entwined hands. Silas's cavalry ring was long gone, traded perhaps for bread or passage. In its place was the simple, permanent weight of her touch. They stood in the hollow of whispers, but the whispers were no longer of ghosts or duty. They were the sounds of the water, the wind in the corn, and the steady rhythmic beat of two hearts that had survived the incineration. In the quiet as the sun began to set, they shared a moment of tender, realistic intimacy, a simple kiss that tasted of salt, mint, and the incredible hard-won promise of tomorrow. "11:11. Natalie Carter didn't believe in signs. At 38, she'd constructed her life with the precision she brought to her architectural designs. Clean lines, purposeful spaces, and absolutely no room for superstition. Her corner office overlooking Chicago's skyline was a testament to her rational approach to existence. 20 years of hard work had earned her a partnership at one of the city's most prestigious firms. She had a sleek downtown condo, a small circle of loyal friends, and enough frequent flyer miles to circumnavigate the globe 3 times over. What she didn't have was an explanation for the numbers. It started 3 months ago. She'd wake at night, inexplicably alert, eyes drawn to her bedside clock. 11:11. She'd check her phone during lunch. 11:11. Receipt totals, hotel room numbers, subway car identifiers, all 11:11 or some variation thereof. Even this morning her coffee had cost exactly 11:11. "You're just noticing it because you're looking for it," her assistant Marcos had said when she pointed out the barista's timestamp on her cup. "It's like when you buy a blue Honda and suddenly see blue Hondas everywhere." Except Natalie wasn't looking for it. The numbers were finding her. She swiped through her emails, determined to focus on the Henderson proposal due tomorrow. The building was her most ambitious design yet, a sustainable mixed-use tower that would redefine the Chicago riverfront. Her thumb paused mid-scroll. The client's last message had arrived at 11:11 a.m. "Enough," she muttered, tossing her phone into her desk drawer. She needed fresh air. 15 minutes later, Natalie stood at the railing of the Michigan Avenue Bridge, watching tour boats slice through the river below. Chicago in October painted itself in gold and amber, the afternoon light refracting off glass towers like fragments of captured sun. She inhaled deeply, feeling the first real moment of peace she'd had in weeks. "Sorry," a voice said, as someone bumped her shoulder, the contact brief but startling. She turned, catching only the retreating figure of a man, tall, with dark hair curling against the collar of a worn leather jacket. He carried a camera bag slung across his back, his pace unhurried as he continued across the bridge. Something about his profile tugged at her memory, but before she could place it, her phone vibrated. Another email from Henderson. "Meeting moved to 11:11 tomorrow. Hope that works." "Oops, 11:15. Natalie laughed, a sound caught between amusement and surrender. Maybe Marcos was right. Maybe she was creating connections where none existed. But as she watched the stranger with the camera disappear into the crowd, an inexplicable feeling settled in her chest, as if she'd just missed something important. 2,000 miles away in Santa Fe, Jake Bennett framed the desert sunset through his viewfinder, capturing the moment the light transformed the mountains into silhouettes of deep purple. At 42, he'd built his reputation as a photographer who could find beauty in desolation, empty landscapes, abandoned buildings, places where humanity had retreated, leaving only ghostly impressions behind. His phone buzzed. His agent, again. Third call today. "Mira, I told you I'd have the portfolio ready by next week," he answered without preamble. "That's not why I'm calling," Mira's voice crackled through spotty reception. "Remember that teaching position at Columbia College? The one you said you weren't interested in?" Jake readjusted his tripod, watching the colours deepen over the mesa. "I'm still not interested." "Well, they're interested in you. Dean called personally, said they'd accommodate your travel schedule, let you structure the advanced photography seminar however you want." Mira paused. "It's in Chicago, Jake. You could have a home base again." Home? The word felt foreign after 15 years of perpetual motion. Airports, hotels, short-term rentals, the impermanence had suited him, until recently. "I'll think about it," he said, knowing Mira would hear the reluctance in his voice. "Do more than think. You've been wandering long enough, Jake. Even nomads need somewhere to return to." After they hung up, Jake checked his watch, a habit formed from years of calculating exposure times and golden hours. 11:11 p.m. Again. Every day for the past 3 months the same numbers kept appearing, on hotel room doors, flight times, timestamps on his photographs. At first he'd dismissed it as coincidence, then it became unsettling. Lately it had begun to feel like a countdown, or perhaps a summons. He'd never been superstitious, but his grandmother, with her Appalachian roots and belief in signs, would have had a field day with this one. "Universe doesn't waste time on coincidences," she would say. "It's trying to wake you up to something." In the darkening desert, with stars emerging overhead, Jake packed up his equipment and headed back to his rental car. Maybe it was time to wake up. Maybe Chicago was calling him home, though he couldn't remember when he'd started thinking of the city that way. He'd left at 22, diploma in hand, determined to see every hidden corner of the world. But lately, his photographs had changed. The desolate beauty that had defined his work had shifted. His most recent images contained evidence of human presence, a forgotten glove on a park bench, footprints along a shoreline, lights in distant windows, as if he was no longer content with emptiness. Back at his rental, Jake scrolled through his calendar. A wildlife assignment in Montana next week. A magazine shoot in Vancouver after that. Then, nothing. An unusual blank space in a schedule he normally kept packed to avoid thinking too much. He opened his laptop and began typing an email to Mira. "Tell Columbia I'm interested. Available to start in January." Before he could reconsider, he sent it, then checked the timestamp on the outgoing message. 11:11 p.m. Natalie didn't remember her dreams often, but this one lingered like morning fog. She'd been standing on a bridge, not the Michigan Avenue Bridge, but somewhere coastal, with salt air and gulls circling overhead. Someone stood at the opposite end, a figure she couldn't quite make out, but who seemed achingly familiar. Every time she took a step forward, the bridge lengthened, keeping them at the same distance. "We keep missing each other," the figure had called, voice carried on the wind. She woke with the words still echoing in her ears, a hollow feeling in her chest. Ridiculous. Missing someone she'd never met. Her morning routine proceeded with mechanical precision. Shower, coffee, news headlines. She'd just poured her second cup when her phone rang. Karen, her oldest friend from college. "You're never going to believe this," Karen said without preamble. "Remember Professor Hayward's special topics seminar our junior year? The one on urban development." "Vaguely," Natalie replied, shuffling through papers for the Henderson meeting. "Why?" I was going through old photos for Mum's 70th birthday slideshow, and I found our class picture. You won't believe who was sitting in the back row. Jake Bennett. Who? Jake Bennett, the photographer, the one whose exhibition we saw last year at the Modern Wing. His work made you cry, Nat. Natalie paused. She remembered the exhibition, stark landscapes that somehow captured a profound sense of solitude without feeling empty. One photograph in particular had stopped her in her tracks. A single red door in an abandoned mining town, partially open, sunlight spilling through the crack like an invitation. He was in our class? I don't remember him, Karen laughed. Neither did I. But there he was in the back row, hiding behind that mop of curly hair. Anyway, I thought it was a weird coincidence because I just saw that he's going to be teaching at Columbia starting next semester. It was on their alumni newsletter. Something prickled at the back of Natalie's neck. Columbia here in Chicago? Yeah. Crazy small world, right? Maybe you should look him up, reconnect. He's divorced according to that feature in Art News last month. Sure, I'll just call up a famous photographer I don't remember meeting 20 years ago and ask him to coffee, Natalie said dryly. I'm sure that wouldn't be weird at all. After hanging up, she found herself Googling Jake Bennett. The image search loaded and she nearly dropped her phone. The man from the bridge, the one who had bumped into her. His official portrait showed the same dark curls now streaked with silver at the temples, same thoughtful eyes, hazel with flecks of gold. A face that managed to look both weathered and youthful simultaneously. Coincidence, she told herself firmly. A city of 3 million people was bound to produce random encounters, but as she gathered her things for the Henderson meeting, her rational mind couldn't quite silence the whisper that had followed her from her dream. We keep missing each other. The bookstore tucked between a vintage record shop and an artisanal bakery on North Damen Avenue was Natalie's secret refuge. Carter & Sons booksellers had no relation to her family, just a serendipitous name match that had drawn her inside the first time. With its labyrinthine shelves and worn leather reading chairs, it offered sanctuary when her apartment felt too empty or her mind too full. Today she'd escaped here to avoid the November rain that had turned Chicago into a blur of grey. The forecast promised the first snow by evening. Unusually early, the meteorologist noted, another aberration in a season that felt increasingly off-kilter, like her life lately. The Henderson project was moving forward, but Natalie found herself distracted during meetings, her usually laser-focused mind wandering to impossible questions. Why did she keep seeing 1111 everywhere? Why had a man she'd never met appeared in her dream? Why did she feel like she was waiting for something without knowing what it was? She ran her fingers along book spines, letting herself get lost in the architecture section. Her phone, set to silent, vibrated in her pocket. Karen again, with a link to an article about Jake Bennett's return to Chicago. Natalie ignored it. The lights flickered once, twice, then plunged the store into darkness. "Ladies and gentlemen," a voice called out, "looks like the storm knocked out power in the neighbourhood. We have emergency lights coming on shortly. Please stay where you are." Natalie froze, suddenly disoriented in the familiar space turned foreign by darkness. She took a cautious step forward and collided with someone. Solid, warm, the scent of coffee and rain. "Sorry," a male voice said, hand steadying her shoulders. "Are you okay?" "Yes, The words died in her throat, replaced by a jolt of recognition. Not visual, she couldn't see his face in the darkness, but something deeper, as if her body remembered something her mind had forgotten. "We have to stop meeting like this," he said, humour warming his voice. "First the bridge, now here." So he had noticed her that day. Before she could respond, emergency lights blinked on, casting everything in a pale blue glow. The man standing before her was indeed Jake Bennett, looking more approachable in person than in his professional photographs. Worn jeans, a navy sweater with a hole in one elbow, glasses pushed up on his head. "You remember me?" she asked, suddenly aware of his hands still resting lightly on her shoulders. He dropped them quickly, looking embarrassed. "I noticed you that day on the bridge. You seemed, I don't know, peaceful. I almost asked if I could photograph you, but that would have been weird." He extended his hand. "Jake Bennett. Natalie Carter." She accepted the handshake, trying to ignore the strange familiarity of his palm against hers. "Actually, I recently found out we were in the same class at Northwestern 20 years ago. Urban Development with Professor Hayward." His eyes widened. "No way. I barely attended that class. Always sat in the back." "And I was always in the front row," she said, smiling despite herself. "Ships passing in the night, I guess." The overhead lights suddenly blazed back to life, making them both blink. Around them, other customers resumed their browsing as if nothing unusual had occurred. But something had shifted. A door cracked open that Natalie hadn't realised was there. "Listen," Jake said, running a hand through his hair. "This might sound strange, but would you want to grab coffee? I just moved back to Chicago after 15 years away, and I could use a friendly face," Logic said to politely decline. She had meetings, deadlines, a carefully structured life that didn't include spontaneous coffee, with strangers who weren't really strangers. "I'd like that," she heard herself say. The coffee shop they chose was crowded with people escaping the rain, but they managed to find a small table by the window. Outside, water streamed down the glass, turning the world beyond into an impressionist painting. "So, an architect," Jake said, warming his hands around his mug. "Creating spaces for people to inhabit. That's pretty much the opposite of what I do. Capturing places people have left behind." "I've seen your work," Natalie admitted. "The exhibition at the Art Institute last year. The Abandoned Mining Town series." Something flickered across his face. Pleasure, perhaps, or surprise. "What did you think?" "I thought they were beautiful, but sad, like you were documenting absence rather than presence." He studied her with newfound interest. "That's exactly what I was trying to convey. Most people just see pretty pictures of old buildings." "I'm not most people," she said, then felt immediately self-conscious. "I mean, no, I can see that." His smile transformed his face, softening the angles. "So why architecture?" They talked easily, the way people do when discovering unexpected connections. Northwestern, it turned out, was just the beginning. They'd both spent a summer in Barcelona studying abroad, though different years. Both had briefly lived in New York, he in Brooklyn, she in the Village. Both had stood at the same outlook point in Kyoto, Japan, admiring the maple trees in autumn. "It's strange," Jake said after they'd exchanged these coincidences. "I feel like we should have met before now." "Maybe we did and forgot," Natalie suggested, only half joking. "I don't think I would have forgotten you." The directness of his gaze made her look away. Her phone buzzed with a calendar alert. A meeting in 30 minutes back at the office. Reality intruding. "I have to go," she said reluctantly, gathering her things. But this was nice. "Can I see you again?" Jake asked, no pretense in his voice. "Maybe dinner this time?" She should say no. Her life was complicated enough without adding mysterious connections and unexplainable coincidences to the mix. But as she looked at him, this stranger who somehow didn't feel like a stranger, Natalie felt a certainty she couldn't explain. "Yes," she said simply. Outside, the rain had stopped, though clouds still hung heavy overhead. As they parted ways on the sidewalk, Jake turned back suddenly. "Natalie? This might sound odd, but have you been seeing 11:11 everywhere? On clocks, receipts, random places?" The question froze her in place. "How did you know that?" "Because it's been happening to me too, for about 3 months now." Before she could respond, snow began to fall. Large, perfect flakes drifting between them like messengers from another world. They stood silently, watching winter arrive early. both understanding that something extraordinary had just begun. Natalie had never been the type to dive headfirst into relationships. She preferred to wade in slowly, testing the depth and temperature before committing herself to the current. Her marriage at 29 had followed nearly 2 years of dating. Even then, she'd harboured doubts that manifested 3 years later as an amicable but necessary divorce. Since then, her relationships had been carefully managed affairs with clear boundaries and pragmatic expectations. Nothing in her experience had prepared her for Jake Bennett. 2 weeks after their coffee shop encounter, she found herself sitting across from him at a small Italian restaurant in Lincoln Park, marvelling at the ease between them. Tonight was their 4th dinner together, not counting the afternoon they'd spent wandering the Art Institute or the morning walking the lakefront despite the December chill. "I still don't understand why you left Chicago," she said, twirling linguine around her fork. "Most photographers would kill for your career trajectory, and this city has always had a vibrant art scene." Jake considered this, taking a sip of his wine. "I was running," he admitted. "My father died my senior year of college. Heart attack completely unexpected. We weren't close. He was disappointed I chose photography over law, but his death untethered me somehow." He shrugged. "So I left. Convinced myself I was pursuing my craft, but really, I was just avoiding standing still long enough to feel anything." The honesty in his voice resonated with something in Natalie. "I understand avoidance strategies," she said quietly. "After my divorce, I buried myself in work. Designed 3 award-winning buildings in 2 years, barely slept, never processed what happened. My therapist called it achievement as anesthesia. And now?" His eyes, warm in the candlelight, held genuine curiosity. "Now I'm sitting in a restaurant with a man I barely know, talking about things I usually don't share until the 3rd month, not the 3rd date." She smiled to soften the observation. "It's disconcerting." "Good disconcerting or bad disconcerting?" "I haven't decided yet," Jake laughed, the sound rich and unguarded. "Fair enough." He hesitated, then said, "Can I show you something? You'll think I'm crazy, but it feels important." He retrieved his phone, scrolled through his photo gallery and handed it to her. The image showed a New Year's Eve celebration in Times Square. Crowds in winter coats, confetti falling like snow. "New Year's 2015, he explained. "I was on assignment for National Geographic. Spent 4 hours in that crowd capturing the celebration." "Okay," Natalie said, unsure what she was meant to see. "Look at the right edge of the frame, by the hot dog vendor." She zoomed in, and her breath caught. There, partially turned away but unmistakable, was her own profile. Younger, with longer hair, wearing the red wool coat she'd loved until it had finally worn out 2 years ago. "That's me," she whispered. "I was there with my college roommate. We decided on a whim to drive to New York for New Year's. We were literally 10 feet apart," Jake said softly. 8 years ago." Natalie stared at the photo, a strange vertigo washing over her. "This could still be coincidence," she said, but her voice lacked conviction. "There's more." Jake took the phone back, opened his notes app and began reading. October 18th, 2011. Lake Geneva, small coffee shop near the water. Woman in blue sweater reading architecture magazine at corner table. Her hand trembled slightly as she set down her fork. "I used to have a cottage in Lake Geneva. Spent every October there working on designs. August 3rd, 2017. Chicago O'Hare. Delayed flight to San Francisco. Woman sleeping against window in gate K12. Blueprint tube beside her. I was presenting at a sustainable design conference in San Francisco that year," she said, voice barely audible. Jake set down his phone. "I kept these notes over the years. Random observations, potential photograph subjects. Never took pictures of any of these women, just noticed them. It wasn't until I went through my old journals last week that I realised, I think they were all you, Natalie." The restaurant around them continued its symphony of clinking glasses and murmured conversations, but Natalie felt suspended in a pocket of impossible stillness. Logic and reason, her lifelong companions, offered no explanation for the evidence before her. "What does it mean?" she finally asked. "I don't know." Jake reached across the table, his fingers lightly touching hers. "But I think we've been orbiting each other for years, missing each other by minutes, sometimes seconds. Until now." She turned her hand over, allowing their palms to meet. "Until now," he echoed. Later, standing outside her apartment building, snowflakes catching in her hair, Natalie made a decision that felt both reckless and inevitable. She kissed Jake Bennett under the golden glow of a street lamp, feeling a sense of homecoming so profound it brought tears to her eyes. When they finally broke, apart, Jake looked down at his watch and smiled. 11:11 p.m, he whispered. "Of course it is." Over the next month, they pieced together their parallel lives like detectives assembling evidence of a beautiful conspiracy. Each discovery, a concert they'd both attended in 2009, a delayed flight they'd shared without knowing in 2016, a comment from Karen that she'd actually tried to introduce them at a gallery opening 4 years ago, only to have Natalie leave early with a migraine, added to the growing certainty that something extraordinary was happening. Jake moved into a loft in Wicker Park, close enough to Columbia to commute easily when his teaching position began in January. Natalie helped him unpack, bemused by his minimalist possessions, mostly camera equipment and books, after years of transient living. "You know what's strange?" she said one evening as they sorted through his collection of photography volumes. "I don't see 11:11 anywhere anymore, not since we started dating." Jake looked up from the shelf he was organising. "Just once, after our first kiss. It's like it served its purpose." Which was what? To get us to notice each other? Maybe. He sat beside her on the floor, their backs against the couch. Or maybe to get us to notice patterns, to pay attention. Natalie leaned her head against his shoulder, allowing herself to accept what still seemed impossible by any rational measure. "My grandmother would have called it fate. And what do you call it? I don't know, but I'm glad for it, whatever it is." On New Year's Eve, they stood on Natalie's balcony watching fireworks bloom over the lake. Jake's arm wrapped around her waist, his warmth a shield against the winter night. "I have something for you," he said, pulling a small wrapped package from his pocket. Inside, Natalie found a silver pendant, a delicate clock face with the hands permanently fixed at 11:11. "So we don't forget," Jake explained, helping her fasten it around her neck. "Even when the signs stopped appearing, something led us here. Some cosmic clockmaker winding the timepieces of our lives to finally synchronize." Natalie touched the pendant, cool against her skin. "It's beautiful. Thank you." "I have something else too." He hesitated, uncharacteristically nervous. "I've been offered a major assignment, a year-long project documenting climate change impact on coastal communities around the world. It starts in March." "Oh." She felt a cold that had nothing to do with the January air. "That's a big opportunity." "It is," he agreed, "but I'm turning it down." "What?" "Jake, no. You can't. This is exactly the kind of work you've always wanted to do." "It was," he acknowledged. "Before. But now." His eyes held hers. "Now there are other things I want more." "I would never ask you to give up your work for me," Natalie said firmly. "You didn't ask. I'm choosing." Jake took her hands in his. "I spent 15 years running from place to place, capturing moments but never living in them. I'm done running, Nat." The fireworks reached their crescendo, golden sparks raining down over the black mirror of Lake Michigan. As the city erupted in cheers welcoming the new year, Natalie made a resolution she'd never anticipated, to believe in something beyond reason, beyond evidence, beyond the tangible world she'd built her career understanding. to believe in them. Spring came early to Chicago that year. By mid-March, tree buds swelled with promise, and Lake Michigan's steel-grey waters softened to blue. Jake's photography seminar at Columbia had become the department's most popular offering, while Natalie's Henderson building broke ground with mayor and media in attendance. Outwardly, their lives had settled into a comfortable rhythm. Inwardly, Natalie struggled with a growing unease she couldn't name. "You're quiet tonight," Jake observed as they walked home from dinner, the evening air unexpectedly mild. "Henderson troubles?" "No, the project's fine." She hesitated, then asked the question that had circled her mind for weeks. "Do you ever wonder if we're real? This connection between us?" Jake stopped walking. "What do you mean?" "I mean..." Natalie searched for words. "What if we've constructed this narrative, this cosmic love story, because the alternative is admitting we're just two people who happen to bump into each other in a bookstore during a power outage?" She traced the pendant at her throat, a habit she'd developed. What if 11/11 was just a coincidence, and we've built this elaborate mythology because it's more romantic than random chance? Jake studied her face. No defensiveness in his expression, only thoughtful consideration. Would it matter if it began as coincidence but became something meaningful? "It would to me," she admitted. "I've spent my entire life believing in what I can see, measure, design, concrete things. And now I'm building my happiness on what? Mystical number, patterns, near misses that may or may not have been you and me. It feels like standing on a foundation I can't verify." They resumed walking, silence stretching between them. Finally Jake spoke. "When I photograph landscapes, I'm capturing a moment that will never exist exactly that way again. Light, weather, season, everything changes constantly. But the photograph remains, evidence of something fleeting made permanent." He glanced at her. "Maybe that's what love is. Taking something as transient as two people finding each other and making it real through belief and commitment." "That's poetic," Natalie said. "But it doesn't answer whether what we're feeling is genuine or manufactured from a series of coincidences." "Does it have to be one or the other?" Jake asked. "Can't it be both? A coincidence that became meaningful because we chose to give it meaning?" But Natalie, trained to see the world in blueprints and load-bearing calculations, found herself craving certainty. The more she examined their relationship, its rapid intensity, the ease that seemed almost unnatural, the more she questioned its foundation. 2 days later she cancelled dinner plans, claiming work demands. The next week she suggested taking some space to think. Jake accepted her retreat with a grace that only made her question deepen. Shouldn't he fight harder if what they had was so extraordinary? In her empty apartment, Natalie removed the 11/11 pendant and placed it in her jewellery box. She worked late, attended a conference in Seattle, resumed her pre-Jake routine with determined focus. When her mother called to ask about that photographer you were seeing, Natalie responded with deliberate vagueness. "We're taking a break." But in quiet moments, in the elevator ascending to her office, waiting for coffee to brew, lying awake at 3 a.m, Natalie found herself listening for something she couldn't name. A clock ticking somewhere just beyond hearing, a countdown resuming. "You're miserable," Karen declared, setting down her mimosa with unnecessary force. Their monthly brunch had become a tradition over 20 years of friendship, through marriages, divorces, career shifts, and life's unpredictable turns. "I'm busy," Natalie corrected, picking at her uneaten Belgian waffle. "The Henderson project is entering a critical phase." Bullshit. Karen's bluntness was why Natalie loved her. "You're hiding in your work because you're scared." "Of what?" "Of being happy. Of believing in something you can't control with your architect's precision." Karen softened her tone. "Nat, I've known you since we were 18. I've never seen you look at anyone the way you looked at Jake. Why are you running away from that?" Natalie traced the condensation on her water glass, forming patterns that disappeared as quickly as she created them. What if it's not real? What if we convinced ourselves of this cosmic connection, and 5 years from now we wake up next to each other and realise we're strangers who fell for a pretty story? That's a risk everyone takes, Karen said gently. There are no guarantees in love, whether you meet through mysterious number patterns or a dating app. I need some kind of proof, Natalie admitted. Something beyond coincidence and feeling. Karen studied her friend with exasperation and affection. For someone so intelligent, you can be remarkably dense. Love isn't a building, Nat. You can't ensure structural integrity with the right materials and calculations. It's a leap of faith. Always has been, always will be. After brunch, instead of returning home, Natalie found herself walking without destination. The April afternoon embraced the city in golden light, trees along the boulevard unfurling tender green leaves. She ended up at the Chicago River, standing on the same bridge where she'd first encountered Jake 6 months ago. Leaning against the railing, she watched tourist boats glide beneath, guides pointing out architectural features she could name in her sleep. The city she loved, built on precise measurements and careful planning, yet still capable of surprising beauty. Her phone vibrated with a text from an unknown number. "Look up." Natalie raised her head and gasped. Above the buildings opposite the river, a massive digital billboard had been commandeered to display a single image. The photograph of her on the bridge that day in October, face tilted toward the sun, eyes closed in rare serenity. Below it, a simple message. 11:11, when time stood still. She spun around, searching the crowded bridge, and found him standing 20 feet away. Jake, camera in hand, watching her with an expression of such open vulnerability that her certainty wavered. "What is this?" she asked when he approached. "Evidence," he said simply. "I took this photograph the day we bumped into each other on this bridge. I never showed it to you because, well, it felt too personal, too revealing of what I felt, even then." Natalie looked up at the billboard again, seeing herself through his eyes. Not just her physical appearance, but something deeper he had captured. A woman caught in a moment of perfect presence, unaware she was being observed, genuine in a way posed photographs never could be. "How did you get it on the billboard?" Jake smiled. "Well, I have been waiting for the perfect moment, and I know people in advertising. Called in some favours. It's only up for 5 minutes. That's all they could give me." "Why?" "Because I needed you to see what I saw." His voice grew serious. "Natalie, I understand your doubts. I've had them too. But whether fate brought us together or random chance, what matters is what we choose to do now." He reached into his pocket and withdrew a small worn notebook. "This is my journal from 2009. Read the entry for April 21st. With trembling fingers, she opened the bookmarked page. April 20th, 2009. Chicago lakefront at sunrise. Mist rising off the water. A woman in a red coat standing at the edge, arms outstretched like she's embracing the horizon. I didn't photograph her. Some moments aren't meant to be captured, only witnessed. I wonder what her story is. I wonder if I'll ever know." "That was my 30th birthday," Natalie whispered. "I went to the lake at dawn because I'd promised myself I'd start embracing life more fully." She looked up at him. "You were there." "I was always there, Natalie. In 100 moments neither of us recognized as significant until now." Jake took her hands. "I don't know if that's fate or coincidence or something in between, but I know what it feels like, and it feels like finding a home I didn't know I was searching for." Above them, the billboard changed, returning to its regular advertisement. The moment of public testimony passed, leaving them with what remained. 2 people on a bridge, choosing what to believe. "I'm still scared," Natalie admitted. "Me too," Jake said, "but I'm more afraid of missing this." of spending another 15 years almost finding you. Natalie closed her eyes, feeling the spring sun warm on her face, the gentle pressure of Jake's hands in hers, the solid bridge beneath her feet. In architecture, she knew, even the most carefully designed structures required a leap of faith. That moment when theory became reality, when drawings became dwelling places. Perhaps love demanded the same courage. "Okay," she said, opening her eyes to meet his. "Let's try again, but this time, eyes wide open. No mystical explanations, no fate narratives. Just us, choosing each other every day because we want to, not because the universe decreed it." Jake's smile bloomed slowly. "Just us," he agreed. Although, he glanced at his watch. "It is 11:11 right now." Natalie laughed, the sound carrying across the water like a promise. "Of course it is." Summer in Chicago arrived with a vengeance. Humid days where the air hung like warm syrup and nights alive with street festivals and outdoor concerts. Natalie and Jake moved through these months with tentative joy, rebuilding what had briefly fractured in spring. Natalie kept her apartment while spending most nights at Jake's loft, his minimalist space gradually accumulating evidence of her presence. Architectural journals on the coffee table, her favourite tea in the cupboard, a pair of reading glasses perpetually forgotten on the windowsill. They established routines, Sunday brunches at a corner bistro, evening walks along the lakefront, quiet mornings where they worked side by side, she on building designs, he sorting through photographs. By unspoken agreement, they avoided discussion of cosmic alignments or fate. The 11:11 pendant remained in Natalie's jewellery box, though sometimes she caught herself touching the hollow of her throat where it had rested. The numbers no longer appeared with supernatural regularity, and both pretended this was a relief rather than a loss. "I've been thinking about that lighthouse," Jake said one evening as they sat on his balcony, watching fireflies blink in the small park across the street. "What lighthouse?" Natalie asked, her attention half captured by a challenging structural problem in her latest design. "The one in your dream. The bridge that kept stretching, preventing you from reaching the person on the other side." Natalie set down her tablet. "I never mentioned a lighthouse, just a bridge." Jake's brow furrowed. "You did. You said it was a coastal bridge leading to a lighthouse." "No," she said slowly. "I didn't." They stared at each other, the summer night suddenly charged with something neither had wanted to acknowledge. "I've seen it," Jake finally said. "In my own dreams. A stone lighthouse on a rocky peninsula, connected to the mainland by a narrow bridge. I've dreamed about it for years." Natalie's pulse quickened. "Have you ever found it? In real life?" "I've looked, even photographed dozens of lighthouses along the eastern seaboard and Great Lakes. None matched," he hesitated, "until last week." From beneath the coffee table he retrieved a manila envelope and spread several photographs across the surface. "These came from a location scout I know. He was researching sites for a film shoot in northern Michigan." Natalie's breath caught. There it was, a weathered lighthouse rising from a craggy headland, its white tower stark against a stormy sky. A wooden bridge extended from the shore to the rocky peninsula, crossing a narrow channel where waves crashed against stone. "Muscalong Point," Jake said quietly. "Built in 1869, decommissioned in 1952. Remote, even by Upper Peninsula standards. The bridge is newer, added in the 1980s when the site became a state park." "You've never been there?" Natalie asked, unable to take her eyes from the image. "Never, but I know it, Nat, and I think you do too." This was exactly the kind of conversation they'd been avoiding, veering too close to mystical explanations. Neither was comfortable embracing. Yet the evidence lay before them, undeniable in its specificity. "What does it mean?" she whispered. Jake touched the photograph gently, as if it might dissolve under his fingers. I don't know, but I think we need to find out. 3 weeks later, they left Chicago before dawn, driving north through Wisconsin as the sun rose over foggy fields. Jake handled the wheel while Natalie navigated, a conversation flowing easily about work, friends, plans for fall, everything except their destination and what it might signify. By mid-afternoon, they crossed the Mackinac Bridge into Michigan's Upper Peninsula, the vastness of Lake Superior soon appearing to their left, a limitless blue stretching to the horizon. The roads narrowed, civilization thinned, until they were travelling through dense forest broken occasionally by glimpses of the greatest of the Great Lakes. "It should be just ahead," Natalie said, checking the map on her phone. Reception had grown spotty over the last hour, the signal bars dwindling as they ventured further from populated areas. The park entrance appeared suddenly, a modest sign announcing Muscalong Lake State Park. They followed the winding road through pine forest until it ended in a small parking area facing the lake. The lighthouse stood half a mile away across a rocky headland, connected by the wooden bridge from the photographs. "It's exactly as I dreamed it," Jake said softly. They sat in silence, neither moving to exit the car. Now that they had arrived, Natalie felt a curious reluctance. What if this place held no answers? What if it was simply an unusual coincidence, the final proof that they had constructed meaning where none existed? "We don't have to do this," Jake said, reading her expression. "We can turn around, go back to Chicago, continue our lives without whatever this is." Natalie looked at him, this man who had somehow woven himself into the fabric of her existence, whose absence she could no longer imagine. "No," she said firmly. "We came all this way. Let's see it through." The July afternoon embraced them as they walked the path to the headland. Lake Superior stretched endlessly to the north, its surface glittering with diamond light. The wooden bridge creaked beneath their feet, water churning 20 feet below where the lake had carved a channel through the rocky point. And there, at the end of the bridge, stood the lighthouse, weathered stone and peeling paint, more modest in person than it appeared in dreams, yet unmistakably the same. "It's open to visitors," Jake noted, pointing to a small sign listing tour hours. "Last tour at 4 a.m. They checked their phones simultaneously. 3:55 p.m. Inside, the lighthouse keeper's quarters had been preserved as a small museum. A silver-haired docent greeted them with surprise. "Don't usually get visitors this late," she said. "You're just in time. I'm Eleanor, by the way." "I'm Jake, and this is Natalie. We drove up from Chicago today." "Long journey for a quick visit," Eleanor observed. "Must be lighthouse enthusiasts." "Something like that," Natalie said. "The building is beautiful. How long have you worked here?" "Oh, nearly 30 years now. My husband was the park manager until he passed in 2005. I stayed on, giving tours, keeping the old stories alive." Eleanor led them through the compact living quarters. A simple kitchen, a bedroom with a narrow iron bed, a sitting room with views of the lake. The last keeper left in 1952, but people say the lighthouse was never truly abandoned. Jake, who had been photographing the interior details, looked up. "What do you mean?" Eleanor smiled mysteriously. "Local legend says this lighthouse exists in multiple times simultaneously. That's why it was built here, at a thin place where the veil between moments stretches transparent." Natalie exchanged a glance with Jake, her skepticism wrestling with irrational hope. "That seems unlikely." "Oh, I'm not asking you to believe it," Eleanor laughed, "but the stories persist. Fishermen claim to see lights in the tower decades after the lamp was extinguished. Visitors report meeting people here who couldn't possibly be present. And then there's the clock." She led them up the narrow spiral staircase to the lamp room at the top of the tower. A massive Fresnel lens dominated the circular space, with windows providing a 360-degree view of Lake Superior and the surrounding shoreline. In the centre of the room, mounted on a pedestal, stood an ornate clock with an astronomical face. Not just hours and minutes, but phases of the moon, planetary positions and symbols Natalie didn't recognise. "This isn't part of the original lighthouse equipment," Eleanor explained. "It appeared sometime in the 1920s. The keeper at that time claimed it simply manifested one morning. No record of its delivery, no explanation for its presence." Jake approached the clock cautiously. "It's beautiful craftsmanship. It's also perfectly accurate despite never being wound." Eleanor pointed to the mechanism. "No one knows how it works. Horologists from the Smithsonian examined it in the 1970s and found no power source, yet it keeps perfect time." Natalie's attention caught on the clock face. "The hands are showing 11:11. "They always do," Eleanor said, "from this angle at least." Jake and Natalie moved to stand beside her, viewing the clock from where she stood. The hands clearly showed 4:17 p.m. "That's not possible," Natalie whispered, circling to her original position. From there, the hands unmistakably pointed to 11:11. "Optical illusion," Jake suggested, his voice uncertain. Eleanor shook her head. "Something more interesting, I think. The clock shows different times to different viewers. Always has. Some people see their birth time. Others see the moment of a significant life event. Wedding, child's birth, parents passing. And some see 11:11, Natalie said, softly. "Yes, that's quite common." Eleanor studied them with newfound interest. "You're a pair, then?" "A pair?" Jake asked. "The clock shows 11:11 to those whose lives touch across time. Soulmates, if you believe in such things. Or perhaps just two people whose connection transcends ordinary constraints." Eleanor's eyes crinkled with a smile. "My Harold and I saw 11:11 when we first visited this lighthouse in 1974. Been together ever since, until he passed over." Natalie wanted to dismiss this as superstition, the kind of folk tale that accumulated around remote places, but the evidence of her own eyes, the precision of her recurring dreams, the impossible journey that had led them here, all stretched the boundaries of her rational mind. "There's one more thing you should see," Eleanor said, leading them down the spiral staircase to the keeper's sitting room. She unlocked a cabinet and withdrew a leather-bound visitor log. "This stays out of public view for obvious reasons." She opened the book to a page marked with a red ribbon. There, in faded ink, two entries stood side by side. August 17th, 1994, Natalie Carter, Chicago, visiting with family. Dreamed of this place before coming. Strange feeling of waiting for someone important. August 17th, 1994, Jake Bennett, Rochester, NY family vacation. Keep having the feeling I've forgotten something crucial. The lighthouse seems familiar, though I've never been here before. Natalie gripped the edge of the table, her knees suddenly weak. "I don't remember writing this. I don't even remember visiting this lighthouse as a child." Jake's face had gone pale. "Neither do I, but that's my handwriting and my hometown." Eleanor closed the book gently. Memory's a fluid thing, especially in places like this where time doesn't flow quite straight. She glanced at her watch. "The park closes at sunset. I should lock up soon." They followed her outside in stunned silence. The afternoon light had softened to gold, creating long shadows across the headland. Lake Superior stretched before them, ancient and inscrutable. "Eleanor," Natalie said suddenly, "was there ever a time when the bridge wasn't here? When the lighthouse was completely isolated?" The older woman considered this. "Before the 1980s, you'd need a boat to reach it. The channel's not wide, but the currents are treacherous." She smiled. "Some say that's why the lighthouse has its legend. Isolation creates its own kind of magic." After Eleanor left, they stood alone at the base of the tower, watching the sun begin its descent toward the horizon. "We were here," Jake said, breaking the silence. "Both of us. On the same day." when I was 12 and you were 10, and neither of us remembers it. Natalie felt unmoored, her carefully constructed worldview tilting. This defies every logical explanation. Does it matter? Jake turned to face her. Logic, explanation, reason. We've been hiding behind these because we're afraid. I spent 15 years running from place to place, and you built walls of work and routine. But what if this, whatever it is offering us something extraordinary? The setting sun painted his face in gold and shadow, highlighting the sincerity in his eyes. Natalie thought of all the near misses, the parallel paths, the inexplicable currents that had finally brought them together on a Chicago bridge when the time was right. You know, she said slowly, in architecture there's a concept called harmonic resonance. It's when a structure's natural frequency aligns perfectly with external forces. Most times that's dangerous. Bridges collapse, buildings fall. But sometimes, when it's designed correctly, that resonance creates something remarkable. Something that couldn't exist without that perfect alignment. Jake took her hands. Is that what we are? Harmonic resonance? Maybe, Natalie smiled. Or maybe we're just two people who kept missing each other until we didn't. I still don't know if I believe in fate, Jake admitted, but I believe in us, and I believe in now. He reached into his pocket and withdrew a small box, which is why I brought this. Inside lay a ring, simple platinum band, small diamond that caught the sunset light. Not a traditional engagement ring, but something more fitting for them. Elegant, understated, with depth beneath its surface. Jake, Natalie breathed. I'm not asking because some cosmic clock brought us together, he said. I'm asking because I love who you are. Your brilliance, your caution, your courage in facing what you don't understand. I love the life we're building, and I want to keep building it, moment by moment, choice by choice. Behind them, waves crashed against the lighthouse foundation, ancient rhythms that had witnessed countless human dramas unfold against their backdrop. The last time I stood on a bridge with you, Natalie said, her voice steady despite her racing heart, I promised no more mystical explanations, just us choosing each other every day. That promise still stands, but maybe I can accept that there's more to this world than I've allowed myself to see. More patterns to life than just the ones we design. Jake's smile broke like dawn. Is that a yes? It's a yes, Natalie confirmed, now and at every 11:11 to come. He took the ring from its box, slid it onto her finger, a perfect fit as if designed for her hand alone. As they crossed the bridge back to shore, hand in hand, Natalie glanced back at the lighthouse silhouetted against the deepening sky. For a moment, just a heartbeat, she thought she saw two children on the rocky shore below, a boy with dark curls and a girl with serious eyes, looking up at the tower with wonder. Then the vision vanished, leaving only the certainty that some journeys begin long before we recognize the path. In the car, heading back towards civilization and the life they would continue building together, Jake reached for her hand. You? No, he said. I never believed in perfect timing before you. Natalie smiled, watching the first stars appear above the pines. Neither did I, she admitted. But I'm starting to think that time, like love, isn't something we measure so much as something we create, moment by moment, choice by choice. The lighthouse disappeared behind them, its mystery neither fully explained nor necessary to explain. Some questions, Natalie realised, were more valuable for their asking than their answers, and some connections, whether forged by fate or free will or something in between, transcended the need for explanation altogether. All that mattered was that after years of near misses and parallel paths, they had found each other at exactly the right moment, and every moment since had confirmed what both now accepted, that out of all the possible lives they might have lived, they had somehow found their way to the one where they existed together. Not because the universe demanded it, but because they chose it. The end. The composer's Muse. New York City at dusk is a curious, shape-shifting place. Lights flicker on in high-rise windows, cabs honk impatiently in the streets, and the hum of a million stories pulses in every direction. Hidden in one of the quieter neighbourhoods sits a small, unassuming cafe. A chalkboard sign reads, Kira Stein's Espresso and Notes, though the subdued exterior rarely draws crowds. The reason people step inside, if they do, is whispered among the local night owls. Come for the coffee, stay for the piano. Tonight, Alex Peterson is at that very piano. He's a man defined by quiet intensity. Dressed in a black button-down shirt and simple trousers, he blends into the backdrop until he rests his fingertips on the keys. Then, the atmosphere around him transforms. His music is an undercurrent that calms the chatter, gliding through the air like an intimate secret. A few patrons pause to listen, though most remain lost in their conversations. Alex's eyes shift toward a crumpled newspaper lying beside a half-empty latte on a nearby table. The headline leaps out at him. Hazel Warner, disgraced violinist, returns to her roots. A familiar longing blooms in his chest. Once, years ago, Hazel was at the pinnacle of the classical world, a former child prodigy with a glow about her that dazzled both critics and fans. Now, the tabloids buzz with her downfall, a plagiarism scandal pinned on her by her charismatic ex-fiancé, Nathaniel Nate Caldwell. Alex exhales softly as he finishes his piece, letting the final chord linger. Then, he gently closes the fallboard of the piano. He's about to slip away from the spotlight, though to call it a spotlight is generous when barely anyone notices him, when a voice calls out, "Hey you, over here," says a man with a face that glows from the screen of his phone. "How about something more upbeat?" Alex musters a tight smile. He does not do requests, especially. Not from random men lost in their phone screens. Yet he nods politely, sits back down, and begins a tune that's lighter, a warm, melodic jazz standard he's well practiced in. It's easier this way, not stirring up too much of himself, not letting his heart bleed through the music. A few minutes later, the cafe's owner breezes by, wiping a table with brisk, confident strokes. Kira Stein, Alex's best friend since their days in music conservatory, is a petite woman with short, coppery hair that curls just at her chin. She has an uncanny ability to sense the mood of a room, especially where Alex is concerned. "You okay?" Kira asks once the last note fades. Alex shrugs, eyes darting again to the newspaper. Kira follows his glance. A sigh escapes her lips. "You know," she says, "you don't have to torture yourself reading about her. It's been how many years?" A question that hangs in the air without an easy answer. One might say 5 or 10, or maybe just enough. Years for the memory of Hazel Warner to become a continuous hum in Alex's life. He stands, carefully folds the newspaper, and follows Kira to the back of the cafe. The corridor there is narrow, walls lined with old concert posters, many from Kira's short stint as a travelling violinist. She gave that up to open this place, channeling her passion for music into the comfort of others. Alex has never fully understood how she can be so fearless in forging a new path, but maybe that's precisely why they've stayed so close. Once they reach the small kitchen, Kira hands him a mug of chamomile tea. She's well acquainted with his reluctance to drink coffee late at night. "Alex," she says, her voice low enough that the barista behind them won't overhear. "I'm serious. This obsession, it has to stop. You let yourself feel everything so deeply, and that's beautiful. But you have to remember what Hazel did. She never even noticed you, not really. Don't let her waltz back into your head now that she's all over the press again. He looks at Kira, wanting to believe her words but also unable to quiet the memories. She has no idea how many times he's replayed those old duets, the ones in the musty practice rooms at the conservatory. He still recalls the exact weight of Hazel's gaze when they performed an original piece he'd composed specifically for her. Yet, she never realised it was for her. She'd simply praised his musicianship and rushed on to the next rehearsal, her mind fixed on climbing higher and higher in her own career. And now she's back, battered by scandal, possibly more fragile than before. She might not ever glance in his direction again, but that doesn't stop the longing. "Let me worry about it," Alex finally mutters, taking a sip of tea. Kira shakes her head but decides not to push further. She knows well enough that coaxing truth from Alex is a slow dance. "All right," she concedes, "but promise me you won't bury yourself in heartbreak again. If you need to talk, I'm here." Alex sets down the mug and returns to the piano, but the mood in the cafe has shifted. Most patrons have gone. The few who remain seem content with hushed conversation. He runs his fingers over the keys but chooses not to play. No sense in pouring himself into a near-empty room. Instead, he helps Kira close up for the night, stacking chairs, wiping tables, flicking off the lights, until the cafe is silent and dark, except for the glowing green exit sign. When they step outside, the street glistens under the lampposts. Wind rustles a stray piece of trash, sending it skittering along the sidewalk. Alex feels the chill against his skin, but it's a mild evening by New York standards. Kira rummages for her keys, the jingle echoing faintly in the urban hush. She locks the door, then turns to him. "You sure you don't want to stay with me? You look like you've got a lot on your mind," she says, softly. "I'm fine," Alex insists. He wonders what time it is. Probably near midnight, maybe later. The quiet can be disorienting in a city that rarely sleeps. He runs a hand through his hair and offers Kira a small, reassuring smile. "Thanks, though. I'll see you in the morning?" She nods, and they part ways. He heads down the block, each step feeling heavier. He's turned 31, an age that feels like a tide change. No longer the bright-eyed dreamer of his 20s, but not old enough to shed that same dream. A musician in a constant state of almost discovered, almost recognised, almost loved. He can't resist one last glance at the folded newspaper under his arm. Hazel Warner's face is captured in a photograph that seems to ache with unsaid words. She doesn't know he exists as more than a faint memory from the past. And yet, for Alex Peterson, she's been the silent impetus behind every piece he's ever composed. He rounds the corner to his small walk-up apartment. The building stands tired but proud. Up the creaky stairs into the narrow hall, and finally he slips the key into his door. Inside, the living room is cluttered with sheet music, some scribbled on loose-leaf pages, others meticulously noted in bound notebooks. His baby grand piano, a well-loved Steinway, is tucked in the corner. He flips on a small lamp, letting its warm glow caress the instrument. Setting the newspaper on the piano bench, he leans against a wall scrawled with half-finished compositions pinned up like puzzle pieces. He wonders if Hazel is reading about herself with the same sense of dread. He wonders if she's thinking back to the days before everything became complicated by fame and betrayal. In this moment, the past and the present collide in his heart. He wants to shut out the memories, but the notes of an old composition drift into his mind uninvited. Quietly, as if not to disturb the intangible ghost lurking, he hums a melody he once wrote for Hazel. It settles into the silence like a final lullaby for the night. He knows Kira's warning is wise. He knows he should let the memory of Hazel fade. But love, or something akin to it, has a way of burrowing into the soul, deeper than logic can reach. And so, with a flick of the lamp switch, he surrenders to the darkness, that intangible chord still resonating in him. He doesn't know what tomorrow holds, only that the world has suddenly tilted with Hazel's return. The shadows of unspoken feelings dance on the wall, and somewhere in the city that never truly sleeps, Hazel Warner might be hearing an echo of a past she never knew existed. A crisp morning light slices through Alex's thin curtains, waking him earlier than usual. The city hums in the background, delivery trucks roaring, car horns honking. But Alex hears another sound in his mind, the slow, melancholic chords he half composed last night before sleep claimed him. They remain incomplete, like a question begging for an answer he's not yet ready to give. He dresses, pulling on a sweater and dark jeans, and cradles a travel mug of tea on his way back to the cafe. The dawn light paints the sidewalks golden. Despite the bustle, Alex feels a sense of quiet. He wonders if Hazel is awake right now, perhaps scanning the headlines that mock her fall from grace. It's a futile thought. She's a world away, even if technically only a few subway stops separate them in Manhattan. When he steps into Kira's cafe, the place smells of freshly ground espresso beans and pastries. Morning regulars line up, bleary-eyed but hopeful for caffeine. Kira, cheerful but firm, manages them all with the efficiency of a seasoned conductor overseeing an orchestra. "Good morning," she calls, sliding a latte across the counter to a waiting customer. Then she turns to Alex, her eyes flickering with curiosity. "Sleep well?" He shrugs. Sleep was a cagey beast that refused to linger. "I'm managing." Kira arches an eyebrow. "You know, if you want real rest, you could try not reading that newspaper article 20 times. He tries to deny it, but the small, knowing tilt of her head stops him. "I just needed to see how the media's spinning it," he says. "She's back in the city after all. Doesn't that feel surreal to you?" Kira's expression softens. "I guess," she concedes. "She was always so driven when we were all at the conservatory. The star of every show, the top of every class. It's strange to picture her now, headlined as a pariah. But maybe," she pauses, measuring her words, "this is a chance for her to figure out who she is without that perfect veneer." A knock on the glass door distracts them. A harried supplier gestures at Kira, needing a signature for a delivery. She throws Alex a quick, sympathetic look and rushes off. Alone at the counter, Alex finds his thoughts drifting again to Hazel, the way her bow once glided, across violin strings, each note luminous, filled with a rare fervour. People called her a prodigy, but Alex saw the toll of that label in the deep circles under her eyes. He'd admired her from the audience seat as much as from behind the piano stand, but she never noticed, or if she did, she chose not to say a thing. Morning moves forward in a blur of coffee orders and pastries. Alex occasionally assists, clearing tables, refilling sugar canisters. A few hours later, just as the rush dies down, something almost fated happens. A figure slips through the door. She's shorter than he remembers, or perhaps it's the way her posture slopes inward, as if she's trying to vanish into her own coat. Her hair, once pinned in an elegant bun for performances, now falls loosely around her shoulders in unbrushed waves. Yet there's no mistaking that face. Hazel Warner stands in the doorway of Kira's cafe, scanning the room with uncertain eyes. Alex freezes. For an instant he contemplates, ducking behind the counter to avoid being seen. His heart pounds, and a rush of old emotions flood him. Admiration, yearning, fear that she'll glance right through him as if he's invisible. But she doesn't. Their eyes meet, and a flicker of recognition sparks across her features. "Alex," she says softly, her voice cracking as though she's unsure if she's allowed to speak his name. Time seems to stutter. Kira, returning from the back, practically leaps to intercept Hazel. "Hey," Kira says in polite but guarded tones. "Long time no see. Do you need something? Coffee? A place to sit?" Hazel's cheeks flush. She steps closer to the counter, ignoring the curious stares of a few remaining customers. I saw the sign. The name was familiar. I had no idea this was your place, Kira. Her gaze flickers to Alex. Or that you'd be here too. The room feels charged, like the moment before a pivotal note in a musical composition. A part of Alex wants to unravel every memory he stored away. Tell Hazel how proud he was of her successes, how gutted he was when she fell from grace, how her face in that newspaper last night reignited every feeling he'd tried to bury. But he stands there, measured silence forming a barrier. Kira, stepping up, tries to dissolve the tension with a businesslike tone. Welcome. If you'd like something, the menu's on the board. We also have fresh pastries. Hazel glances at the blackboard, though she seems more focused on Alex's face. She opens her mouth, closes it, and then tries again. Actually, Could we talk? All of us, maybe. I know a lot has happened since forever. She gives a half laugh that lacks humour. I just wanted to see you both. Maybe apologise. Kira folds her arms. Apologise for what exactly? Hazel's gaze drops to the floor. For never being around. For shutting people out. Especially after everything. You probably heard about the scandal. Nate Caldwell accused me of stealing a concerto from him. It wasn't true. Her voice tightens. But no one believed me. I lost everything. My reputation, my bookings, sponsors, everything. A silence follows, broken only by the hiss of the espresso machine behind the counter. I should have reached out sooner. Alex feels a pang of sympathy, then quickly reminds himself of Kira's warning. Hazel had always been too wrapped up in her own ambitions to notice the people who truly cared about her. But is it fair to blame her entirely? Or is this vulnerability genuine? Finally he lets out a breath and in a measured voice says, It's been a while, Hazel. Let's grab a table. The three of them settle at a corner table by the window. Passers-by rush along the sidewalk outside, glimpsing the cafe's interior without understanding the emotional undercurrents swirling in that small space. Hazel fiddles with her fraying jacket sleeve, as though searching for the right words. I'm sorry to just barge in like this, she begins again. I know I have no right to ask for help after everything that's happened. But the truth is, I don't know if I can play violin the way I used to. I can't trust my own instincts anymore. Everyone's eyes are on me, waiting for me to fail again. Kira's expression softens just a fraction. What do you want from us? Hazel looks directly at Alex and he feels his heart skip. Back in school, you wrote a piece for me once, she says, her voice tender. You might not remember, he interrupts. Of course I remember. I remember every piece I've ever composed. She nods, looking grateful for a moment of connection. It was unlike anything else. I felt a sincerity in your notes that I never felt in any other composition. After what I've been through, I want to feel that again. I need to rediscover why I love music. I was hoping, maybe, you could compose something new for me. It's the only way I know how to start over. A jolt of conflicting emotions grips Alex. Part of him bristles at the idea. Why should he cater to Hazel's request now, after years of quiet neglect? But another part of him, the composer who thrives on raw emotion, can't ignore the stirring of inspiration. The guard dog in his mind barks that this is dangerous, that he'll be hurt again. Yet the flicker of hope in Hazel's eyes is undeniable. You're asking a lot, Alex manages to say. Hazel lowers her gaze. I know, but I'm lost, Alex. And I thought, if anyone could help me find my way, it would be you. The sincerity in her voice, mixed with desperation, forms a chord that resonates too deeply to ignore. Kira catches Alex's eye, a silent caution passing between them. This is exactly what she was worried about. Alex stepping into the old role of caretaker, the silent composer who burns for a woman who barely registers his presence beyond his music. But now that Hazel is here, physically, tangibly broken, can he turn away? He leans back, crossing his arms. "Let me think about it," he says, trying to sound detached. Hazel nods, her shoulders slumping in what seems like relief that he hasn't outright refused. "Thank you," she whispers. They linger in an uneasy quiet until a customer approaches the counter, drawing Kira away to take another order. Alex and Hazel remain at the table, separated by a gulf of unspoken history. For a fleeting moment, Alex wonders if this is fate or a twisted encore of heartbreak. Either way, the music that once bound them together might soon play again. And if it does, Alex senses it won't be the same gentle harmony. It might be a tempest, or something more complicated. Something that could break them both. For the rest of that day, Alex is caught in a whirlwind of old melodies and new uncertainties. After Hazel's departure, he and Kira exchange few words about the encounter. She simply hands him a cloth to wipe down the counters, eyes narrowed in a stern, silent message. "I'm watching you. Don't get in over your head." That night, Alex heads home with a restless surge of creativity swirling within. The second he enters his apartment, he sits at his baby grand. His fingers hover over the keys. A phrase forms in his mind, soft, tentative. It's reminiscent of the compositions he wrote in his conservatory days for Hazel, but now there's an undercurrent of regret and longing that wasn't there before. He plays a few chords, testing the waters. An image flashes in his mind of Hazel in the cafe, her coat too big, her eyes rimmed with fatigue. He remembers how vibrant she used to be, standing tall on stage, commanding the spotlight with her violin's brilliance. Now, that bright energy seems dimmed by betrayal and scandal. The tabloids can be vicious, especially when a revered figure falls from grace. Accusations of plagiarism are a hard stain to remove, even when you're innocent. Alex shuts his eyes, letting the notes speak. When he was younger, he believed music was enough to convey his feelings, but he never found the courage to tell Hazel directly, "Hey, I love you. This composition is a testament to how you captivate my entire being." She never guessed, or if she did, she brushed it aside, too focused on her own ambitions. He wonders, is it masochistic to compose something new for her? Probably. But the thought of turning her away feels worse. He can't deny the electric thrill that runs through him at the notion of creating a piece worthy of resurrecting her spirit. Late into the night, he scrawls ideas onto staff paper, half-formed melodies, eerie chord progressions, a shift to a major key that hints at hope. By the time he looks at the clock, it's nearly 2 a.m. He rubs his tired eyes and forces himself to bed, mind racing with chord structures and harmonic layers. Over the next several days, Hazel and Alex meet in his small Brooklyn apartment. They sit across from each other, a battered coffee table between them, strewn with his handwritten sheets. Hazel traces the notes with her fingertips, as though they're braille revealing secrets. "I don't know if I can do these justice," she confesses one afternoon, setting the pages aside. She glances around at the cluttered living space. Alex's apartment is modest, but the stacks of music carry a certain magic, as if each page vibrates with potential. "I haven't performed in months, and when I do try to play, I get in my own head. My technique is shaky, my confidence is shot." Alex finds her vulnerability unsettling. The Hazel he recalls was proud, sometimes to a fault, certain of her abilities. This Hazel seems humanized by pain. A small voice in his mind warns him that heartbreak often paves the way to manipulative apologies, but he can't help feeling sympathy. "You'll get it back," he says gently. "If you want to, that is. But it'll take practice and patience." She gives him a weary smile. "Thanks for not sugarcoating it." Then she shifts her gaze. I'm curious, Alex. Why did you even agree to help me? You could have refused, told me to figure it out on my own. The question lingers, thickening the air. He could mention that maybe it's because he spent years tethered to her without her noticing, or that Kira's protective stance only half deters him from diving headlong into a new composition for the woman who once spurred his greatest pieces. Instead, he offers a careful truth. Because I understand what it's like to love music to the point that you can't let it die, no matter how many times it betrays you. A flicker of recognition crosses her face. She nods as though she senses the deeper layers in his words. But before either can elaborate, Kira strides in, carrying a paper bag of groceries. She's been dropping by regularly, partly to keep them fed and partly, Alex suspects, to ensure he isn't blindly falling into old patterns. I've got fresh vegetables and some pasta, Kira announces. Thought I'd whip up lunch. She sets the bag on the kitchen counter, pausing to look at Hazel. You look tired. Are you resting enough? Hazel shrugs. I've been trying to rebuild a routine. Mornings at the library researching old compositions, afternoons practicing, evenings here with Alex. Kira raises an eyebrow at Alex. Don't overwork her, composer boy. Alex holds up his hands in mock defence. She sets the pace, not me. Hazel smiles faintly, sensing the playful protective tone in Kira's voice. Then she helps unload the groceries. In the next few minutes, the apartment is filled with the aroma of simmering tomatoes, sizzling onions and fresh basil. The domesticity of it all surprises Alex. It's been ages since he's had something resembling family or close friends gathered around for a meal. As they eat, talk meanders from music to old stories about the conservatory. Hazel recounts how she once got locked in a practice room for hours because Nate Caldwell forgot she was there and left with the only key. Kira scoffs at the mention of that name, setting her fork down a little too aggressively. Of course he did, Kira mutters, eyes narrowing. Nate never gave a damn about anyone but himself. Hazel glances at her plate. I defended him for years. I even believed him at first when he said he was doing it for my own good, claiming that my compositions were overshadowing his. It's all so messed up. Alex stays quiet, letting Hazel's confession sink in. He recalls seeing Nate from afar during their conservatory days, a magnetic presence who drew a crowd wherever he went. Nate had an uncanny ability to charm people, a skill that masked his darker inclinations. That same charm, ironically, is what made the world believe his lies about Hazel's plagiarism. Eventually plates empty, and the three of them clear the table. Hazel steps to the corner of the living room where her violin case rests. Carefully she lifts the instrument out, running her fingers over the polished wood. It's still a magnificent violin, though now bearing the emotional weight of her scandal. Alex moves to the piano. Let's try a few bars from that piece I showed you, he suggests, flipping open the pages on the stand. Hazel nods, positioning the violin under her chin. She draws in a breath, and her bow meets the strings. The first note wavers. She stops, breath ragged. It's okay, Alex says calmly. Again. A second attempt produces a slightly steadier sound, though far from her old brilliance. Her technique is rusty, but there's a tremor of emotion that travels from her bow into the air. It's not just skill that's missing, it's belief in herself. Alex begins to play the supporting piano line, a gentle ripple of chords meant to cradle the violin melody. It's a new composition with hints of an old longing. For a moment, Hazel meets his eyes. Something sparks, as if she recognizes that the music is built around her essence, her timid reawakening, her heartbreak, her hope. The notes intertwine, delicate but fraught with tension. It's imperfect, but genuine. When they finish, Hazel lowers her violin, tears brimming. She blinks them away quickly, her voice shaking. That was It's like the music understands me better than I understand myself. Kira watches quietly, arms folded but not unkindly. That's Alex for you, she finally says. He hears what's unspoken. Hazel's eyes never leave Alex's face. You once wrote for me, years ago, and I barely thanked you, she says. But I want you to know now that it meant the world, even if I didn't say it. I just didn't realise how much I needed it. Alex's heart clenches with an odd mix of longing and frustration. He has waited so long for any kind of acknowledgement, from Hazel, yet hearing it now stings. It reminds him of the lost time, the night spent pining for a woman who was only a dream. Clearing his throat, he says, "Let's refine that second section tomorrow. The tempo shift might help you transition better." Hazel nods, cheeks flushed. Kira, sensing the emotionally charged atmosphere, speaks up. "I'm going to do the dishes. Hazel, why don't you pack up your violin for the day? We've done enough for now." Hazel lingers only a moment longer before setting her instrument down and heading to the kitchen to help Kira. Alone, Alex flips through the sheets of music on his piano stand. His eyes land on a line that reads, "Dedicated to H.W." It's an echo of the secret dedications he made back in school, though he never had the courage to show them to her. In the kitchen, he hears the murmur of Hazel and Kira's voices. They're talking quietly, maybe about him, or maybe about the scandal. He wonders if Hazel is telling Kira about the heartbreak she endured with Nate, or the raw guilt she carries for not noticing Alex's devotion all those years ago. He wonders if Kira is cautioning Hazel not to hurt him again. He closes the music folder, pressing down gently on the pages as though sealing them into his own heart. Despite his caution, he's already invested. Too much. His walls are crumbling, and the music of her presence is slipping in once more. He can't help but think, if this collaboration heals Hazel, what will it do to him? Will he finally find closure? Or is he walking straight into heartbreak for a second time? As he sits there, the lingering resonance of their duet still vibrating through the apartment, one truth emerges. Though he spent years composing in the shadows, a flicker of light has found him, and as dangerous as it might be to step into that brightness again, he knows that sometimes music is worth the risk. Tension curls like a wary cat in the corners of Alex's apartment. Though Hazel is determined to rebuild her career, she struggles under the weight of public disapproval, which she experiences even in small ways. Side glances from strangers on the subway, or hushed whispers when someone recognizes her on the street. Each new day at Alex's apartment, she tackles the violin with increasing rigour. Bit by bit her confidence emerges, but so does a new emotion, a deepening awareness of Alex. One evening, after Kira has locked up the cafe and left Alex and Hazel alone to rehearse, Hazel notices an old spiral-bound notebook on the piano bench. Its edges are frayed, the cover faded. Without thinking, she picks it up and flips through the pages. Her breath catches. The dates go back nearly a decade, each composition titled with cryptic phrases: Moonlight Before Dawn, The Red Scarf Elegy, Her Heart's Allegro. The margins are filled with half-erased doodles, sometimes a single initial, H. The dedication lines read differently, for H.W., or simply for her. It's as if the entire notebook is an ode to a mysterious muse. She glances at Alex, who's busy in the small kitchenette, washing a couple of mugs. Music from a local jazz station filters through a tinny radio on the counter. She wonders if she should ask permission to read further, but the curiosity is too strong. She turns the page. The notes swirl off the staff lines, raw, unpolished, but brimming with a fervour she recognises from their earliest rehearsals at the conservatory. In each melody she senses a confession, like love letters etched in music. Her mind whirls back to fleeting memories, the way Alex would watch her from across the practice room, the flush on his face whenever she praised his compositions. Could it be? Hazel snaps the notebook shut when Alex walks in, concern etched on his features. "Where did you find that?" he asks, drying his hands on a dish towel. She holds it out, cheeks burning. "It was on the bench. Alex, these pieces, you wrote them. For me. Didn't you?" His silence is answer enough. Slowly he sets the towel aside, tension in his jaw. "That was a long time ago." Her hands tremble. "Why didn't you ever tell me?" Alex's gaze falls to the floor. "You never asked, and you never seemed interested in anything that wasn't about your own spotlight." She flinches as though struck. "That's not fair. I didn't know. I was focused," he finishes. "Driven. You were unstoppable, Hazel. I admired that. But you never looked back." For a moment neither speaks. The radio crackles out a lonely saxophone line, punctuating the silence. Finally, Hazel musters the courage to meet his eyes. "I see that now. I was young and foolish. I was so consumed with being the best that I didn't stop to see who was right beside me." Alex exhales, running a hand over the piano's worn finish. "Why are we talking about the past? It can't be changed." She clutches the notebook to her chest. "Because it matters to me," she confesses, voice quavering. "I thought nobody understood me or my passion, but all this time you were writing for me, fueling me, loving me through your music, and I never even thanked you." A storm brews in Alex's dark eyes. Pain, longing, frustration. "Don't read too much into it," he says, though his tone betrays him. "I was just a naive composer in love with an idea." "An idea?" Hazel echoes, feeling her throat tighten. "Or was it me?" He's silent for a long beat, then quietly responds, "I don't know anymore." She sets the notebook down gently, returning it to him like something fragile. "For what it's worth, those pieces are some of the most beautiful I've ever seen. I wish I could have heard them played. Maybe one day I still can." Alex avoids her gaze, gathering the notebook and tucking it away. "We should call it a night." The next morning Hazel confides in Kira. They meet at the cafe, before opening, in that in-between time when the city is just waking. Hazel sits on a stool near the counter, arms resting on her violin case. She looks pensive, as if she hasn't slept. Kira pours them both a cup of strong coffee, ignoring Hazel's mention that she's more of a tea person these days. "Trust me, you need the caffeine," Kira jokes softly. "Now spill. What's going on in that head of yours?" Hazel hesitates, then sighs. "I found a notebook of Alex's compositions from years ago. All of them. They're dedicated to me. I had no clue he felt so strongly. My mind is reeling." Kira's expression is guarded, though not entirely surprised. "I warned him not to get hurt again. He's been carrying this torch for so long." Hazel lets out a broken laugh. "I never meant to be so blind. I was just so caught up in my career, in Nate, in everything. And now that I see the depth of Alex's devotion, I feel..." She searches for the right word. "Guilty, and more than that. Something else I can't quite put my finger on. Like I'm seeing Alex for the first time, but it's too late." Kira sets her coffee mug down. "It's not too late if you're sincere, but you need to figure out if what you feel is truly for him or for the music he creates." Hazel grips her mug, the warmth seeping into her hands. "I wish I knew how to separate the two. I keep hearing his compositions in my head, and they fill me with this emotion I can't describe. Is it him I love or the music? It's all so tangled." "Untangle it," Kira says firmly, "or at least try. Because if you give Alex false hope and then realise you only wanted the music, he'll never recover." The gravity of Kira's words sinks in. Hazel nods, her eyes clouded with worry. "Thank you," she whispers. "I know you're just trying to protect him." And maybe protect you too, Kira replies softly. She stands, finishing her coffee in one gulp, because heartbreak, in any direction, cuts deep. Across the city, rumblings of a major gala at Carnegie Hall start making their way through the classical music grapevine. It's an annual fundraiser featuring top-tier musicians, and rumour has it the organisers are desperate for a headlining performer with a fresh story. Hazel's scandal, ironically, makes her a compelling choice. Her potential comeback could grab headlines and sell tickets. That afternoon, the call comes in. An invitation to Hazel Warner to perform at the prestigious event. She's startled by the sudden opportunity. "They want me," she blurts into the phone. "After everything that happened." "We believe in second chances," the event coordinator says diplomatically. "This could be a triumphant return, and frankly, it's good for publicity." That last line stings, but Hazel forces a grateful tone. "I'll do it. Thank you. I'll do whatever it takes to make it a success." The moment, she hangs up. Her heart flutters with both excitement and dread. She calls Alex, voice trembling. "They've asked me to play at Carnegie Hall next month. It's huge, but I don't feel ready to stand on that stage alone." "You can do it," Alex says, though she detects uncertainty in his words. "We'll work twice as hard. I'll compose something new, something bold. But you have to trust yourself." She bites her lip. "Actually, I want it to be your piece, front and centre, if you're willing. Something you've been working on. Something that means everything." She doesn't mention the old notebook, but the implication is there. "I'll dedicate the performance to you." A pause. When he speaks again, Alex's voice sounds guardedly hopeful. "I'll finish the composition. Meet me tomorrow at the apartment." The clock ticks relentlessly toward the gala date. Rehearsals intensify. Hazel pours every ounce of her being into the new composition Alex is finalising. The tension between them simmers, unspoken truths weaving into the notes. On the surface they're a formidable duo, a rising star seeking redemption, and a composer stepping out of the shadows. But under the veneer of professional collaboration, the old heartbeat of love flickers. One night, after a grueling session, Hazel musters the courage to speak up. "Alex," she begins, meeting his eyes, "there's something I need to say." He lowers his hands from the piano keys. The expression on his face is caution mixed with yearning. "What is it?" She tries to form the words, but fear knots her stomach. "I love you," she wants to say, but is it him, or is it the music? In the end, she can't force the confession, not yet. "Thank you," she says instead, her voice trembling with intensity, "for believing in me when I couldn't believe in myself, for writing what you write, for everything." His gaze lingers on her, vulnerability flickering. That's enough, for tonight. He stands to walk her out. The closeness between them as they walk down the hall is electric yet unclaimed. Outside, the city's neon haze bathes them in swirling colour. She longs to reach for him, to test if the connection she feels is real. But the swirl of confusion holds her back. They say goodnight at the curb. As Hazel steps into a waiting cab, she watches Alex disappear into the shadows of his building. She wonders if she'll ever find the words, or if she'll lose him just as she's finally beginning to see him. The gala day looms, a culminating crescendo, and neither Hazel nor Alex can predict whether the final chord will strike salvation, or heartbreak. Carnegie Hall stands regal under the city lights, a beacon of artistry and ambition. The night of the gala arrives, and Hazel Warner slips in through the stage door, violin case in hand, nerves jumping like frantic creatures inside her. Stagehands bustle about, directing performers, checking lights. The roar of an anticipatory audience seeps through the walls, a distant thunder that rattles Hazel's heart. Backstage, Alex sits at a piano bench, running through the final bars of his new composition one last time. The piece is raw and unfiltered, a reflection of everything he's carried for years: unrequited love, quiet devotion, and the heartbreak of being unseen. He glances up as Hazel approaches, her eyes flickering with both anxiety and determination. "You ready?" he asks softly, a note of sincerity in his voice. She exhales. "Ready as I'll ever be. I want to play your music perfectly, not just to prove something to the world, but to show you that I hear you. Finally." He nods, swallowing hard. No words come, but the moment is charged with a deeper understanding. They step onto the stage together. The hall's grand interior dazzles with chandeliers and plush red seats packed to capacity. Reporters, critics, and patrons crane their necks. The entire room crackles with the tension of this high-stakes performance. Hazel stands under the spotlight, violin at her chin. Alex takes his seat at the Steinway Grand. A hush settles, a collective inhale. Then, with a single nod, Hazel draws her bow across the strings, and the first note emerges, a trembling whisper that blossoms into a forceful lament. The composition sweeps from a plaintive melody to a fierce crescendo, each movement telling a story of regret, devotion, and redemption. As they play, Hazel feels the music flowing through her like a second heartbeat. She catches Alex's eye in fleeting moments, sensing that the lines between them, between composer and muse, between two hearts separated for too long, are dissolving. Midway through the performance, the emotion surges. The violin's cry echoes with raw intensity, and the audience leans in as though catching a confession. Hazel's vision blurs with tears she refuses to shed. She channels every ounce of feeling into the bow, her body trembling with the piece's climax. Alex's piano supports, guides, and complements every note, no longer just an accompaniment, but a duet of souls. When the final chord resolves, the silence is almost unbearable. Then thunderous applause erupts, sweeping the hall. Hazel lowers her violin, chest heaving. She searches for Alex amid the standing ovation, finds him gazing at her with a mix of awe and heartbreak. For a fleeting second, she wants to run to him, to fling her arms around him and say everything she's kept locked inside. But the curtain call pulls them both into formal bows. They step forward, and the applause crescendos, cameras flashing like frenzied fireflies. Backstage afterward, the chaos is immediate. Congratulations, interview requests, critics fawning. Hazel stumbles through it, her mind spinning. She wants to find Alex, but he's swallowed up by the crowd, ushered away by well-wishers. Someone thrusts a microphone at her, demanding a statement. Another tries to take her photograph. Over the din, she hears a familiar, contemptuous voice. "So, you've found a new composer to sponge off, have you?" The voice stops her cold. Nate Caldwell, her ex-fiancé, emerges from the throng. His tailored suit and polished shoes shine under the harsh backstage lights. His smile is razor-sharp. "Brilliant performance, Hazel. Almost had me convinced you wrote that piece yourself." Hazel's blood runs cold. "I never claimed to write it," she hisses, stepping closer to keep the conversation private. "Alex composed it, as anyone who bothered to read the program would know." Nate chuckles, low and menacing. "Ah, but they'll still talk. Word around is that your dear Alex has been inspired by your old ideas. Maybe you fed him your scraps, then let him do the grunt work. I wonder which story the tabloids will run with." She clenches her teeth. "You can't poison this, Nate. Not this time." He raises an eyebrow. "Watch me." Before he can say more, Kira arrives, practically shoving him aside. "Move!" she snaps, her voice low. Then she turns to Hazel, ignoring Nate's predatory grin. "You okay?" Hazel's heart pounds. A swirl of anger and fear grips her. I need to find Alex, she mutters. Kira nods, leading Hazel away from Nate's spiteful presence. They wind down a backstage corridor, where a few straggling stagehands and performers congratulate Hazel. She politely nods, but keeps moving, scanning for Alex. She spots him near a side exit, slipping away from the throng. Adrenaline surging, she rushes to him, catching his arm before he can disappear outside. He turns, surprise flickering across his face. "Hazel?" She breathes heavily. "What are you doing? Everyone's looking for you. There's a million congratulations to be had." The words tumble out, breathless. "I needed air," he explains, glancing toward the exit. "It's overwhelming." Hazel studies him for a moment. "Is this about me? Or the composition? Or everything we haven't said?" Alex's shoulders sag, a weary vulnerability. "Part of me never believed this would happen," he admits. "You, on stage, playing my music, applauded by so many people who once overlooked me. It's surreal." She places her violin case on the floor and steps closer. "Then let it be real. Let this be the moment you finally acknowledge how extraordinary you are." He lowers his gaze. "I can't help feeling like you're in love with the music, not the man behind it." The corridor feels like a quiet echo chamber, the muffled claps and chatter of the gala drifting from afar. Hazel lifts a trembling hand, brushes it against Alex's cheek. "I won't lie. The music is a part of you, and it's what first spoke to me, even before I had the sense to listen. But over these past weeks," she hesitates, tears brimming, "I realized it's you I see when the music stops. It's you I ache, for when I'm not holding my violin. I love what you create, but I love who you are more." Alex's breath catches, doubt wars with longing in his eyes. "Hazel?" She silences him by resting her forehead against his. A wave of relief washes through her as he leans into the contact. Then, with delicate care, she steps back just enough to meet his gaze. "I'm sorry it took me this long." He closes his eyes, exhaling as though letting go of years of pent-up emotion. "I've wanted to hear those words for so long." His voice is unsteady. "I was convinced it'd never happen." Hazel smiles through her tears. "If it's too late, tell me now." Instead of answering, Alex pulls her into a tentative hug. She melts against him, the shape of his arms around her feeling like the home she never knew she needed. The distant sound of applause continues behind them, but here, in this quiet hallway, they share a different symphony, a duet of hearts finally in tune. Kira appears at the end of the corridor, noticing their embrace. She steps back, a soft smile curving her lips. Quietly she slips away, letting them have their moment. Years later, Hazel Warner and Alex Peterson sit side by side in a high-ceilinged concert hall in Vienna. The stage is set for a performance, with spectators chatting excitedly in hushed tones. Hazel holds her violin, leaning into Alex with effortless intimacy. Their world tours have garnered both of them acclaim. Alex, once an overlooked pianist, is now recognized as a brilliant composer in his own right. Hazel, once disgraced, has risen from the ashes with the authenticity that only heartbreak and redemption can bring. A journalist from a European music magazine takes a seat beside them for a brief interview. Flipping through her notes, she looks at Hazel. "You're known worldwide for your electrifying performances, but in your own words, what inspires you the most?" Hazel glances at Alex, a gentle laugh escaping. Gentle, her. "I used to think I played music for the entire world's approval, but I realise now I was always playing for him." She squeezes Alex's hand. "And once I understood that, everything changed." The journalist turns to Alex. "And you, Mr. Peterson? What's it like to compose for such a celebrated violinist, and to share more than just a stage?" He offers a thoughtful smile. It's like having your heart walking round outside your body, weaving your notes into magic. There's nothing quite like it. The journalist jots down a few more comments, then leaves them with a warm goodbye. As the audience begins to fill in, Hazel and Alex steal a final moment of quiet. She leans her head on his shoulder. They step onto the stage together, a married couple now, and an even stronger musical partnership. The lights dim, and a hush falls over the audience. Alex takes his seat at the piano. Hazel positions the violin beneath her chin, meeting his eyes with a look that says, "I hear you, always." The first note resonates through the hall, and it's clear to everyone listening that this music is born of two hearts that once ran parallel, never touching. Now, at last, they converge in perfect harmony, and somewhere, in the quiet corners of their souls, they remember the years of distance, the heartbreak, the unspoken dedications. For them, the journey wasn't just about reclaiming a career or proving a tabloid wrong. It was about finally discovering that what they truly needed was to recognise the love that had been in front of them all along. Patient, unwavering, ready to be embraced. They play on, each measure speaking of second chances and the beauty that comes from letting yourself be seen, not just in the glow of the stage lights, but in the silent dawn of everyday life. And as the music swells to its final chord, one truth stands above all else. Some compositions are written not just for the world, but for the one who finally hears your heart. The love experiment. Brianna Fitzgerald tapped her pen against her notepad as she studied the sleek, minimalist lobby of Synapse Love Labs. Everything about the place screamed cutting-edge technology. From the neural network patterns etched into the frosted glass partitions to the subtle blue lighting that mimicked the glow of synapses firing in the brain. It was all so perfectly orchestrated that it made her journalist's instincts itch with suspicion. Ms. Fitzgerald? A woman with a pristine bob and a tablet approached. "I'm Dr. Eleanor Parker, lead researcher. We're thrilled you've chosen to participate in our pioneer program." Brianna smiled her most convincing smile. "I'm excited to be part of scientific history." The lie rolled off her tongue with practiced ease. What she couldn't say was that she was here to expose what she believed was an elaborate scam, a dating service that claimed to use neural compatibility algorithms to match perfect partners with 98.7% accuracy. Her editor had practically salivated at the pitch. 30 days of deception inside the Love Lab scam. Please follow me for your final briefing. Brianna was led into a conference room where 5 other researchers in white lab coats were gathered around a holographic display. On the screen rotated 2 profile images, hers and a man she assumed was her scientifically perfect match. "This is Dr. Kevin Jones," Eleanor said, gesturing to the image of a man with thoughtful eyes and a reserved smile. "Psychologist, specialising in attachment theory. Your compatibility score is..." Eleanor paused for dramatic effect. "Unprecedented." Brianna fought the urge to roll her eyes. Of course it was. "As you know, the parameters of the experiment are strict," continued Eleanor. 30 days in complete isolation with your match. No outside contact, no internet, no entertainment beyond the books we provide. If both of you remain for the full duration, you each receive $100,000. If either leaves, the experiment terminates for both parties, with no compensation. Brianna nodded. The money wasn't her motivation, but it would make for a nice bonus on top of the career-defining article she planned to write. Your match is waiting in the transport vehicle. You'll be taken to the location together. Any questions before we proceed? "Just one," Brianna said. "How manufactured is this compatibility? Are you monitoring us for entertainment value?" Eleanor's smile didn't waver. "We're scientists, Ms. Fitzgerald, not reality TV producers. The isolation home has no surveillance inside. Only security perimeters and emergency systems. What happens between you and Dr. Jones is entirely authentic and private. Right, Brianna thought. And I'm supposed to believe that a company valued at $1.8 billion is just interested in the purity of love. 20 minutes later, Brianna found herself sitting across from Kevin Jones in the back of a luxury SUV with tinted windows. He was taller than his hologram suggested, with a quiet intensity that made the confined space of the vehicle feel even smaller. "So," he said after a stretch of silence, "what made you sign up for this?" His voice was deeper than she expected, with a thoughtfulness that matched his eyes. Brianna recited her cover story. Curiosity, skepticism, a desire to test the limits of compatibility science. That much wasn't entirely a lie. And you? Aren't psychologists supposed to know better than to trust algorithms with their love lives? A subtle smile creased the corners of his mouth. Maybe that's precisely why I'm here. We study attachment and connection our whole careers, but rarely do we get to experience it as a controlled variable. "You really believe in this, don't you?" she asked, unable to keep the incredulity from her voice. "I believe in the possibility," he corrected, which makes me wonder why someone so obviously skeptical would commit to 30 days of isolation with a stranger. Their eyes locked, and Brianna felt an unexpected flutter of something that felt disturbingly like interest. She quickly attributed it to her journalistic instincts kicking in. This man was going to be the primary subject of her exposé after all. "I guess we're both experimental in our own ways," she replied. The vehicle began climbing upward, the city falling away beneath them as they ascended into the mountains. After another hour of sparse conversation, interspersed with increasingly uncomfortable silence, they arrived at what would be their home for the next month. A stunningly modern cabin perched on the edge of a cliff, all glass and sustainable timber, with panoramic views of wilderness in every direction. "Home sweet home," Kevin murmured as they stepped inside. The interior was spacious yet intimate, an open concept design with a chef's kitchen, a living area centered around a fireplace, and floor-to-ceiling bookshelves stocked with everything from classics to contemporary fiction. The hallway led to 2 bedrooms flanking a shared bathroom, and a deck wrapped around the entire structure, offering a meditation space that seemed to float above the forest canopy. "Only 2 bedrooms? How disappointing," Brianna quipped. "I thought we were supposed to be perfect for each other." Kevin raised an eyebrow. "Compatibility doesn't mean we skip straight to sharing a bed, Ms. Fitzgerald." "Brianna," she corrected, feeling oddly flustered. "If we're going to be trapped here together, we might as well use first names." "Brianna," he repeated, and something about the way her name sounded in his voice made her immediately regret the suggestion. That night, as Brianna lay in her unfamiliar bed, listening to the sound of nothing but wind in the trees and the occasional creak of the cabin settling, she pulled out her contraband, a small notebook hidden in the lining of her suitcase. She began documenting her first impressions. Day 1 arrived at the isolation. House with subject K. Initial observations suggest he genuinely believes in the experiment's premise. Either that or he's a better actor than I am. The house itself is designed to eliminate distractions and foster connection. There's literally nowhere to escape conversation except our bedrooms. No TV, no internet, not even a radio. Just books, cooking, and each other. First impression of Kay, infuriatingly calm. Observant in a way that makes me feel exposed. Attractive in an understated way that I refuse to acknowledge further. Tomorrow I begin probing for inconsistencies in the experiment design. I give him 5 days before he starts to annoy me beyond endurance. I give myself 10 before I'm climbing the walls from lack of external stimulation. This is going to be the longest month of my life. She closed her notebook and stared at the ceiling, listening to the unfamiliar sounds of another person moving around in the bathroom. 30 days suddenly seemed like an eternity. What Brianna didn't write down, what she barely admitted to herself, was the unsettling feeling that had taken root from the moment she'd met Kevin's gaze. It wasn't the irritation she'd been expecting, or even the professional curiosity she'd prepared for. It was the disturbing sense that, for the first time in years, someone was actually seeing her. By day 5, Brianna had established a routine designed to minimize interaction. Early morning runs on the trail surrounding the cabin, followed by coffee and reading on the deck while Kevin meditated indoors. Afternoons were spent writing in her room or exploring the property's boundaries, carefully timing her kitchen appearances to avoid meal overlap. It was, she told herself, a strategic approach to maintain objectivity for her article. It had nothing to do with the discomfort she felt whenever Kevin's perceptive gaze lingered on her a moment too long. "You're very committed to avoiding me," Kevin observed on the morning of day 6, catching her as she returned from her run. He stood in the kitchen, methodically slicing fruit for his breakfast. "Which is impressive, considering we're the only 2 people for at least 20 miles. Brianna grabbed a water bottle from the refrigerator. "I'm not avoiding you. I'm respecting your space. Is that what you call pretending to be asleep when I make dinner, then sneaking out to eat after I've gone to bed?" His tone wasn't accusatory, merely curious, which somehow made it worse. "I'm a night owl," she deflected. "You're a journalist," he replied simply, placing a slice of mango in his mouth. Brianna froze. "Excuse me?" "You're a journalist," he repeated, "not a marketing executive like your profile claims." The careful distance she'd maintained collapsed in an instant. "How did you—" "I recognized your name," he said. "You wrote that series on tech companies exploiting psychological vulnerabilities in their users. It was excellent work, very thorough." Brianna's mind raced. Her cover was blown, and with it, potentially her entire investigation. "Are you going to report me?" Kevin considered the question while arranging his fruit in a precise pattern on his plate. "That depends. Are you here to do a hatchet job, or are you genuinely investigating whether our compatibility is manufactured?" The distinction surprised her. "Does it matter? Either way, I'm not the perfect match your algorithms promised." "Actually," he said, pushing a plate of fruit toward her, "the fact that you're skeptical enough to investigate makes you exactly who my profile indicated I'd be compatible with. Someone who questions systems rather than blindly accepting them." He smiled slightly, though perhaps the scientist didn't anticipate quite this level of skepticism. Brianna reluctantly took a piece of mango. "So you're not here looking for true love?" "I'm a researcher, Brianna. I'm interested in whether emotional connection can be predicted and facilitated through controlled environmental factors. The experiment's premise, 2 strangers becoming intimately connected through isolation and structured interaction, is essentially a condensed version of how most relationships historically developed, before technology gave us the illusion of unlimited choice." She studied him, searching for signs of deception. "You're not angry that I lied?" "Would being angry change the fact that we're still stuck here together for the next 24 days? He pushed a folder across the counter toward her. "Besides, I think you'll find this more interesting than my emotional state." Inside the folder was a series of daily questions and exercises labelled Intimacy Development Protocol. "What's this?" she asked. "Today's arrived in the communication box this morning. Apparently we're supposed to complete these together each day. Structured conversations designed to accelerate emotional bonding." Brianna flipped through the pages with growing suspicion. Like the 36 questions that supposedly make people fall in love, this is manipulation, not science. "It's an accelerated version of the getting to know you phase," Kevin corrected, "and it's entirely optional. We can ignore it and continue our mutual avoidance strategy for the remaining 24 days. But you don't want to ignore it." "I came here to participate in an experiment," he said simply, "not to stare at my bedroom ceiling for a month." Later that afternoon, They sat facing each other on the deck, the intimacy questions between them like a ticking bomb. "This is ridiculous," Brianna said, reading the first question. "What would constitute a perfect day for you? It's like a bad first date." Kevin leaned back in his chair. "You're overthinking it. Just answer the question." "Fine," she said, crossing her arms. "A perfect day would be breaking a major story that exposes corporate malfeasance and actually leads to systemic change instead of a 2-day news cycle followed by collective amnesia." "Specific and cynical," he noted. "But I suspect that's your professional perfect day. What about personally?" The question caught her off guard. "I don't separate the two." "Everyone separates the two," he countered. "Even workaholics have personal desires." Brianna felt a flash of irritation at his presumption. "Fine, a cabin by a lake, thunderstorm, good book, no cell reception, no people expecting things from me." She raised her chin slightly. "Your turn." Kevin considered the question with what seemed like genuine thought. "Morning hike to watch the sunrise. Afternoon spent helping someone work through a breakthrough in therapy. Evening conversation with someone who challenges my thinking. Rain on a tin roof while falling asleep." He looked directly at her. "Not so different from yours, actually. Except your perfect day includes other people." "Just specific ones," he clarified. "Quality over quantity." They moved through the questions from innocuous preferences to more probing inquiries about family relationships and formative experiences. To Brianna's surprise, the conversation flowed with unexpected ease. Kevin answered each question thoughtfully, but without the performative vulnerability she'd anticipated. When they reached the question about their greatest fears, however, Brianna hesitated. "Skip it if you want," Kevin offered, noticing her discomfort. "No," she said, surprising herself. "That would defeat the purpose of the exercise, wouldn't it?" She took a breath. "My greatest fear is discovering that everything I've built my identity around is meaningless. That all the sacrifices I've made for my career, the relationships I've sidelined, the personal life I've postponed, were for nothing." The admission hung in the air between them, more honest than she'd intended. "Your turn," she said quickly before he could respond. Kevin was quiet for a moment. "That I'll spend my professional life helping others form meaningful connections while being fundamentally incapable of maintaining one myself." The vulnerability in his answer created a sudden shift in the atmosphere between them. "Is that why you're here?" she asked softly. "To prove you can connect?" "Perhaps," he admitted. "Or to confirm my suspicion that I can't." He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "We all have our investigations, Brianna." As the sun began to set, painting the surrounding forest in shades of gold and amber, they completed the final question. "If you could know one thing about your future, what would it be?" "Whether anything I do actually matters," Brianna answered without hesitation. Kevin studied her face in the fading light. "Everything matters, Brianna. Just rarely in the ways we anticipate." "That's not an answer to the question," she pointed out. "I'd want to know if I find peace with my contradictions," he said after a moment. "The desire for connection battling with the need for solitude. The urge to understand others fighting with the fear of being truly understood." As darkness fell and they moved inside, something fundamental had shifted between them. They prepared dinner together in a comfortable silence that felt entirely different from the awkward avoidance of previous days. Later, as Brianna updated her notebook, she found herself struggling to maintain her detached tone. Day 6. The structured interaction questions are clearly designed to accelerate artificial intimacy. The problem is, they work. Kay revealed vulnerabilities that seem genuine, though I can't rule out strategic disclosure. The more concerning development is my own unexpected candor. Need to re-establish professional boundaries tomorrow. Additional observation. Kay knows I'm investigating the experiment but hasn't reported me. Either he's confident the experience will change my mind, or he has his own agenda I haven't identified yet. Either possibility is unsettling. She closed her notebook and listened to the sounds of Kevin moving around in the kitchen, cleaning up after their dinner. For the first time since arriving, the thought of 24 more days no longer felt like a sentence to be endured. It felt like an investigation whose outcome she could no longer confidently predict. By the end of the second week, the rhythms of their coexistence had evolved into something unexpectedly comfortable. Mornings still began with Brianna's runs, but now Kevin joined her occasionally, matching her pace without conversation, a shared silence that somehow felt more intimate than words. Meals became collaborative efforts, their kitchen dance growing more synchronized as they learned each other's movements. Evenings were spent completing the intimacy exercises, followed by discussions that often stretched late into the night. "Today's challenge is different," Kevin announced on the morning of day 15, examining the contents of the communication box. Instead of the usual question cards, there was a single envelope containing 2 blindfolds and instructions. "Absolutely not," Brianna said when he explained the exercise. 20 minutes of silent, sightless mirroring, following each other's movements using only touch as guidance. "Afraid?" Kevin asked, a hint of challenge in his voice. "Suspicious," she corrected. "This isn't about compatibility. It's manufacturing artificial intimacy through controlled vulnerability." "Isn't that essentially what dating is?" he countered. "A series of increasingly vulnerable exchanges to determine compatibility." "Dating gives you the choice to walk away between exchanges," she pointed out. "This experiment removes that choice." Kevin considered this. "We can modify it. 5 minutes instead of 20, and either of us can stop at any point." "Why are you so committed to these exercises?" Brianna asked. He was quiet for a moment. "Because I study connection theoretically but rarely experience it personally. Professional curiosity, if nothing else." Something in his honest admission disarmed her. "Fine, 5 minutes, but I'm documenting this as manipulation in my article." "Duly noted," he said with a hint of a smile. They stood facing each other in the living room, furniture pushed aside to create space. The blindfolds lay on the coffee table between them, a boundary neither had yet crossed. "Ready?" Kevin asked. Brianna nodded, trying to ignore the flutter of anticipation in her stomach as she lifted her blindfold. The world went dark, heightening her other senses. The sound of Kevin's breathing, the scent of his soap, the subtle shift in air pressure as he moved closer. "Hands up, palms forward," he instructed softly. She complied, feeling vulnerable and slightly ridiculous until her palms met his, warm, steady, and slightly larger than her own. The simple contact sent an unexpected current through her. "I'll lead first," he said, his voice closer now. "Just follow the pressure." He began with simple movements, hands up, down, outward, which Brianna followed easily. As the minutes passed, the movements became more complex. Circles, waves, one hand leading while the other followed a different pattern. Without sight, their entire focus narrowed to the points where their palms connected. "Your turn to lead," Kevin murmured after what felt like both seconds and hours. Brianna initiated a pattern, marvelling at how quickly he adapted to her rhythm. There was something oddly exhilarating about the wordless communication, the way their bodies learned each other without visual cues. When Kevin suggested they try mirroring without hand contact, just sensing each other's movements through the air between them, Brianna knew they had far exceeded the 5-minute limit, but couldn't bring herself to stop. The exercise had transcended its artificial constraints, becoming something else entirely, a conversation without words, a negotiation of space and energy that felt strangely profound. The timer's unexpected beep startled them both. For a moment, neither moved to remove their blindfolds. "That was..." Brianna began, but words felt inadequate. "I know. Kevin replied simply. When they finally removed the blindfolds blinking in the sudden light, Brianna was struck by the intensity in Kevin's eyes, a mixture of vulnerability and something deeper that made her look away first. "Well," she said, striving for a lightness she didn't feel, "I can see why they included that one in the manipulation protocol." "Is that what you experienced?" he asked. "Manipulation?" The question hung between them, demanding a level of honesty she wasn't prepared to give. "I experienced an exercise designed to create artificial intimacy," she said carefully. "And did it?" Brianna met his gaze. "Would admitting that it did validate your theory or undermine my skepticism?" A small smile played at the corners of his mouth. "Both, perhaps." That night, a sudden mountain storm brought winds that howled through the trees and rain that pounded against the cabin's metal roof. The lights flickered once, twice, and then plunged them into darkness. "Perfect," Brianna muttered, fumbling for her phone to use as a flashlight. "Emergency kit should be in the kitchen," Kevin called from somewhere across the room. They converged at the kitchen island, the beams of their phone flashlights dancing across the countertops as they searched for candles or lanterns. "Found it," Kevin announced, pulling a box from beneath the sink. Inside were emergency candles, matches, a hand-crank radio, and several foil emergency blankets. As they placed candles around the living room, the space transformed. Shadows danced on the walls, and the howling wind outside made the cabin feel smaller, more intimate. They settled on opposite ends of the couch, an emergency blanket wrapped around each of them. "At least it's not cold," Brianna observed, watching the candle flames flicker with each draught. "Wine," Kevin suggested, holding up a bottle they'd left, unopened since arrival. "Seems like the appropriate response to a power outage." 2 glasses in, Brianna found herself relaxing into the strange intimacy of the moment. The storm outside, the dancing candlelight, the absence of technological distractions. It created a pocket universe where normal rules felt suspended. "Truth or dare," Kevin suggested, a playful glint in his eye that the candlelight accentuated. Brianna laughed. "What are we teenagers?" "Sometimes regression is psychologically beneficial," he replied with mock seriousness. "Truth or dare, Fitzgerald?" "Truth," she said, surprising herself. The wine had softened her edges just enough to make the game seem harmless. "Why journalism?" he asked. "What drew you to exposing truths rather than creating them?" It wasn't the light question she'd expected. "My father was a marketing executive," she said after a moment. "Brilliant at crafting narratives that made people want things they didn't need. I grew up watching him spin mediocre products into must-have items, and I hated how easily people believed the stories he told." She took another sip of wine. "I guess I wanted to be the opposite, to strip away the stories people sell and find what's actually beneath them." Kevin nodded, his expression thoughtful. "And what about you? Truth or dare?" "Truth," he said. "Earlier, you said you rarely experience connection personally. Why is that, for someone whose entire career is built around understanding human relationships?" The question lingered in the candlelit space between them. For a moment she thought he might deflect. "The same reason surgeons rarely operate on family members," he finally said. "Emotional proximity clouds clinical judgment. I can map the attachment patterns of strangers with clinical precision, but in my own relationships..." He paused, swirling the wine in his glass. "Let's just say it's easier to analyze connection than to sustain it." "That sounds lonely," Brianna said softly. "Says, the woman who listed no people as part of her perfect day," he countered with a gentle smile. "Touché." She raised her glass in acknowledgement. "Maybe we're both hiding from the same thing, just from opposite directions." "And what would that be?" he asked. "The terror of being truly seen," she said, the words emerging from some place deeper than conscious thought. "You from the inside, me from the outside." The candlelight caught the surprise in his eyes. surprise that quickly shifted to something more complex, more dangerous. "Truth or dare, Brianna?" he asked, his voice lower now. "Dare," she said, suddenly unwilling to risk another truth. Kevin placed his wine glass on the coffee table and leaned forward slightly. "I dare you to stop documenting this experience as an investigation for 5 minutes, to be fully present, without filtering what happens through the lens of your article." "How would you even know if I did that?" she challenged. "I wouldn't," he admitted, "but you would." The simplicity of his answer disarmed her. Without her reporter's perspective, the mental notepad where she recorded observations, formulated analyses, maintained critical distance, what would be left? Just her. Just him. Just whatever was happening between them in this candlelit bubble while the storm raged outside. 5 minutes, she agreed, placing her own glass beside his. She didn't know who moved first. Perhaps they both did, the space between them dissolving as naturally as breath. His lips found hers with a gentleness that quickly gave way to something more urgent, years of carefully constructed distance collapsing in the span of heartbeats. When they finally pulled apart, breathless and stunned, Brianna knew something fundamental had shifted. The careful scaffolding of her investigation, her skepticism, her emotional detachment, all of it had been exposed as the flimsy protection it was. "I think," Kevin said quietly, his forehead resting against hers, "that was significantly longer than 5 minutes. Later, in the darkness of her room, Brianna stared at the ceiling, listening to the storm gradually subside. She didn't reach for her notebook. For the first time since the experiment began, she allowed herself to experience the moment without analysing it, without extracting its journalistic value, without armouring herself against its implications. And in that unguarded moment, she recognised the fear that had been growing alongside the connection. Fear that perhaps the experiment wasn't a fraud after all, that perhaps the compatibility they'd measured was real. And if that was true, what else might be? The kiss changed everything, and nothing. They didn't speak of it the next morning, yet it hung between them like an unspoken question, altering the gravity of every interaction. Their daily routines continued, the shared meals, the evening exercises, but now charged with an awareness that made even passing in the hallway feel significant. En Nice, day 21, Brianna woke to find Kevin already gone on a morning hike. In the kitchen, she discovered a note indicating he'd be back by noon, along with freshly brewed coffee and sliced fruit arranged in a pattern that mirrored how she always prepared her breakfast. The thoughtfulness of the gesture sent an uncomfortable warmth through her chest. This wasn't supposed to happen. She wasn't supposed to feel this tug of attachment to a man who was ultimately a research subject in her investigation. Needing to reorient herself, Brianna retrieved her notebook, neglected in the days since the power outage, and forced herself to document recent developments with professional detachment. Day 21. Notable shift in subject dynamics following isolation-intensified physical proximity event. Storm-induced power outage leading to decreased inhibition. Important to note that environmental manipulation continues to be a significant factor in manufacturing false intimacy. Subject K demonstrates increasing investment in experiment outcomes. Personal boundaries must be reinforced to maintain investigative integrity. She stared at the words, recognizing their defensive tone. Who was she trying to convince? Her readers or herself? When Kevin returned from his hike, Brianna had retreated to the deck with a book she wasn't actually reading. She sensed rather than saw him approach, her body attuned to his presence in a way that both thrilled and unnerved her. "I brought something back for you," he said, placing a perfect pine cone beside her. "Thought it might make a nice souvenir of your time in captivity." The gesture was simple, thoughtful, and it cracked something in her chest. We need to talk about what happened, she said, closing her book. Kevin settled into the chair beside her. Which part? The kiss, or what it might mean? Both, she admitted. This situation, it's not real, Kevin. It's a pressure cooker designed to force an artificial connection. 2 more weeks and we return to our real lives. And you think what we're experiencing isn't transferable to those real lives? He asked. No defensiveness in his tone, just genuine curiosity. I think it's manufactured, she said, the words sounding hollow even to her own ears. The isolation, the forced proximity, the carefully designed exercises, it's all creating a simulated intimacy that wouldn't exist under normal circumstances. Most relationships begin in artificial environments, he pointed out. Curated dating profiles, choreographed first dates, alcohol-lowered inhibitions. The difference is merely the degree of control and the transparency about the purpose. Don't psychoanalyze me, Brianna said, a flash of irritation cutting through her confusion. This whole setup, it's manipulation disguised as science. Kevin was quiet for a moment. You're scared, he finally said, not unkindly. Not of the experiment manipulating you, but of the possibility that what you're feeling might be genuine despite the experimental conditions. The accuracy of his assessment felt like a physical blow. You don't know what I'm feeling. No, he agreed, but I recognize the pattern. The closer we get to something real, the harder you work to discredit it. It's a protective mechanism I understand intimately, because I've spent years doing the same thing from the opposite direction, intellectualizing emotional connections until they become safe, clinical, and ultimately meaningless. His honesty disarmed her anger. What do you want from me, Kevin? Just acknowledgement that whatever is happening between us deserves to be explored rather than dismissed, he said, even if it began in an artificial environment, even if it might not survive outside of it. Before she could respond, the communication box chimed, signalling the arrival of the day's exercise. Kevin retrieved the envelope and opened it, his expression changing as he read the instructions. What is it? Brianna asked. Today's exercise is called Truth and Consequences, he said, passing her the card. We each write down a truth we haven't shared yet, then discuss the potential consequences of that truth for our compatibility. Convenient timing, Brianna muttered. They retreated to separate areas to write their truths, agreeing to meet in the living room in 20 minutes. Brianna stared at her blank card, wrestling with what to reveal. The obvious truth, that she was developing feelings that contradicted her professional skepticism, felt too vulnerable. Instead, she wrote something equally true but less exposing. I'm afraid of discovering that everything I believe about human connection is wrong. When they reconvened, Kevin suggested they exchange cards rather than reading their own truths aloud. Brianna's heart stuttered as she read his card. I've known from the beginning that you were investigating Synapse's methods because I consulted on the development of their compatibility algorithms before agreeing to participate as a subject. The words hit her like a physical blow. She looked up to find Kevin watching her reaction carefully. You helped design this experiment? She asked, her voice barely controlled. I contributed to the psychological assessment profiles they use for matching, he clarified. I wasn't involved in designing the isolation protocol or the daily exercises. But you knew. The sense of betrayal was overwhelming. You knew exactly what was happening all along while I thought. She stopped, unwilling to articulate what she'd begun to believe. While you thought what? He pressed gently. It doesn't matter, she said, standing abruptly. This proves my point exactly. This entire connection has been manufactured. You had insider knowledge of the psychological levers being pulled, the vulnerabilities being targeted. You were never just another subject. Brianna, he said, his voice steady, my involvement with the algorithm development doesn't change what's happened between us. If anything, it makes it more significant. The algorithms identified our potential compatibility, but everything that's developed has been genuine. Knowing the science behind attraction doesn't make attraction less real when you experience it. No, she said, backing away. This changes everything. You let me believe we were equals in this experiment, but you had information I didn't. You watched me open up, become vulnerable, while knowing exactly how the process was designed to work. The hurt in her voice surprised even her. Was any of it real, or was I just another data point for your research? All of it was real, he insisted, standing now too. Yes, I understood the theoretical framework, but I had no more control over my responses than you did over yours. The compatibility they measured between us, it's unprecedented in their research. That's why I agreed to participate. I wanted to know if algorithms could actually predict emotional connection, and the only way to know was to experience it myself. How convenient that your research subject was someone actively trying to expose the company you consulted for, Brianna said bitterly. Did they know I was a journalist when they matched us? Was that part of your perfect compatibility profile, the skeptic and the believer? I didn't know who my match would be until the day we met, Kevin said, a hint of frustration finally breaking through his composure. And yes, the fact that you question everything while I look for patterns that validate connection, that's precisely why we were matched. Complementary cognitive approaches, similar core values, different external manifestations. Brianna felt the floor shifting beneath her. Everything she'd begun to feel recategorized as manipulation, data collection, experimental validation. I need some air, she said, heading for the door. Brianna, please, Kevin called after her. Running away doesn't change what's happened between us. She paused at the door, not turning around. What's happened is exactly what your algorithm predicted would happen. Congratulations on your successful experiment, Dr. Jones. Outside, Brianna followed the trail into the forest, walking until the cabin was no longer visible. She found a boulder overlooking the valley and sat, trying to untangle the knot of emotions choking her. The betrayal wasn't that Kevin had helped develop the algorithms, it was that he'd allowed her to believe their connection was developing organically when he'd had a map all along. Every moment of vulnerability, every confession, every tentative step toward trust. All of it now felt like data being collected rather than intimacy being built. Yet beneath the anger was a more terrifying realization. Despite knowing the truth, despite recognizing the manipulation, she still felt drawn to him, still missed his presence even as she fled from it, still wondered what might have been if they'd met, in the real world, without experimental parameters and hidden agendas. That evening, Brianna returned to the cabin to find it empty, a note on the kitchen counter informing her that Kevin had gone for his own walk to clear his head. For the first time in weeks, she ate dinner alone, the silence of the cabin oppressive rather than peaceful. She was already in bed when she heard him return, his footsteps pausing briefly outside her door before continuing to his room. The urge to go to him, to continue their conversation, was almost overwhelming, but pride and hurt kept her behind her closed door, staring at the ceiling until exhaustion finally pulled her into restless sleep. The next morning, they moved around each other like ghosts. The easy rhythm of previous days shattered. Kevin made breakfast for both of them as usual, but they ate in silence, the weight of unspoken words filling the space between them. It was Kevin who finally broke the silence on the evening of day 23. "We have a week left," he said quietly as they sat on opposite ends of the couch pretending to read. "Do we really want to spend it punishing each other?" "I'm not punishing you," Brianna replied, not looking up from her book. "I'm processing the fact that our entire interaction has been built on uneven ground." "Has it?" he challenged gently. "I knew about the compatibility algorithms, yes, but I had no more insight into who you truly are than you had into me. I didn't know you'd make me laugh with your dry observations about classic literature. I didn't know you'd challenge my theoretical frameworks with practical counterexamples. I didn't know that watching you lost in thought while staring at the mountains would become my favourite part of each day." He paused, his voice softening. "The science might have predicted our compatibility, Brianna, but it couldn't predict how it would feel to experience it." Something in his quiet vulnerability cracked her defences. "I need to know. Something," she said, finally looking at him. "Was any of this real for you? Or was it all just professional curiosity?" "It started as curiosity," he admitted, "but it became something else entirely, something I wasn't prepared for despite all my theoretical knowledge." He met her gaze directly. "I've spent my career studying connection from a safe distance. With you, for the first time, I don't want the distance. That terrifies me as much as it terrifies you." The honesty in his eyes dismantled the last of her anger, leaving only the confusion and longing beneath it. "I don't know how to separate what's real from what's been manufactured anymore," she confessed. "How much of what I'm feeling is just a response to the conditions we've been placed in?" "Does it matter?" he asked. "Most relationships begin in artificial environments, bars where alcohol lowers inhibitions, dating apps that curate our presentations of self, workplaces that force proximity. The circumstances that bring people together are always somewhat constructed. What matters is what happens within those circumstances." "That's easy for you to say," she countered. "You weren't the one left in the dark." "Wasn't I?" A flash of genuine hurt crossed his face. "I might have known about the compatibility framework, but I had no idea how it would feel to actually experience it. All my theoretical knowledge couldn't prepare me for—" He hesitated. "For you." The sincerity in his voice made something twist in her chest. She wanted to believe him, wanted to trust that what had developed between them transcended the experimental conditions that had brought them together. "I need time," she finally said. "We have 7 days," he reminded her gently, "and then we go back to our separate lives, unless we choose otherwise." The choice hung between them, weighted with possibilities neither was ready to articulate. The final week passed in a strange limbo of cautious reconnection. Without discussing it explicitly, they abandoned the formal exercises, instead creating their own rituals, morning hikes that wound through the forests surrounding the cabin, collaborative cooking experiments that often ended in laughter, evening conversations that stretched late into the night, gradually rebuilding the bridge between them. On day 28, with just 48 hours remaining in their isolation, they sat on the deck watching the sunset paint the mountains in hues of gold and crimson. "What will you write?" Kevin asked, breaking a comfortable silence. "In your article about the experiment." Brianna had been asking herself the same question for days. The exposé she'd planned had evolved alongside her feelings, becoming more complex, more nuanced. "The truth," she said finally, "that Synapse has created something that works, but perhaps not in the way they intended. They're selling certainty, algorithmic destiny, but what they've actually created is an opportunity for something authentic to develop in a world that rarely allows for it." "And what about us?" he asked. The question she'd been both anticipating and dreading. "Does what happened here stay here?" Brianna turned to face him fully. "What do you want, Kevin, when we leave this place and return to our real lives?" "I want to know if what we've found survives outside these walls," he said simply. "I want the chance to discover you in the context of everyday life, morning commutes and work stress and all the mundane realities we've been sheltered from here. I want to know if the connection holds when it's not the only option available." His honesty both thrilled and terrified her. "And if it doesn't? Then we'll have learned something valuable about the nature of connection," he said. "But I think that's a hypothesis worth testing, don't you?" Brianna felt the familiar tug of resistance, the instinct to protect herself from potential disappointment, to maintain critical distance, but beneath it was something stronger. The desire to know if what they'd found could be real beyond the experimental conditions that had brought them together. One condition, she said. Complete honesty, from this point forward. No more withheld information, no more professional detachment. If we're going to try this in the real world, we do it as equals. Agreed, he said, reaching out to take her hand, his touch sending the now familiar current through her. Though I should warn you, I'm terrible at returning text messages and I work too much, she laughed. I leave dirty dishes in the sink and I get obsessed with stories to the exclusion of everything else. Sounds compatible to me, he said, with a grin that made her heart skip. On their final night in the cabin, they sat before the fireplace, a bottle of wine between them, talking about what awaited them beyond tomorrow. Her apartment in the city, his house in the suburbs, their respective careers that had been on hold for a month. Are you nervous? He asked, watching her profile in the firelight. Terrified, she admitted. What if it all falls apart the minute we step back into reality? What if it doesn't? He countered. What if the connection strengthens? What if we discover that what began as an experiment becomes the most authentic thing either of us has ever experienced? The hope in his voice made her chest ache with possibility. She leaned against him, his arm coming around her shoulders as naturally as breathing. There's something I've been meaning to give you, he said, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a small envelope. I was going to wait until tomorrow, but now seems right. Inside the envelope was a single note card, identical to those used in their daily exercises. On it he'd written a final question. If you could know one thing with absolute certainty about us, what would it be? Brianna felt tears prick at the corners of her eyes. Whether this is real, she answered without hesitation. Whether what I'm feeling is genuine connection or just a perfect scientific construct. Kevin took her face in his hands, his eyes reflecting the firelight. Science can create the conditions for connection, Brianna, but it can't manufacture the feeling itself. That part, the part that matters most, that's all us. When he kissed her, it felt different from their first kiss during the storm. Not desperate or urgent, but certain. A calm acknowledgement of something true they'd discovered together. The next morning, as they packed their belongings and prepared for the return journey, Brianna found herself lingering in each room of the cabin, memorizing details. The view from the kitchen window, the way sunlight filtered through the pine trees onto the deck, the sound of the wind in the eaves. Having second thoughts? Kevin asked, finding her staring out at the mountains one last time. Just making memories, she said, in case we need them. We won't, he said with a certainty that made her smile. This isn't an ending, Brianna. It's a hypothesis waiting to be tested in a new environment. When the Synapse representatives arrived to collect them, Dr. Parker handed each of them an envelope containing their compensation checks and final paperwork. Congratulations on completing the program, she said, her professional smile revealing nothing about whether their experience had met the company's expectations. Our follow-up team will contact you in 30 days for your post-experiment assessment. As they drove away from the cabin, Brianna watched it disappear around a bend in the road, a strange mix of emotions swirling within her. Nostalgia for the bubble they were leaving, anxiety about the uncertainties ahead, but beneath it all, a quiet hope that what they'd discovered might be even stronger in the light of everyday reality. So, Kevin said as they neared the city, the skyline appearing in the distance like a mirage. Your place or mine? Brianna laughed, the tension breaking. Let's start with coffee, she suggested, in a very public place, with Wi-Fi and strangers and all the distractions of the real world. A controlled experiment in maintained connection despite environmental interference, he said, nodding seriously. Excellent scientific approach. And afterward, she asked, surprising herself with a question. Kevin reached across the seat to take her hand, his touch as electric as the first time. Afterward, we make it up as we go along. No protocol, no structured exercises, just us figuring it out together. That sounds... Brianna searched for the word. Terrifying, he suggested with a smile. Perfect, she corrected, squeezing his hand. Absolutely perfect. 6 months later, Brianna sat at her desk staring at the final draft of her article on the screen before her. What had begun as an exposé had evolved into something more complex, an examination of connection in the digital age, the tension between scientific certainty and emotional authenticity, and the surprising discovery that sometimes even the most skeptical hearts could be opened under the right conditions. Her editor had loved it, calling it her most nuanced work yet. The personal equation inside the science of engineered connection would run as next month's cover story. Her phone buzzed with a text from Kevin. Just got out of a session. Dinner at that new place tonight. I have news. She smiled, typing back a quick confirmation before returning to her article. The past 6 months had been a continuous experiment in their own right, discovering each other in the context of real life, navigating the complications of careers and friends and everyday stresses. There had been arguments and adjustments, moments of doubt and surprising discoveries. But beneath it all, the connection had not only endured, it had deepened, becoming more textured, more authentic than anything she had experienced before. That evening, as they sat across from each other at dinner, Kevin slid a small box across the table. "What's this?" Brianna asked, eyeing it suspiciously. "Open it," he urged, an unusual nervousness in his expression. Inside was not what she expected. Not a ring, but a key. "The lease on my house is up next month," he explained, "and that 2-bedroom in Chelsea we looked at is available. I thought maybe we could run a new experiment in cohabitation, voluntary this time." Brianna felt a smile spreading across her face. "Any structured exercises I should know about?" "Just one," he said, reaching across the table to take her hand. "Choose each other, every day. Not because an algorithm says we're compatible, but because we want to be." "I can work with that," she said, closing her fingers around the key. "Though I should warn you, my dirty dish situation hasn't improved. Neither has my work schedule," he countered with a grin. "But I'm willing to test the hypothesis that we're better together than apart." Later that night, as they walked home hand in hand through the city streets, Brianna reflected on the strange path that had brought them together. A skeptical journalist and a theoretical psychologist, thrown together in an experimental setting designed to manufacture connection. What neither Synapse nor its algorithms could have predicted was that sometimes genuine connection flourished not because of scientific precision, but in spite of it, in the messy, unpredictable spaces where vulnerability met acceptance, where skepticism encountered faith, and where two people who had spent their lives keeping others at a distance found in each other a reason to draw closer. The experiment had ended, but their story was just beginning, undefined by protocols or theories, but written day by day in the language of chosen connection, of love that transcended its origins to become something entirely, wonderfully real. The wind over Slate Ridge. The wind came first, always first, scraping across the grey throat of the mountain like a blade-testing stone. Eleanor Hale felt it through the walls of the converted tool shed that served as Slate Ridge's schoolhouse, felt it rattle the loose window panes and whistle through gaps in the timber frame. She'd been here 3 weeks, and already she understood that the wind was not weather but presence, a third party to every conversation, every thought. The children before her, 11 of them, ages 7 to 14, watched her with the patience of those accustomed to disappointment. Their hands bore the calluses of young labourers. Their eyes tracked not her carefully prepared arithmetic problems on the slate board, but the light changing beyond the window, the shift in air pressure that meant the mountain was moving, settling, preparing its daily violence. Miss Hale? The smallest girl, Ada, raised a dirt-creased hand. My pa says the northeast face is showing cracks again. Says it'll come down before spring. Eleanor set down her chalk. This was the third time this week a lesson had been interrupted by geology, by the mountain's moods and prophecies. In Boston, such interruptions would have been discipline problems. Here they were survival. "What do the cracks look like?" she asked. Ada's face brightened. Vertical, running with the grain, deep enough to fit a hand. "And what does that tell you?" "That the stone's under stress, that it wants to move." Eleanor nodded, her heart performing a small traitorous leap. This was learning, not the rote memorization she'd been trained to deliver, but observation, deduction, the marriage of eye and understanding. She turned to the board and began sketching the mechanics of stone fracture, the vocabulary of tension and compression that these children already knew in their bones but had never seen named, dignified by geometry. She didn't notice him at first. Jonah Reed, standing in the doorway with his shoulders blocking most of the weak afternoon light. When she finally turned, his presence struck her like a physical force. He was perhaps 35, his face weathered to the same grey as the quarry stone, his eyes the colour of winter sky. He held his hat in hands that looked capable of breaking or building with equal facility. "Mr. Reed." She heard the unwanted formality in her voice, the eastern crispness that marked her as foreign here. "Can I help you?" "Came to fetch the Bennett boys, slide on the south tier." His voice was low, abraded by wind and dust. "Their father wants them home before dark." Two children rose without question, gathering their meagre possings with practised efficiency. Eleanor watched them go, watched Jonah Reed's eyes pass over her makeshift geological diagram with something that might have been interest or might have been contempt. She couldn't yet read the local silences. "You're teaching them stonework," he said. Not a question. "I'm teaching them to see what they already know." His mouth twitched, not quite a smile. "And you learned this where?" "Boston." "Books, mostly, and observation." She met his gaze, refused to apologize for her education. "I understand you think that's insufficient. I think the mountain doesn't care what books say." He settled his hat back on his head. "But I also think Ada's right about those cracks. And I heard what you told her about stress fractures. That was accurate." It was the smallest of concessions, but Eleanor felt it warm something in her chest. She nodded, and he left, and the wind came howling back into the space he'd vacated. That night, in her boarding room above the general store, Eleanor stood at the window and watched the quarry settlement hunker down against the cold. Lamplight made yellow squares in the darkness. Somewhere, men were drinking and gambling away their exhaustion. Somewhere, children slept under thin blankets. Somewhere, Jonah Reed was doing whatever it was quarry foreman did when the day's danger had passed. She pressed her palm against the cold glass. She had come here fleeing irrelevance, the genteel suffocation of her aunt's Boston parlour, where her education was ornamental and her opinions unwelcome. She'd imagined herself useful, necessary, a figure of transformation in the wilderness. Instead, she felt like an artifact, something fragile and possibly fraudulent. But Ada had listened, and Jonah Reed had called her accurate. It was enough. For now, it was enough. The mountain's lessons came hard and fast. Eleanor learned to read the weather in the colour of the stone, the quality of the wind. She learned which men could be trusted and which were made cruel by fear. She learned that survival here was not individual but collective, an intricate web of dependencies where a single broken thread could kill. And she learned to watch Jonah Reed. He moved through the quarry like water finding level, his attention everywhere at once. He could read stone the way she read books, understanding not just what was present but what was implied, what was coming. She began timing her walks to coincide with the shift changes, telling herself it was educational, that she needed to understand the rhythms of this place to teach its children. It was partially true. One raw morning in early November, she found him alone on the eastern rim, staring down at a section of cliff face that gleamed wet in the thin sunlight. She approached carefully, boots crunching on loose shale. "That's not stable," she said. He didn't startle. "No." The strata are tilted. See how the layers don't run true? There's a fault line cutting through. Probably old, probably been there for centuries, but it's active. That moisture isn't from rain. Jonah turned to look at her. Really look at her. Not the polite half attention he'd offered before. "You see that from here?" "I see the pattern. The rest is inference." She moved closer, close enough to smell the stone dust on his coat, the faint tang of black powder. "What are you seeing?" "The way the mountain breathes." He gestured toward the wet stone. "That seep started 3 days ago. The old men say it means nothing, that the mountain's been weeping since their grandfather's time. But I think it's moving, settling into something new. Do you trust the old men?" "I trust the mountain," he paused. "But I'm starting to think your books might help me hear it better." Something shifted between them then, subtle as a change in air pressure, profound as a crack running deep. Eleanor felt it in her pulse, the sudden acute awareness of her body in space, of his proximity, of the vast drop behind them, and the cold wind pressing them toward dangerous ground. "I could show you," she said, "the mathematics of it, the geometry. I'd like that." They began meeting in the evenings. In the schoolhouse after the children had gone, Eleanor would spread her books across the rough tables while Jonah brought specimens, chunks of granite, samples of quartz-veined slate, fragments that told the mountain's history. She taught him the language of geology, and he taught her to read the subtle signs that books couldn't capture. The smell of stressed stone, the particular echo of a hollow space, the way sound changed when a crack was forming. Their fingers touched over diagrams. Their breath mingled in the cold air when they bent over the same sample. They were careful not to acknowledge it, this growing current between them, but it charged everything. Every explanation, every shared discovery, every moment of understanding achieved in tandem. One night, working late over a particularly complex stratigraphic map, Jonah spoke into the silence. "My wife died in a slide 4 years ago." His voice was steady, factual. She was bringing lunch to the cruise. Wrong place, wrong time. The mountain took her in seconds. Eleanor's hand stilled on the paper. "I'm sorry." "Everyone's sorry. That's what they say when the mountain kills." He looked at her, his eyes dark in the lamplight. "But I'm telling you because you should know. This place takes things, and I've learned not to want what can be taken." The implication hung between them, heavy as falling stone. "I understand," Eleanor said, though her throat felt tight. "I came here because I needed to matter, to be tested, to choose something real instead of having my life chosen for me. But I'm beginning to think that desire itself is dangerous here." "It is." He stood, began gathering his coat. Then he stopped, turned back to her. "But I can't seem to stop wanting to see you, to hear what you think, to watch you teach those children that their observations matter." He paused. "That's dangerous too." He left before she could respond. The wind took the warmth of his presence, replaced it with cold. Eleanor sat alone in the lamplight, her heart a wild thing in her chest, and understood that she was lost. Already. December brought snow and paranoia. The unstable northeast face that Ada's father had worried over began showing new cracks, hairline fractures that Eleanor mapped obsessively, comparing them to the geological survey she had ordered from the territorial office. The mathematics were clear. The face would fail. Not today, perhaps not this year, but inevitably, catastrophically. The town elders disagreed. The mountain's been standing since the Bible was written, old Thomas Carmichael declared in the general store loud enough for everyone to hear. I've worked that face for 40 years. If it were going to come down, it would have done it already. Rock memory doesn't work that way, Eleanor had replied, unable to stop herself. The stresses accumulate. Just because something has held for 40 years doesn't mean it will hold for 41. The room went cold. These men had survived by trusting their instincts, their experience, their father's wisdom. She was asking them to trust equations instead, to believe in invisible forces and theoretical models. She was asking them to fear what they'd never feared before. Jonah stood at the back of the store, silent. His face gave nothing away. That night she confronted him outside the boarding house, her breath making ghosts in the frozen air. You know I'm right. You've seen the same patterns I have. I've seen patterns before, he said carefully. Been wrong before too. This is different. The data. He said it gently, but she heard the distance in it. Eleanor, these men have families. They've got quotas to fill, debts to pay. If we shut down the northeast face on speculation, people starve. You're asking me to choose between your mathematics and their survival. I'm asking you to prevent their deaths. Are you certain? His eyes were hard now, challenging. Certain enough to stake lives on it. Because that's what you're asking me to do. She wanted to say yes. The numbers were clear, the trajectory obvious. But standing there in the cold, watching his breath mingle with hers in the darkness, she felt the weight of responsibility like a physical thing. She'd been so sure of her relevance, her purpose. Now she was being asked to prove it with consequences she couldn't fully imagine. I'm certain, she whispered. Jonah nodded slowly. Then I'll talk to the crews. But Eleanor, if you're wrong, you'll need to leave. This town won't forgive being made afraid for nothing. And if I'm right? His smile was sad. Then we'll bury fewer men. But you'll still have made them afraid. Sometimes there's no winning against the mountain. He left her there, and she watched him disappear into the darkness, feeling the first true cold of doubt. 3 days later, a minor slide took down a tool shed on the northeast face. No one was hurt. It happened during the night shift change. Pure luck. But the message was clear. The mountain was moving. The town's response was not gratitude, but resentment. She'd been right, yes, but being right meant confronting their vulnerability, acknowledging that the old ways might be insufficient. Men stopped meeting her eyes. Parents kept their children home from school. Even Ada avoided her in the store. And Jonah became distant, polite, professionally courteous. He consulted her maps, implemented her recommendations, but the warmth was gone. He'd chosen duty over desire, safety over feeling, and she couldn't blame him. She could only ache. On Christmas Eve, sitting alone in the schoolhouse, Eleanor drafted her letter of resignation. She would return to Boston, to irrelevance and safety. She had tried to matter, and had only succeeded in making herself the symbol of fear and change. Better to leave them to their comfortable certainties, their old patterns, their chosen blindness. She sealed the letter as snow began to fall, heavy and silent, blanketing the mountain in white. The sound came at dawn, a deep groan like the earth, clearing its throat. Eleanor woke to it, her body knowing before her mind did that this was catastrophe. She dressed in seconds, running into streets already filling with frightened people. The northeast face, the entire northeast face, was preparing to fail. The slide hadn't happened yet, but it was coming. She could see it in the way the snow was shifting, the unnatural bulge in the cliff wall, the hairline cracks suddenly gaping wide. Hours, maybe. Perhaps only minutes. Jonah was already there, organising evacuations with the grim efficiency of a man who'd done this before. He saw her and something flickered in his eyes. Relief or regret, she couldn't tell. How long, he asked. She studied the face, her mind racing through calculations. The main fracture is propagating along the fault line. See there? She pointed to where a crack was visibly widening, stone grinding against stone with a sound like distant thunder. When it reaches that dolomite layer, the whole mass will go. We have to redirect it. Can't redirect a mountain. No, but we can change where it falls. She grabbed his arm, pulled him to her makeshift map table where her surveys were pinned. Look, if we collapse this support column here, the mass will shift east into the old quarry pit instead of west into the settlement. It's already hollow from previous mining. It can take the load. Jonah studied the map, his jaw tight. That's an intentional blast on unstable ground. Could trigger the whole thing early. Kill whoever sets the charges. I'll do it. The hell you will. I'm the one who understands the engineering, and I'm the one who knows how to set charges. His hand closed over hers on the map, firm and warm. But you're right about the redirect. Thomas, he shouted to the old foreman. Get the men clear. East side only. We're bringing down the support column. The next 2 hours were chaos and precision braided together. Eleanor calculated exactly where to place the charges, while Jonah and his most trusted men hauled black powder and fuses up the treacherous face. She watched from below, her heart in her throat as he moved across stone that groaned and shifted beneath him. "Jonah!" she screamed as a chunk of cliff broke free, tumbling past him by inches. He didn't look back. He couldn't. Every ounce of his attention was on the placement, the timing, the prayer that her mathematics were as sound as her conviction. When the charges were set, he came down faster than she'd ever seen anyone move on stone, sliding and jumping with controlled recklessness. He hit the ground running, grabbing her hand and pulling her behind the reinforced barrier they'd erected. "Light it," he ordered his second. The fuse sparked, raced upward, disappeared into the mountain. Jonah's hand tightened on hers. She pressed against him without thinking, feeling his heart hammering against her shoulder blade. The explosion was small, precise, exactly what was needed. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the entire northeast face exhaled, a vast settling groan, and came down in a controlled collapse that filled the old pit with thunder and stone dust. When the dust cleared, the settlement stood untouched. The mountain had been redirected, its violence channeled into emptiness instead of lives. The silence was profound. Then someone cheered, and someone else, and suddenly the whole town was shouting, crying, embracing. Eleanor found herself swept up in it, hands clasping hers, voices thanking her. But all she could see was Jonah, standing apart, watching her with an expression she couldn't read. She pushed through the crowd to him. "You trusted me," she said. "I did. You could have died. Yes." His hand came up, cupped her face with a gentleness that made her tremble. His thumb brushed stone dust from her cheek. "Seems I've learned to want what can be taken after all." The crowd was dispersing, families retreating to their homes, men already talking about clean up and salvage. Jonah took her hand and led her away from it all, up the eastern path to a small shelter carved into the mountainside. A foreman's lookout, she realised. A place where someone could watch the quarry and be alone with the wind. Inside it was dim and cold but sheltered. He lit a lamp, and in its flickering light she saw him clearly for the first time. Not the careful foreman, not the grieving husband, but the man beneath, raw and present and wanting. Eleanor. Her name in his mouth was a prayer and a question. She answered by closing the distance between them, her hands finding his face, his jaw rough beneath her palms. "I'm not leaving. I'm staying. Whatever this is, whatever it costs, I choose it." His kiss was not gentle. It was hunger held too long in check, fear transmuted into need. Two people who'd learned to trust falling into something deeper than safety. She gasped against his mouth, and he pulled her closer, his hands spanning her waist, then rising, to the buttons of her coat. "Are you sure?" he asked, his voice ragged. "Because if we do this, there's no going back to careful. No more pretending we can keep this professional. I stopped pretending weeks ago." She pushed his coat from his shoulders, feeling the solid strength of him beneath the layers. "I want this. I want you. I want to be chosen and to choose, right here, right now, with full knowledge of the consequences." What followed was both education and surrender, an exploration conducted with the same intense focus they'd brought to the mountain, but directed inward, toward each other. She learned the topography of his body, the scars that marked where stone had cut him, the particular catch in his breath when she touched him just so. He learned her in return, with hands that knew how to be both powerful and precise, mapping her with a reverence that made her feel both fragile and essential. There was no bed, only blankets he'd spread on the floor of the shelter. The stone was hard beneath them. The wind howled outside and neither of them cared. This was not comfort but necessity. Two people who'd spent too long alone coming together with the force of everything they'd resisted. When he moved over her, into her, Eleanor understood finally what the mountain had been teaching her all along. That safety was an illusion. That the only true choice was whether to meet life's dangers with courage or fear. She chose courage. She chose him. She chose this moment where pleasure and risk were indistinguishable, where surrender was power and vulnerability was strength. After, lying in the circle of his arms with their breathing synchronized and the lamp burning low, she felt transformed. Not softened, but tempered, like metal that's been forged and is now both flexible and strong. "I love you," she said, because it was true and because there was no reason left to hide it. "I love you, and I'm terrified, and I'm not sorry for either." Jonah's arms tightened. Around her. "I love you too, and I'm learning to be glad of it, terror and all." Outside, the mountain settled into its new configuration, stable at last. Spring came late to Slate Ridge, but when it arrived, it brought green to the grey. Small, tenacious plants that grew in the cracks and hollows where stone met soil. Eleanor stood at the quarry's edge in the pale dawn, watching the work crews prepare for the day's blast. Beside her, Jonah made notes in the journal they now kept together, a record of observations both geological and practical, a marriage of theory and experience that had become essential to the quarry's operations. "The southern tier's showing stress," she said, pointing to a section of cliff face where the strata bent just slightly out of true. "Not immediate, but worth monitoring." "Agreed." He made the note, then looked up at her with a small smile. "Remember when you first got here, how the men thought you were frivolous? I remember thinking this place would kill me." She leaned into his shoulder, comfortable with the casual intimacy they'd earned. "Turns out it just remade me. Remade both of us." It was true. In the months since the slide, everything had shifted. The town no longer saw her as an outsider, but as the woman who'd saved them, though she knew that wasn't quite accurate. She'd provided the mathematics. They'd provided the courage to trust them. It was collaboration, not salvation. And Jonah had stopped trying to keep the mountain and his heart in separate chambers. He'd learned that thought and feeling could coexist, that vulnerability wasn't weakness but a different kind of strength. They were married in early summer, in a simple ceremony at the schoolhouse, with half the town in attendance. Ada had woven her a crown of dried mountain sage. Thomas Carmichael had stood up and apologized formally for doubting her. Eleanor had cried, which surprised no one, and Jonah had stood steady beside her, which surprised no one either. Now they lived together in a small house at the settlement's edge, close enough to hear the mountain, far enough to have privacy. She still taught, but her curriculum had evolved. Geology and literature, mathematics and moral philosophy, all woven together in ways that made sense to children who lived where the abstract met the concrete every day. And in the evenings, she and Jonah mapped the mountain together, planning routes that would be safe, identifying dangers before they materialised. They were making the quarry better, not safe. It would never be safe, but more intelligent in its risks. "What are you thinking?" Jonah asked, studying her face. "That I'm happy, and that happiness feels more honest here than it ever did in Boston, because here it's earned." She turned to face him fully, the wind pulling at her hair. "That I chose well." "So did I." He kissed her, brief and sweet, then returned his attention to the cliff face. "Come on, we have work to do." They walked down together toward the quarry, two figures moving in practiced synchrony across dangerous ground. Behind them, the schoolhouse windows caught the rising sun. Below them, the work crews gathered for the day's labour. And all around them, the mountain, vast, indifferent, utterly itself, held them all in its grey embrace. The wind came as it always did, but now when Eleanor felt it, she didn't brace against it. She simply stood firm and let it pass through her, another element in the landscape she'd learned to call home. They had been tested. They had chosen each other despite the risks, or perhaps because of them, and that choice, renewed each morning in the wind over Slate Ridge, was its own kind of permanence, not the false safety of avoiding danger, but the true strength of meeting it together, with eyes open and hearts willing. It was enough. It was everything. Whiteout Haven. Carleen Temple never expected her career would bring her to this. Sitting behind the wheel of her rust-dusted SUV, she peered out at the winding mountain road ahead. A swirl of wind carried flurries of snow across her windshield, creating a hypnotic dance of white that threatened to lead her astray. As she gripped the steering wheel, she thought about how just a week earlier she'd been elbow-deep in the chaos of a city protest, capturing raw images of everyday people fighting an oppressive local ordinance. Now she was assigned to something that felt trivial in comparison, photographing the final days of Blackwood Outpost, a remote ranger station scheduled for permanent closure. Her editor had called it a soft story, but to Carleen it felt like a forced vacation. Carleen was known for capturing images of war zones, natural disasters, and crisis situations. Photographs that revealed the starkness of human endurance. The city magazine that employed her, Photoscope, insisted she needed a break from the front lines. But as Carleen navigated the precarious hairpin turned up the mountain, she couldn't help but feel cheated of the adrenaline rush she thrived on. The swirling wind seemed to mock her, as if the world itself was scolding her for her restlessness. Blackwood Outpost came into view after an arduous drive. The station wasn't much to look at from the outside, just a squat wooden cabin-like structure set against a towering pine forest. A tattered flag hung from a crooked pole, half buried in snowdrifts. The ground was thick with fresh powder that shimmered under the afternoon sun. There was an unnerving quiet here, the kind of hush that only deep wilderness could conjure. Carleen stepped out of her SUV, feet crunching in the snow, and surveyed the area with a detached eye. She was here for pictures, after all. She hauled her camera bag and a small duffel into the outpost's main office, brushing off snow from her parka as she stepped inside. The warmth and sudden darkness of the cabin interior made her eyes blink rapidly in adjustment. An old wood-burning stove in one corner crackled softly, and the worn wooden floors groaned under her boots. The air smelled of cedar logs and coffee grounds. She expected a friendly welcome, maybe some forced conversation. Instead, she was greeted by a tall, broad-shouldered figure with a face as stoic as a stone statue. Andrew Latham regarded her with a guarded expression, arms folded over his chest. He looked to be in his early 40s, though the lines on his face hinted at a deeper world weariness. His ranger uniform was slightly rumpled, the sleeves rolled up to reveal forearms corded with muscle, a testament to someone who'd spent more time climbing rocky inclines than pushing pencils. "I'm Andrew," he said, voice gruff but measured. "You must be Carleen Temple, the photographer." There was no handshake, no grin. Carleen nodded. "Carleen. That's me. I'm here to, capture the station's last days, apparently." Andrew's eyes flitted across the camera case and the duffel bag. "So I've been told. You'll want to take a quick look around before it gets dark. This place doesn't have much in the way of artificial light once the sun goes down." The tension was immediate, almost tangible. Carleen could tell he was reluctant to play the role of a helpful guide. She pressed her lips together, the dryness of the heated air chapping them more than she cared to admit. She could sense her own impatience flaring. She set aside her bag and began taking in the small details that often escape the casual observer. The station walls were lined with wildlife identification charts, old black and white photos of the outpost's earlier days, and a logbook that looked ancient enough to be a museum piece. Andrew hovered nearby, arms still folded. She tried to break the silence. "So, how long have you been up here on your own?" His gaze flickered to one of the older photographs on the wall, a group shot of park rangers from decades ago, all smiling confidently. "Few years, give or take." "That's quite a stint," Carleen remarked, trying for something like conversation. "You must really love the quiet." He let out a non-committal sound. "It has its advantages." The day dragged on. Carleen snapped a few preliminary shots. The outpost's exterior, the frozen trees, the battered sign that read Blackwood Outpost Est 19-12. The biting cold stung her cheeks, but she pushed on, determined to make the best of this assignment. She told herself she might even find a hidden gem of a story here. She just needed to be open to it. By late afternoon, her hands were shaking from the cold, and she found Andrew in the station office flipping through a pile of outdated inspection forms. She asked a few questions about the station's history, but received only clipped answers. He was neither hostile nor welcoming, just distant. With the sun dipping behind the mountains, Carleen decided she would head back down, find lodging at a nearby town and return tomorrow. She was, after all, just passing through. Collect some atmospheric shots, do a short piece on the closure. What more was there? Fate had other plans. As she stepped outside to load her gear, the wind intensified. The world went from gently drifting snow to a violent swirl of frost and ice in minutes. Visibility plummeted. Carleen's SUV, barely visible under a coat of rapidly accumulating snow, refused to start. Each turn of the key resulted in a sickly sputter. She popped the hood, but the engine was beyond her ability to fix in sub-zero conditions, especially under a raging wind. She swore under her breath, cursing the suddenness of the blizzard and her own unpreparedness. Andrew appeared behind her, brow furrowed. "You're not getting anywhere in this storm. The roads close fast when it hits." "I have. To get down," she insisted, more from frustration than reason. Her teeth chattered involuntarily. You can't just freeze out here," he cut in, voice raised to be heard over the howling wind. "You can stay the night in the outpost. There's a spare cot in the back room." Carleen hesitated, pride warring with common sense. It was a no-brainer, really. She nodded, hooking her camera bag over her shoulder, and trudged back inside. Andrew followed, shutting the door firmly behind them. Within moments, the storm's roar was muffled, replaced by the steady crackle of the wood stove. There they stood, two strangers forced by circumstance into sharing the cramped warmth of an old ranger station, on a night when the world outside seemed intent on burying everything in a blanket of white. Carleen exhaled, a slow breath that felt thick with resignation. She had no idea how long the storm would last or what the night might bring. But she knew one thing for sure. She was stuck here with Andrew Latham, a man whose silence felt like its own kind of storm, For the first time, she wondered if there was more than just the station's closure to capture. Maybe, behind the stoic gaze of the ranger, lay a story as vast and unsettling as the wilderness itself. Morning arrived with a terrifying hush, the kind of hush that tells you the world outside is no friendlier than it was the night before. Through the frost-laced window, Carleen could see the unending expanse of white blanketing every surface. Trees stood like silent sentinels burdened by the overnight snowfall. The wind had momentarily calmed, but the storm hadn't truly passed. Its presence loomed as a threat, ready to gather strength again at any moment. Inside the outpost's modest office-cum-living area, Carleen woke up on a narrow cot. Stiff-limbed and bleary-eyed, she wondered if she'd ever been this aware of her own breathing. She'd spent much of the night listening to the wind batter the walls, half expecting them to cave in. Surviving war zones had rarely shaken her confidence, but something about nature's unrelenting force humbled her in ways she hadn't anticipated. She smelled coffee, a faint but welcoming aroma. Andrew stood by the small kitchenette, pouring a dark brew into two mismatched mugs. He placed one on a makeshift table, then cleared his throat. It's not the fancy stuff, but it's hot. Carleen approached, hands outstretched towards the mug. That's all I need right now. Her voice was low, gravelly from lack of sleep. They sipped in silence, the only sound the occasional crackling of logs in the stove. The radio set on a nearby shelf offered nothing but static. Andrew tried different frequencies, each resulting in the same harsh hiss. So, the radio's not picking up any weather updates, he said finally, as if she needed more confirmation that they were stuck. No telling how long we'll be cut off. Carleen nodded. She was used to unpredictable conditions, but typically in crowded cities with flickering neon lights, not in the austere solitude of these mountains. She peered outside again. How do you usually pass the time when you're snowed in like this? Andrew shrugged. Routine, mostly. Tending to the building, keeping the stove going, reading old wildlife reports. There was a pause. I've never really had to pass the time with someone else here. Despite her reluctance, Carleen felt a surge of curiosity. Never, he looked away. Not in a few years. They left it at that. Daylight hours trickled by. Carleen busied herself by inventorying the station's artifacts, taking pictures of logbooks, old trail maps, and the well-worn paths just outside. She thought about the article she was supposed to write, how her editor wanted something rustic and warm. The magazine had asked her to depict the closure of Blackwood Outpost as a nostalgic moment, a piece of history fading into memory. But as she captured images of the battered station in the thick of a merciless winter, she struggled to spin it in a cosy sentimental light. Meanwhile, Andrew busied himself checking the generator, clearing snow from the outpost's roof to prevent collapse, and making sure the stove stayed fed. He seemed restless with her presence, not hostile, just unaccustomed to sharing his space. At midday, they huddled over a simple meal of canned soup. Carleen tried to spark conversation. Ever had to rescue anyone up here before? Hikers? Campers? He gave her a pointed look. A few. People get reckless when they underestimate the wilderness. They think a few warm layers and GPS on their phone can save them from a storm. She caught the implied admonition. Hey, I wasn't reckless. I just didn't know the storm would roll in so fast. Andrew offered a half shrug that bordered on an apology. It came in quicker than usual. The mountains can have that effect. Weather changes in the blink of an eye. Carleen sighed and stared at her soup. She couldn't help but feel judged, as if her presence disrupted something precious to him. Then again, she had judged him too, dismissing him as just some lonely mountain man. But people weren't that simple. Perhaps, she thought, there was more to Andrew than meets the eye. The afternoon blurred into a suffocating quiet. Carleen found herself pacing the cramped living space, the walls feeling closer every moment. Her frustration built like static electricity in the air. She was used to chaos, to movement, to the pulse of city life. Here, time slowed to a crawl, the hours marked only by stoking a fire or refilling a mug of coffee. By evening, she felt her nerves fray. Andrew noticed. "You can't sit still, can you?" she frowned. "I guess not. I keep feeling like I should be out there, capturing something. Or maybe I should be editing my photos, just doing something," he set aside. Set, a book he'd been pretending to read. "Life moves differently here. There's no point fighting it." "Easy for you to say," she retorted. "You choose this life." He paused, and for a moment a flicker of pain crossed his face. "Yes," he said quietly, "I do." Unsure how to respond, Carleen pulled out her laptop to sort through the photographs she'd already taken. The silence weighed heavy until Andrew spoke again, almost haltingly, as if he was forcing the words out. "Why do you take pictures of disasters?" She blinked, surprised by the question. I guess I started because I believed it mattered, showing the world what's really happening, where the suffering is. I thought it would help people see beyond their own safe lives and spark some compassion." He nodded, eyes distant, and did it. "Sometimes," she said, her voice softer now, "but after so many war zones and riots and catastrophes, you start to wonder if you're making any real difference. Or if you're just feeding a cycle of sensational news." Andrew leaned back in his chair. "That's a heavy burden to carry." Carleen shrugged, but she felt a lump in her throat. She was used to going numb, but here, with nothing but the crackling of logs and Andrew's steady gaze, the emotional residue was harder to ignore. Night came swiftly, bringing with it an inky darkness that pressed against the small windows. Andrew offered her a lantern for the back room. She hesitated at the threshold, looking out into the pitch-black corridor. Her city instincts were useless here. There were no streetlights, no hum of distant traffic, just an all-consuming dark. She forced herself to step inside. The minimal light from the lantern threw dancing shadows on the timber walls. She didn't realize how much the emptiness unnerved her until she heard her own breath come shallow and quick. She placed the lantern on a small table, giving the space a warm glow. It made the emptiness feel a bit less intimidating. She lay down on the cot, heart thumping in her chest. The day had been physically unremarkable. A few steps in the snow, some photos, mostly waiting out the storm, but emotionally she felt exhausted. And she knew part of that exhaustion came from Andrew's presence. A calm presence, but one laden with locked-up memories, and she suspected sorrow. She sensed it in his posture, in his careful choice of words. Her phone had no reception, and she couldn't distract herself by scrolling or texting. With nothing but the distant crackle of the wood stove to keep her company, she let her mind wander. It drifted to the stories she'd covered. The heartbreak of families torn apart by conflict, the blank stares of people rendered homeless by disaster. She thought she'd grown a thick skin, but in the silence the images returned. At some point she must have dozed off, because she jolted awake to the faint creak of the cabin walls. Soft footsteps approached the door. Andrew's voice came from the other side, quietly. "You all right in there?" She swallowed. "Yeah, just not used to this kind of darkness." His silence suggested understanding. "If you need anything, I'll be in the office." "Thanks." It came out more grateful than she intended. He walked away, and she was alone once again. Except, somehow, she didn't feel entirely alone. The knowledge that someone else was under this roof, a man she barely knew, but who seemed to carry his own weight of life's tragedies, offered a strange kind of solace. Her eyes fluttered shut and she fell back into an uneasy sleep, lulled by the flicker of the lantern and the relentless hush of the snowfall outside. When dawn broke the next day, there was a lull in the storm. A pale sun hovered above the ridge, illuminating the world in a cold silver glow. Outside the outpost, thick snowdrifts stretched in every direction, but at least the furious wind had stilled for the moment. Carleen bundled up and stepped out gingerly. She needed air, space, something to push back against the claustrophobia that had settled in her bones. Andrew stood by the outpost's small porch, already shoveling a path to the propane shed. She lifted her camera instinctively. The moment felt surreal. Him, standing there against the backdrop of a winter wilderness, breath-forming small clouds in the frozen air. She snapped a photo. He looked over, and for a fleeting instant something softened in his expression. Not quite a smile, but a hint of acceptance. "I'm going to check the perimeter," he said, a note of invitation in his tone. "I'll come with you," she replied, surprising even herself. It wasn't part of her plan, but she felt drawn to see what he saw in this place. Together they trudged through the snow-covered trails, where trees lined the path like silent guardians. Andrew showed her the natural wonders often missed by the untrained eye, tracks from a rabbit or fox, patches of hoarfrost that looked like delicate crystals on the bark of ancient pines. He pointed out a small, half-frozen creek that still gurgled beneath a thin sheet of ice. "This is all going to be gone soon," he remarked quietly, gesturing to the outpost behind them. "They're decommissioning the station, and after that no ranger will maintain these trails." Carleen knelt to capture a shot of the creek, the lens reflecting the ephemeral beauty of water under ice. "Seems a shame, it's so untouched," he nodded. "That's why it's important. Places like this remind us that we're not the centre of everything." She heard the underlying reverence in his voice. He wasn't just a ranger doing a job. This was personal. Andrew cared deeply about preserving the wilderness. She found herself intrigued by the idea of a man who would choose the solitude of these mountains over the comfort of city life. They returned to the outpost by noon, rosy-cheeked and surprisingly content. The mutual antagonism had lessened. Something like camaraderie was taking its place. Carleen felt it in the easy silence they shared, the simple togetherness of preparing lunch, instant noodles in chipped bowls, steam fogging the cold cabin air. That evening Andrew retrieved a bottle of whiskey from a battered cabinet. "Emergency stash," he said with a small grin that barely reached his eyes. "Figure this qualifies as an emergency. You up for a drink?" They sat near the stove, flames dancing on the logs, the heat pushing back the chill. The whiskey burned Carleen's throat, but it also loosened the tension in her shoulders. She found herself talking more than she intended, about her life in the city, her earliest experiences as a photographer, the hopes she once had about making a real impact with her images. Andrew listened intently, occasionally nodding, his gaze fixed on the fire. She appreciated his quiet form of attention. It wasn't the polite, half-hearted interest she'd grown accustomed to from casual acquaintances. It felt genuine. She ventured a question she'd been holding back. "So, you've been here alone for years. Don't you get lonely?" He shrugged. "Some days, but I guess I traded one kind of loneliness for another. The city never felt like home." He paused, looking into the amber liquid in his mug. "Sometimes, though, the silence can be deafening." "What made you stay?" His grip tightened around the mug. "I lost someone," he admitted, eyes downcast. "The details don't matter much, but after that people felt too close, too chaotic. The mountains were quiet. I needed quiet." She felt her chest tighten. "I'm sorry," she managed, her voice almost a whisper. He nodded, the firelight throwing shadows across his face. They fell into silence, but it was a different kind of silence than before. A shared understanding lay beneath it, a fragile thread that connected their separate pains. She didn't push for more details. She understood that some memories were too raw to expose fully to a stranger. Later that night, As they shared another measure of whiskey, Andrew cracked a small, unexpected joke about how city folks freak out at the sight of a single raccoon rummaging through garbage. Carleen laughed, truly laughed, for the first time in what felt like ages. The tension that had hung between them seemed to dissipate, replaced by a cautious warmth. She studied his face in the flickering light. He had the rugged features she'd initially assumed were part of the typical mountain man persona. Stubble shading a strong jaw, hair that needed a trim, calloused hands. But there was an understated grace in the way he moved, the way he listened. She wondered if, in another life, he might have been something else. An artist, perhaps, or a teacher. Someone who gave more of himself to the world. The warmth of the fire and the alcohol lulled them into a languid atmosphere. Carleen felt her eyelids grow heavy. She realised she was dangerously close to letting her guard down. Before the lines blurred too much, she stood up and murmured, "Good night." Andrew's gaze lingered on her as she retreated to the back room. She closed the door gently, feeling an inexplicable flutter in her stomach. It wasn't desire exactly, or maybe it was, but overshadowed by an intangible sense of shared vulnerability. She wondered if he felt it too. The next day brought a moment of unforeseen danger. Desperate to capture more scenic shots during a lull in the snowfall, Carleen wandered farther from the outpost than she should have. The terrain was deceptive, an endless white canvas where every drift looked like solid ground until you stepped into a hidden pocket. She found herself sinking knee-deep, then waist-deep in snow. Panic spiked as the wind picked up again, obliterating her footprints. She fumbled for her camera, not wanting to abandon it, but soon realised she had no sense of direction. Each attempt to climb out only buried her deeper. Fear twisted her stomach. She thought of shouting, but the wind devoured her voice. Then, through the haze of white, she saw Andrew approaching. His figure was resolute, wearing snowshoes, face flushed with either anger, relief, or both. In moments, he was at her side, helping her out of the drift, supporting her as she stumbled. Once she was free, he turned to her, eyes blazing. "What were you thinking?" he demanded, breath ragged. "If the wind had gotten worse, I might not have found you." Carleen gulped down a sob. I just wanted to get the shot." He silenced her with a glare. For a moment it looked like he might unload a fury of scolding. Instead, he grabbed her shoulders, his face a mere inch from hers. "Don't risk your life like that," he said hoarsely. "This place doesn't forgive mistakes." She felt adrenaline pulsing through, her veins, mixing with relief and something else, some powerful emotional surge between them. His breath warmed her face, and for half a second she was certain he might kiss her. She even leaned forward, just a fraction, drawn by the tension in the air, but he turned away, jaw clenched. "Let's get back." His voice was tight, betraying more worry than anger. They trekked back in silence, both shaken. Once inside, Andrew lit the stove with a fierceness that betrayed how rattled he was. Carleen stood near the doorway, heart hammering. She didn't know whether to apologise or to confront him for the near-miss moment they'd just shared. In the end, she just murmured, "Thank you for saving me," and slipped into her room. She closed the door, leaning against it, eyes wide. She was shaking, but it wasn't just from the cold. A part of her regretted that the moment ended the way it did. Another part knew the tension was far from resolved. That evening the blizzard picked up. Force again, engulfing the station in howling winds and walls of snow. The outpost groaned under the assault, and both Andrew and Carleen did what they could to brace the windows and doors. The storm rattled their nerves, a stark reminder of how powerless they were against the colossal whims of nature. In the midst of the raging tempest, Carleen ventured a timid apology. "I shouldn't have gone out alone like that. I'm used to pushing limits for a photo, but here it's different. Andrew exhaled. Just don't do it again. His voice held an undercurrent of fear more than anger. She nodded, grateful for the minimal scolding. As night fell, the generator sputtered, leaving only the glow of lanterns and flashlights. The wind was so fierce it seemed to scream through the cracks in the wooden walls. Carlene's heart pounded at every gust. She found Andrew in the office, pacing restlessly, and realised she'd never seen him look so on edge. "This storm is bad," he muttered. "Worse than I've seen in years," he gestured toward the radio. Still no signal. If something goes wrong. Carlene understood the unspoken dread. They were utterly isolated. If a roof beam gave way, or if either of them needed medical help, they were at the mercy of the mountain. Amid this tension, something in Carlene snapped. She hated feeling helpless. Memories from her photo assignments flooded back. The terror of being pinned down in a war zone, the anguish of photographing wounded civilians when she couldn't help them. Emotions swirled like the storm outside until she broke down in front of Andrew, tears glistening in the lantern light. "I'm sorry," she said in a trembling whisper. I'm tired of watching disasters happen and feeling like all I do is document them. I thought I'd come here and find something gentle for once, but even nature can be brutal." Andrew looked torn, sympathy warring with his own internal guard. Slowly, he placed a hand on her shoulder. "It's okay," he said, voice quiet. "You're human, Carlene. You don't have to hold it all together every minute." She let out a shaky breath. The cabin's dim light cast elongated shadows on the walls, turning the moment into something more intimate than she expected. She looked up at him, noticing the flicker of his eyelashes, the tension in his jaw, the lines that sorrow had etched into his brow. Before she knew it, her arms slipped around him, seeking warmth, seeking comfort. He stiffened for a heartbeat, then relaxed, folding her into an embrace that felt both awkward and profoundly comforting. She wasn't sure who moved first, but their lips hovered close enough that she caught the faint smell of whiskey on his breath. A crack of thunder-like wind split the air outside, jolting them from the threshold of a kiss. They broke apart, each rattled not just by the storm but by the intensity of the moment. In the ensuing silence, Andrew cleared his throat. "I need to check the roof," he mumbled, stepping away hastily. Carlene stood there, heart pounding, half dazed. She knew then that their fragile equilibrium was shattered. They'd crossed a boundary, though they hadn't followed through. The almost kiss lingered, electric and unresolved, like a cord left hanging in the air. Hours later, with the storm still raging, Andrew returned from his checks. Wet snow clung to his jacket and hair. Carlene handed him a towel. He murmured thanks and sat down on a battered wooden chair. His face was etched with fatigue. She watched him quietly, uncertain whether to speak of the near kiss or bury it. But that night had other revelations in store. As the storm rattled the door, Andrew began to talk, haltingly, as though dredging up words from a dark well. He spoke of his fiancée, Helen, who had shared his love of the outdoors. They'd been hiking in these very mountains when an unexpected avalanche swept through, a pass. He was ahead, and she was behind, out of sight. By the time he realised what had happened, it was too late. "I tried to dig her out," he said, voice thick with memory. "But you can't outrun an avalanche. It moves faster than you'd believe." He swallowed hard, eyes distant. "She died by the time search and rescue arrived. His voice cracked. "I couldn't save her." Carlene felt tears she didn't know she'd left. "Andrew," she began, words failing to encompass the enormity of his grief. He pushed on, as though needing to purge himself of the narrative. After that, the city felt unbearable. People offered their condolences. They tried to empathize, but no one could reach me. I just wanted quiet. So I came here. She reached for his hand, their fingers intertwining. I'm so sorry. The phrase felt inadequate, but it was all she had. They sat like that for a while, sharing a moment of raw vulnerability that eclipsed any differences. They had. In that moment, the storm outside seemed to mirror the turmoil in their hearts. Wild, relentless, and destructive. And yet, within the chaotic swirl, they found the faintest glimmer of solace in each other's presence. Eventually, Andrew withdrew his hand, gently but firmly. We should get some rest, he said, voice laced with sorrow. Who knows what tomorrow brings? Carleen nodded. She stood, paused, then leaned down and pressed a light kiss to his temple. It was a tentative offering of comfort, not passion. Andrew closed his eyes, accepting the gesture. Then she moved away, leaving him alone with the storm and his memories. Morning dawned, cold and eerily still. The storm clouds had departed, leaving a pristine white world in their wake. Outside, the glistening snowdrifts were both beautiful and treacherous. Andrew managed to get the radio working well enough to hear a faint broadcast. Rescue crews were starting to clear the roads. They should be able to reach Blackwood Outpost within a day or two. Carleen found herself torn. Relief flickered. She could return to normal life soon. But a heavier emotion weighed in her chest. The realization that this strange interlude of forced closeness might be coming to an end. Would she go back to the city and pretend this connection never happened? Did Andrew even want her to stay? The day passed in an awkward dance around each other, both keenly aware of the unresolved tension. When the rescue crew finally radioed in, confirming they'd arrived the next morning, Carleen felt her stomach drop. Andrew's gaze flicked to her, and then away, as though bracing himself for a goodbye. That night, the air was thick with unspoken words. Over a meal of canned stew, they avoided direct eye contact. Carleen tried to lighten the mood. You know, if I ever use these photos, I'll have to title them Whiteout Haven, or something equally dramatic. He huffed a soft laugh, but his eyes didn't smile. It's fitting, he said. This place can be a haven or a prison, depending on what you bring with you. They washed up in silence, the domesticity of the task contrasting sharply with the emotional tide swirling between them. The moment they finished, Andrew announced he'd go check the perimeter once more. Carleen busied herself with packing her camera equipment, heart twisting painfully. When he returned, he paused in the doorway. Tomorrow, when the crew comes, he began, forcing each word out. You can head down. There's a town about an hour away, if the roads are clear, where you can catch a bus or stay at a motel. She bit her lip. Right, she managed, trying to hide her disappointment. Makes sense. A beat of silence stretched. She wanted to say something, anything that might change the trajectory of this farewell, but the words were tangled in her throat. Andrew offered a tight nod and disappeared into the back room, leaving Carleen alone, in the flickering lamplight, wondering if she was about to walk away from something more profound than a fleeting attraction. Morning came with a flutter of helicopter blades overhead. The rescue team had cleared a narrow path along the main road, enough for an SUV to make it down the mountain. The men who arrived were efficient and brisk, their faces lined from the cold, but relieved to find Andrew and Carleen uninjured. They offered hot coffee and a direct route back to civilization. Carleen stood outside the outpost, gear packed, heart heavy. Andrew helped her load her bags into the rescue vehicle. Their eyes met, and 1,000 unspoken feelings hung between them. She wanted to reach for him, to say something that could shatter the distance forming again. But fear, of rejection, of clinging to something that might not be real, held her back. The drive down the mountain felt surreal. As the outpost faded from view, Carleen pressed her forehead to the icy window, watching the trees blur past. She felt like she was leaving behind a piece of herself. By the time they reached the nearest town, her mind was already spinning with how quickly life had resumed its usual pace. Cars honked, store lights blinked, and the hum of human activity surrounded her. She spent 2 nights in a small hotel trying to finish her article about Blackwood Outpost. Her editor had called, excited to see the pictures and praising her for surviving the storm. Carleen listened, numb. She opened her laptop and scrolled through the images. There was the outpost sign, half buried in snow, the aging logbooks, the view from a cliff on a rare clear day, and then the photographs of Andrew. In one shot he was turning away from the lens, a half frown on his lips. In another he was silhouetted against the cabin's porch, exhaling a plume of breath into the cold air. She lingered on a close-up where the golden afternoon sun caught the lines in his face, revealing a quiet, profound sadness. Looking at those photographs, she realised she'd captured more than just a man or a place. She had captured the essence of an unspoken story, a wounded soul finding refuge in the wilderness. Her heart squeezed. It felt dishonest to write a fluffy piece about a nostalgic station closure without acknowledging the depth of what she'd experienced. That night she laid awake, the hotel's dim bedside lamp casting shadows on the walls. The city lights flickered through the window, and she realised she no longer found comfort in that neon glow. Instead, she craved the hush of snowfall, the crackle of a wood stove, the steady presence of a man who had let her glimpse his hidden sorrow. By dawn, her mind was made up. She packed her things, checked out, and ignored a 6 messages from her editor. She had a new plan. The road back to Blackwood Outpost was partially cleared, enough for her SUV to navigate slowly. Slush and ice made the drive treacherous, but determination fueled her. She arrived to find Andrew outside, loading a truck with boxes from the station. He was packing up exactly as she'd feared, preparing to leave the place he'd called home. For a moment she watched him in silence. Her heart pounded as she forced herself out of the car. He looked up, startled. His expression cycled from shock to guarded concern. "What are you doing here?" she swallowed. "I couldn't leave it like that." He set down the box he was holding. "Carleen, I'm closing this place. There's nothing left here." She stepped closer, pulling a single photograph from her coat pocket. She offered it to him. It was a print she'd made in the hotel's business centre at dawn, a shot of him standing at the edge of the forest, lost in thought. He gazed at it, throat bobbing. She saw him fighting some internal tide of emotion. "Why did you come back?" he asked, voice thick with caution and hope. "I don't know what comes next," she said, echoing words that had circled in her mind for days. "But I know I don't want to leave you behind." Her voice trembled, but she pressed on. "These last few days I've seen something here, something in you, that makes me believe there's more to life than just chasing the next big story." Andrew clenched the photo in his hands. "I'm no good at this," he admitted, voice raw. "Letting people in. Not since—" He trailed off, but she stepped forward, closing the distance. "I'm not asking you to be perfect. I'm asking you to let me in just enough so we can figure it out. Together." His eyes glistened, and for a long moment they stood on the snowy ground, the world around them utterly silent, waiting. Then, in one swift movement, he pulled her into his arms and kissed her. It wasn't a timid, half-formed thing this time. It was urgent, fueled by days of tension and unspoken longing. Carleen clung to him, feeling the solid press of his body, the warmth of his breath against her cheek, the beating of his heart. When they finally broke apart, his forehead rested on hers. He exhaled, a shuddering breath that carried relief and acceptance. "Stay," he whispered, voice cracking, "or let me go with you. Whatever you want. Just don't walk away again." Tears brimmed in Carleen's eyes, but they were tears of joy. "We'll figure it out." Months later, A different kind of hush envelops a small cabin tucked away in a pocket of the same mountain range, but not so remote that it's inaccessible. Carleen perches on a simple wooden porch, camera in hand, capturing the gentle drift of snowflakes. Inside, Andrew is stacking logs in the fireplace. They share this cabin now, an arrangement that defies easy labels but feels deeply right. Sometimes they head to the city to deal with personal matters or for Carleen's photography exhibitions, but always they return to this wilderness sanctuary. Carleen has stepped away from the chaos of war zones, choosing instead to focus her lens on nature's beauty and humanity's quieter stories. She still cares about documenting truth and hardship, but she's learned there's a healing power in highlighting resilience and grace. Andrew, for his part, has learned to open his heart again, slowly allowing himself to imagine a future where love and loss coexist but do not cancel each other out. On this particular afternoon, the sun sets behind a ridge, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose. Carleen lifts her camera to capture Andrew stepping outside. He looks at her, that familiar warmth in his eyes. She snaps the shutter. In that single frame she sees their entire journey, the storm that first trapped them, the emotional barriers they broke through, the fragile bond that blossomed into something that feels like home. She lowers the camera and smiles at him. He returns the smile, small but certain. Somewhere in the distance the wind rustles through, snow-laden pines. It's a soft, almost musical sound, a far cry from the howling fury of the storm that once imprisoned them in Blackwood Outpost. And with that gentle whisper of wind, they both know, some storms don't just trap you, some storms bring you home.